Wait. Guangwang said, find the mountain. Guangxing said, I. Zhang Yiden. Hey Sha Yishan. Big brother, brother Tien. Later, in a small town. 8. Eyes wide open, stop. Living eyes, stop. She, the lady. Maybe it was grandma. Grandma's village is called Shaoyi Village. There are only about 20 households there. It is hidden deep within the ancient mountains and forests. You can't even drive a car in. To enter the village, you have to trek through several kilometers of muddy road. Luckily, it was not a rainy day. Otherwise, every step would have been a struggle. Legend has it, long before the nation was even founded, there was another small town further past Shaoyi Village. But a plague wiped out every single living soul. It was not until Grandma settled there that people slowly began to gather again. And that is how Shaoyi Village came to be. I was brought back to life in this very village. So, I have always had a special connection to it. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from behind me. I turned around and saw a familiar figure. Turned out to be that rascal. When we were kids, he used to go out at night to catch field rats. If he saw someone he knew on a night walk, he never missed a chance to pull a prank. I shouted at him, Yiden, what the hell are you doing here? Trying to scare me to death. He seemed to recognize me too, but he would not turn his head. Instead, he spoke in a trembling voice. Is that you, Brother Tien? Brother Tien, do not go back. I got annoyed. Are you seriously playing ghost to scare me, kid? Since we have run into each other, let us head back to the village together. I grabbed him, wanting to move forward, but then a strange gust of wind blew out of nowhere. When I opened my eyes again, Yiden was gone. Was I just hallucinating? Or was Zhang Yiden just messing with me for fun? Something felt off. I walked over to where Zhang Yiden had been standing, and stepped right into a puddle of water. How could there be a puddle right here? I touched the water with my finger. It had a pungent, nauseating, fishy stench. That idiot Yiden must have fallen into a sewer and got cranky, so he decided to take it out on me. I kept walking for another half hour. Finally, I reached the entrance of Shaoyi Village. But then, something even creepier happened. Under an ancient bridge called Sea Bridge, right under that bridge at the village entrance, I heard the sound of nursery rhymes echoing. I looked down beneath the bridge. The sight made my hair stand on end. Under the bridge, a group of people dressed as monks were pulling corpses out onto the bank. A few children, seemingly fearless, were hopping and skipping by the river, singing those rhymes. The monks stacked the corpses like a small mountain. They performed rituals, sprinkling talisman water before tidying them up. Suddenly my body moved against my will, trying to go down there. But then my sister bride suddenly grabbed the edge of my shirt, holding me firmly in place. That is when I finally snapped out of it. In the past 20 years, I can't even count how many times my sister bride has saved my life. My name is Sha Yishan. I returned to the village to handle grandma's funeral after she passed. But as soon as I got back to Shaoyi village, I almost lost my life under that bridge. I could not help but feel a surge of pure terror. Suddenly, someone called out my name. I was so startled that I broke into a cold sweat. I turned my head and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be my childhood tagalong, Yu Xiaoshui. Back then, she was just a little snot-nosed kid. Now, she has grown into a beautiful young woman. If I remember correctly, she should be 16 or 17 this year. She complained about why I only returned just now. Grandma has already been gone for 2 days. I felt a deep sense of guilt in my heart. I walked with her into the village in silence. But the strange thing was, the neighbors in the village just stood at their doors from a distance, watching us enter the village. Even Xiaoshui's father, Uncle Jen, did not greet me. When we arrived at Grandma's house, white funeral banners were already hanging at the door. Paper horses were placed outside, and the mourning hall was already set up. A piece of white paper was pasted on the door pillar, bearing Grandma's name and her dates of birth and death. I recognized at a glance that this was Grandma's handwriting. It seems she really did foresee that her time was up. Entering the main hall, a coffin wrapped in red paper lay there quietly. This kind of longevity coffin is only used for elders who die of natural causes. But as soon as I looked at the incense burner, I immediately felt that something was terribly wrong. 2 incense sticks were long while one was short. It is the ominous incense, and the middle one is about to burn out completely. The incense for guarding the soul must never be extinguished. Did no one come to offer incense? Xiaoshui was also shocked when she saw it, because she had just lit this incense a few minutes ago. In the short time it took her to meet me at the village entrance, how could it have burned down so fast? Without a word, I offered a new set of incense to Grandma. I thought Grandma was angry because I returned late, but right at that moment, I discovered something that truly horrified me. Grandma's coffin had not been nailed shut. My heart thudded wildly. Did they forget? Did the funeral director forget? Did the person presiding over the funeral really forget such a thing? Xiaoshui said she was getting scared. I feigned calmness and told her, "It is okay, I am here." But this was definitely a bad omen. The coffin had been here for 2 days and still was not nailed. There was not a single person around the house either. It was as if no one knew Grandma had passed away. I also noticed the stoves outside showed no signs of a funeral feast being cooked. Did no one come to the wake? Has no one even visited? I turned and asked Xiaoshui, where did everyone else go? Before Xiaoshui could answer me, the 2 old doors were suddenly blown shut by the wind. Then they creaked open slowly again. Xiaoshui did not dare look at the door and said with her head down, "Brother Tian, they are here." At that moment, the hem of my shirt was suddenly yanked hard by my ghost bride. A group of people was standing at the entrance of the mourning hall. Their faces were sallow and sickly, with a ghastly iron blue tint. They were all the uncles and aunts from my village. I wanted to step forward and greet them, but my shirt was pulled back violently by the invisible ghost bride. Her meaning was clear. These people are dangerous. Sure enough, the Uncle Lee and Aunt Lee I called out to acted as if they had not heard me speak at all. They stared blankly at the burning incense in the burner. Every single one of them had a look like they had just tasted candy. They were smiling with an intoxicated, eerie grin. It was deathly creepy. Could it be? My name is Sha Yishan. My grandma passed away 2 days ago. I returned to the village for her funeral, but I never expected to encounter such a scene at the mourning hall. I realized my legs were trembling uncontrollably. Xiaoshui, standing right beside me, was breaking out in a cold sweat. Stuttering, she told me, "They won't come in to offer incense, because while the incense is burning, they will just stand at the door and watch it burn. The moment the incense goes out, they will leave. Even if you call them, they won't answer." Hearing this, my mind felt like it was about to explode, because I finally understood. These people had already become yin souls. The reason the incense was burning so fast was because those things were eating it. Xiaoshui looked astonished. It suddenly dawned on her why her father and Uncle Jen ignored her no matter how much she called them these past 2 days. They would just walk away whenever she got close. The poor girl started crying helplessly. I put my hand on her shoulder to comfort her. My thoughts drifted back to Zhang Yiden. I changed the subject and asked her, "Where's Brother Yiden? Have you seen him?" Xiaoshui thought for a moment and said, "The day Grandma passed away, Yiden took his wife out of the village and never came back." Now that is strange. Yiden was with his wife. So why did I only see him alone on the road into the village? Could it be Zhang Yiden kicked the bucket too? While we were talking, the incense in the burner was about to run out again. As the embers flickered and died, Uncle Lee and the other villagers stared at us with eerie, half-smiling expressions. Their ashen faces were hauntingly bizarre. I quickly told Xiaoshui to light more incense. We could not let it stop, otherwise we were both toast. But the incense was burning way too fast. I did not know if we could hold out until dawn. Then a sudden thought hit me. If everyone in the village was dead, why was Xiaoshui the only one still alive? Keeping my cool, I asked her, Shui, think carefully. What was Grandma doing before she passed? And the villagers, what were they doing? When did these yin souls start appearing? Xiaoshui tried hard to remember. 2 days before Grandma passed, she told everyone in Xiaoyi village to pack up and leave. The old-timers followed the elders and left one after another, but some stayed behind, too attached to their homes. I thought to myself, the old-timers who left were those who had lived in Xiaoyi village since Grandma first arrived. They knew what Grandma was capable of, but the newcomers probably had not seen any supernatural stuff, so they did not really trust her word. Xiaoshui continued. After Grandma died, a thick fog rolled into Xiaoyi village. Everyone started catching fevers and coughing their lungs out. I also had a fever for 2 days, but after sleeping for 2 days and nights, I woke up fine. My dad seemed to recover too, but he has been avoiding me ever since. According to Yu Xiaoshui, Grandma's death was the trigger for everyone to bite the dust, but dying from a simple fever in this day and age, that is just ridiculous. Speaking of warding off evil, I took out the communication talisman Grandma had sent me. I gave it a few sharp flicks. The yin souls crowding outside the door immediately saw their spectral forms begin to flicker and destabilize. I am Sha Yishin. Because of Grandma's passing, I was seeing yin souls for the first time, even though I did not know if their transformation into yin souls was Grandma's doing. Right now, my only goal was to get out of their clutches alive. Keeping a straight face, I questioned Yu Xiaoshui. Have you ever seen this kind of talisman before? She immediately recognized it as Grandma's triple function yin communicating talisman. She instantly knew it was Grandma's yin communicating talisman. A few days ago, Grandma burned it into talisman water and made me drink it all down. Burned into thought bridge water. You silly girl. The only reason you are still kicking is because of this talisman. However, I could clearly feel that the color of the paper had faded significantly. Seems like this stuff is good, but it does not exactly have a long shelf life. When its power finally runs out, I am afraid Xiaoshui and I will be meeting our maker. I told Xiaoshui to keep an eye on the incense. Then I pushed open the door to Grandma's room. It was completely empty inside, except for a locked leather suitcase sitting on the bed. Maybe this is what Grandma left for me. I have to take it with me. I stuffed the suitcase into my backpack, walked back out and said to Xiaoshui, light up all the incense. We are getting the hell out of here, right now. Just then my ghost bride suddenly yanked on my clothes. I looked back, and nearly jumped out of my skin. The yin souls outside had somehow cleared a path, making way for a woman covered in blood. The woman stared at me with hollow, empty eyes. I recognized her, she was a blood corpse. Xiaoshui recognized her at the same time too. It was Zhang Yidan's wife, Zhou Zan. Xiaoshui covered her mouth in terror, but I felt nothing but pure rage. How could someone turn my best friend's wife into a blood corpse? I knew a bit about the process of refining a blood corpse. It is utterly inhumane. One must constantly, right before the victim's eyes, torture the people and things they cared about most in life, until their obsession, hatred, and desire for death are fully ignited. I once asked Grandma if she had ever seen a blood corpse. Grandma just shook her head with a bitter smile. She said, who could be so cruel as to turn a human into a blood corpse? Yet here I was, seeing it with my own 2 eyes. And the one who was refined was the wife of my best friend. There was no time for second guessing. The blood corpse lunged straight at me. I could not dodge in time and was grabbed by the throat. This thing had a death grip on my windpipe. Its mouth opened wide, ready to tear a chunk out of me. I knew right then, one bite and I would be toast. Fighting back the nausea, I pushed it away with all my might. Just as I was about to lose my grip, Xiaoshui swung a wooden stool and smashed it over its head. Enraged, the blood corpse turned and snarled at Xiaoshui. The blood corpse immediately pivoted to lunge at her. I tackled it from behind, holding on for dear life, refusing to let it get to her. The furious blood corpse whipped its head back and slammed its hand against my neck. Great. This time I am really dead meat. Suddenly, a thunderous shout came from outside the door. A pair of scissors with a yellow talisman attached flew through the air, plunging deep into the blood corpse's back. From the blood corpse's mouth and eyes, raging flames suddenly erupted, setting its entire body ablaze. At the same time, a figure appeared at the doorway. It was actually Yidan. After Yidan helped us deal with the blood corpse, he immediately fell to his knees before her remains, because this blood corpse was refined from his own wife, Zhou Zan. I did not know what to say. After all, if Zhang Yidan had not shown up just in time, I would have kicked the bucket long ago. Seeing his own wife in such a wretched state, it is a miracle he did not have a complete mental breakdown. I looked at the scissors embedded in the corpse. There was a soul-sealing talisman stuck to it. The handwriting on that talisman was definitely Grandma's. Zhou Zan died with way too much unresolved grievance. tortured relentlessly while still alive. After death, her soul was harvested. Now, even her own husband has sealed her soul. There is no longer any hope for reincarnation. Dawn will be breaking soon. The three of us sat down in the small courtyard. Brother Yishin, now that you are here, none of us can leave. The very first words out of Zhang Yidan's mouth left me completely dumbfounded. Why, who told you that? Someone died here, Zhang Yidan replied, his face deathly pale. Someone died here. A few days ago, Grandma told everyone in the village to leave. Someone died here. Those who did not leave then can't leave now. Someone died here. Since she died, everyone else has to die here too. Someone said, we are supposed to be buried with her. They say we are sacrificial offerings for her. Someone died here. Then why did not you leave? I continued to press him. Yu Xiaoshui was also curious. Why were Yidan and Zhou Zan still here? They clearly left the village 2 days ago. I watched Yidan as he looked at Xiaoshui and continued his story. Yidan looked at Xiaoshui and went on, while I gathered my thoughts. Yidan stared at Xiaoshui and kept speaking. Regarding Aziz's words, Yidan looked at Xiaoshui and continued. Following Grandma's advice, his wife had gone back to her parents' house some time ago. He listened to Grandma. Listened to his late wife's words. He followed his wife's words. Regarding Abo, he did exactly as his wife said. Yidan also packed his things to go find his wife. But when he reached her family's place, he found out Zhou Zan had never even returned home. He searched everywhere, but there was no trace of her. Even the police had no leads. Driven to desperation, he went to Grandma for a divination. After the reading, Grandma flew into a towering rage. She scolded Yidan for not coming to her sooner. This delay had cost Zhou Zan her life. Grandma then asked him for a pair of scissors Zhou Zan had used, and she headed into the mountains. She said she was going to settle the score. A few days later, Grandma returned. Yidan thought the matter was resolved, but instead, Grandma said she was dying. She even had a coffin prepared. She told everyone in the village to pack up and leave immediately, not to stay even a single day longer. Yidan would not stop pestering her for answers. Only then did Grandma reveal the truth. It turns out someone had set a trap. They turned the village's gate of life into a gate of death. They prepared a blood cloud coffin that had been refined for 20 years. Lying in wait on the path Grandma took into the mountains, they trapped something vital of Grandma's inside it. Because of that ambush, Grandma would not survive past 7 days, and Zhou Zan was likely just a pawn in this 20-year master plan, used as bait to lure Grandma out of the village. Seeing Zhang Yidan stubbornly refusing to leave, Grandma took him to see Zhou Zan's corpse. Grandma had risked her life to snatch it back. Those scissors were still plunged into her body. Yidan wanted to find the killer and get revenge for his wife, but Grandma stopped him, because even Grandma could not handle that person. Then, Grandma gave him talisman water to drink, and told him to bury his wife at the village entrance. But while Yidan was digging the grave, he could not bear to see her like that. So he pulled the scissors out. Good grief. Zhou Zan came back to life, but catching her again was going to be impossible. Sitting down with Yidan and Xiaoshui to piece it all together. Everything that happened before and after Grandma passed, combining both their accounts, I finally started to get the picture. A mysterious person spent decades preparing the blood cloud coffin to take down Grandma. They ruined the Feng Shui of Shaoyi village beforehand, flipping the gate of life into a gate of death. Then they refined Yidan's wife into a walking corpse, to lure Grandma into the mountains to find her. In the end, the blood cloud coffin successfully sealed a part of Grandma, which is why Grandma withered away in 7 days. Before she died, she ordered everyone to evacuate, and had the grief-stricken Yidan play dead by the roadside. He was waiting for his wife to return. Never did he imagine the person he was waiting for would be me. So Yidan dressed up as a ghost to scare me off. He wanted to warn me not to return to the village. The Feng Shui has been tampered with. The gate of life has turned into the gate of death. No wonder my ghost wife kept pulling me back then. She did not want me to enter the village at all. If I want to leave this place without breaking the formation, then the gate of life is the only way out. Just as I was lost in thought, I suddenly felt my ghost wife give me a sharp tug. The eerie sound of creaking wood echoed from inside Grandma's coffin. The coffin, which had not been nailed shut, was slowly and heavily sliding open. An incredibly pale hand reached out. Following right after it was a face with razor-sharp teeth and blood-red eyes. Xiaoshui fainted on the spot from pure terror. I stared at the ghostly figure rising to its full height. Yet, I felt a strange sense of familiarity. Red clothes, black pupils. Those are the signs of a vengeful spirit. Now, I remember. She is the little girl who sat on Grandma's shoulder in my dream. But why is she inside Grandma's coffin? There was no time to overthink. She lunged at me with her mouth wide open. But the moment she touched me, she passed right through my body. In a flash, she was in front of Yidan. She grabbed him tightly by the throat. Yidan struggled desperately. His hands clawed at the air, but he could not even touch a single hair on that little ghost, because she had no physical form at all. Seeing my best friend's eyes rolling back, with only a final breath left in him, I roared at the top of my lungs, "Stop." I quickly pulled out the communication talisman Grandma left me. I intended to subdue her, but strangely the talisman did not affect her in the slightest. This only seemed to excite her more. With one kick she sent me sprawling, unable to move. A trickle of fresh blood leaked from the corner of my mouth. The little ghost looked at me like I was a delicious feast. She immediately flew toward me. But right at that moment, a crimson whirlwind suddenly surged in front of me, blocking the little ghost's path. A silhouette gradually became clear and visible, skin as pale and smooth as white jade, a blood-red phoenix crown, a blood-red bridal veil, blood-red silken shoes. Everything was hazy and ethereal. With her back to me, could this be my ghost wife? After a moment's hesitation, I started pleading with her. Could you please let her go for a moment? But my ghost wife did not even turn her head. She continued to torment that vengeful ghost girl. She even gave a cold snort, mocking me. You can't even handle a minor spirit. And yet you want me to release her. Do you have any idea that with just that one hit, she just robbed you of 10 years of your life? I was struck with sudden terror. 10 years of my lifespan. Is she for real? Cough cough. Better just let her go. I still wanted to ask her a few things. I coughed twice to mask my embarrassment, while secretly observing the woman before me. She stood tall and aloof, radiating a powerful aura. Sigh. Even though I am technically her husband. Wait. Why on earth am I actually a bit afraid of her? It seemed my ghost wife was very displeased. She abruptly withdrew her hand. The little ghost fell and landed flat on her back. The little ghost was now completely subdued. She crawled up and knelt on the ground, motionless. I walked over to question her. Are you the ghost Grandma was raising? The little ghost nodded her head. I continued to ask her, is Grandma gone? Little G remained silent for a moment. Then it slowly nodded. I let out a long sigh, feeling utterly defeated. When I saw the coffin was empty, I thought there was still a glimmer of hope. I really thought she might still be alive somewhere. But now even the yin soul Grandma raised has confirmed it. She really has left this world. Suddenly, little G became agitated. It kept making high-pitched chirping noises. It seemed like it had something important to tell me. I turned to my dear wife for help. I asked her to translate what it was saying. My bride spoke up. She said Grandma had hidden it in the coffin. It was meant to kill anyone who tried to desecrate the grave at a critical moment. It never expected the person to be you. Now it realizes its mistake. It is willing to become your spirit pet. So, how do you plan to deal with it? Well, I have never even raised a dog before. I really do not know what the best move is here. Seeing my hesitation, my bride said calmly, fine, a low-level yin soul like this. Keeping it around is not much use anyway. Let us just let it vanish into thin air. As she spoke, her red silk ribbons fluttered out. Little G let out a terrified shriek. In an instant, it was swept into the air, struggling desperately. I rushed forward to plead for its life. I begged my bride to spare its tiny soul. Without even looking at me, she said, you must say please. I broke out in a cold sweat immediately. But then I remembered. Even Grandma was always incredibly respectful to her. She never failed to use the word please in every request. It seems I was being too casual. Dear bride, please, I humbly ask you to show mercy. Let this little G go, will you? She gave a cold snort. Remember this, from now on you shall call me Princess Nine. Don't forget it. Princess Nine. That is my name from now on. I pressed my hands together and nodded like a woodpecker. Yes, Princess Nine. Please, Your Highness, show some leniency. Just let this little spirit go. Hearing me call her Princess Nine, she finally let go of her grip. She stopped making things difficult for little G, but her expression flipped instantly. Like a crimson asura, she warned little G, you are forbidden from harming humans again. Otherwise, I will blast you into total oblivion. Little G was scared witless. It immediately knelt on the ground. Its whole body was trembling uncontrollably. I started to feel a strange kinship with little G. My wife is just too domineering. We are both just poor souls living under her thumb, are not we? The bride's ability to stay in the mortal realm in her true form is directly tied to my own fate and luck. She said my current lifespan isn't enough to allow her to manifest for long periods. She asked if I had anything else to say to her. Although I am a bit terrified of her, I finally spoke the words I would been hiding in my heart for ages. I want to see you open your eyes. Let me look into them. Just once. She shot back a cold reply. 30 years of your life. Are you willing to pay that price? What? 30 years just for one look? I said, Princess Nine, oh Princess Nine, this is not just a high price anymore. This is highway robbery of my very life. I gritted my teeth and nodded. Fine, I am willing. In any case, I was not even supposed to live past 7. It was only because I married you as my child bride that I have managed to survive until now. My bride seemed to be caught off guard by my sudden confession. 30 years of my lifespan in exchange for seeing your true face once. Is it worth it? I looked at her, pouring out my heart with absolute sincerity. You have watched me grow up since I was a child. For 20 years, years you have protected me and helped me escape death countless times. If in my entire life, I never even had the chance to see your face, then what would be the point of living? What do 30 years even matter compared to that? After hearing me out, my bride remained silent. Nothing but absolute silence. However, just as I was certain she would not look back, she actually turned around, with no elaborate makeup, and only a light touch of powder. She possessed a beauty that could outshine an entire era. Is this really a ghost? She looks more like a celestial goddess, trading 30 years of life for this single glance. It was totally worth it. Such an elegant and regal aura is not something a mere vengeful ghost could ever possess. It seems my bride's true identity is far from simple. I watched dejectedly as she slowly dissipated into thin air. It took a long time before I remembered the little ghost still on the floor. I quickly asked her where her soul urn was kept. The little ghost timidly pointed toward the coffin. Inside, I found a small porcelain bottle. It seems this is the little girl's dwelling place. The methods for ghost raising. I had once seen them in Grandma's books. I tried calling her to come inside the bottle. Luckily, she was very obedient and crawled right in. Ghost raising is a very serious business. One must be extremely cautious with every word and action during the process. I did not dare to make a single mistake, or even mispronounce half a syllable of the incantation. After drawing the spirit seals all over the soul urn, I carefully pricked my finger. A drop of fingertip blood fell onto the stopper. The porcelain bottle instantly glowed a vibrant red. A tiny head poked out from within. I held my finger to the mouth of the soul urn to let the little ghost feed, but immediately, a shiver ran through my entire body. The moment her teeth grazed my skin, an icy yin chill froze me to the bone. I could clearly feel my essence blood being drained away. I hurriedly told the little ghost to stop. After she consumed my essence blood, her body began to undergo a violent transformation. She twisted and contorted, making strange gurgling noises. Then, as if shedding a layer of dead skin, her skin became smooth and clear. In the end, she had transformed into someone indistinguishable from a normal little girl. Looking at the pitiful little girl, I kept a stern face and commanded, "You have consumed my essence blood. From now on, you are bound to me and shall do my bidding. Should you ever betray me, the ghosts and gods of the 8 directions shall claim your soul. Do you understand?" The little ghost girl nodded her head. She offered no objection. Of course, I must also provide her with blood regularly as part of the exchange. With the terms clearly stated, I let the little ghost return to the soul urn. I can summon her whenever I need her. It looks like I will have to keep this soul urn with me at all times now. Stepping outside the house, Yu Xiaoshui, who had fainted from the ghost scare, was still lying on the ground. In just one night, she was surrounded by a swarm of yin souls, attacked by walking corpses, and saw a ghost girl burst out of a coffin. It was far too much excitement for anyone. This 16-year-old girl has really been through the ringer. But then I realized Zhang Yiden was gone. The corpse of his bride had also vanished. Even the villagers outside had completely disappeared without a trace. On the ground, there were some bloody footprints that looked like they belonged to a child. I quickly woke Xiaoshui up. I wanted to ask her where Yiden had gone, but Yu Xiaoshui said she did not know anything either. Her memory was stuck at the exact moment that female ghost appeared. I had a sinking feeling in my gut, so I grabbed Yu Xiaoshui and rushed to find Zhang Yiden. Knowing what a hopeless romantic Zhang Yiden was, I figured he probably went to the village entrance to bury his late wife as soon as he woke up. Before leaving, I took one last look at Grandma's coffin. I swore to myself that I would find out where her body really was, and how exactly Grandma died. Night had fallen over Shaoyi village. The mountain wind howled through the trees. In this entire village, Yu Xiaoshui and I were the only living souls left. We crossed the ancient bridge at the village entrance, only to witness a sight that broke my heart. Zhang Yiden was lying there, cold and still, with a pair of scissors plunged deep into his chest. He was lying in a massive pool of blood. Zhang Yiden was actually dead. My best friend. He was supposed to be just an honest, simple farmer, but he died by the soul-sealing talisman scissors. Even his soul had been shattered into pieces. I had been holding back tears all night, but at this moment, they finally overflowed. But before I could even wipe them away, I suddenly noticed a child's bloody footprints nearby. Could it be? The thought hit me, and I quickly asked Yu Xiaoshui if Zhou Zan had bought any baby supplies before she died. Yu Xiaoshui said she had bought a set of baby clothes, saving them for her future child. So Zhou Zan must have been pregnant when she died. That means the baby in her womb became a ghost child. The ghost child witnessed Zhang Yiden killing Zhou Zan, so it snatched the scissors to take revenge on Zhang Yiden. The father killed the mother, then the son killed the father. A blood debt between fierce ghosts. His own ghost child committed patricide. This is absolute madness. The moment this ghost child was born, it stabbed its own father to death with those scissors. And his father was my brother, Zhang Yiden. At the time, he was using the soul-sealing talisman scissors to stab his wife, who had become a walking corpse, to set her free. But the ghost child saw this scene, and mistakenly thought the father was murdering the mother. So it killed the father to avenge the mother. I am Sha Yishin. My grandma died under mysterious circumstances. And now my best friend has met such a tragic, hellish end. I felt completely disheartened. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. I picked up an abandoned hoe by the roadside and began digging a grave for Zhang Yidun. According to the old traditions, a young person who dies before the age of 30 does not get a coffin. You just wrap them in a straw mat and bury them quickly. You are even supposed to place a heavy stone on the body before burial, to stop their yin soul from coming back to haunt the living. But I did not plan on using a stone, because Zhang Yidun did not even have a soul left. He had been struck by Grandma's soul-sealing scissors. His 3 souls had been scattered long ago. Yu Xiaoshui and I mourned for our friend, and for the fact that of the 3 survivors in Shaoyi village, another one was gone. It felt hopeless, but in this village that should have been silent and deserted, human voices suddenly rang out. A gun was pointed right at me. Who are you? Who gave you permission to bury this body? Hands in the air, now. 2 police officers stepped out from the woods. I did not resist, mainly because that barrel was staring me right in the face. The younger one was called Xiao Zhang. He grabbed me by the hair to keep me restrained. The older one, Captain Huo, told Yu Xiaoshui not to be afraid. They actually thought Zhang Yidun and I had gotten into a lethal fight over Yu Xiaoshui. Talk about an overactive imagination. They have clearly watched too many soap operas. It seems they have been to Shaoyi village before. They know the villagers here dabble in the dark arts. That is why they are not pulling any punches with me. Captain Huo asks, "What is your name? Did you kill these people?" I answer him honestly. My name is Sha Yishin. Everyone in the village caught a bizarre, contagious flu. First the cold, then the cough, then they all died. Little Zhang does not buy a word I am saying, but Captain Huo looks around, noticing the village is indeed eerie and chilling, as if all life has been sucked out of it. Only the howling mountain wind keeps whistling. He seems to remember something. He asks me whose funeral is being held up on the mountainside at Grandma Zhou's. Grandma Zhou is my grandmother. Her real name is Zhou. I tell Captain Huo that it is Grandma Zhou herself who died. Upon hearing this, he whips out his phone to call for backup. Seeing his dead serious expression, Little Zhang realizes he's not joking. He starts getting spooked, too. Ultimately, driven by their duty as police officers, they overcome their fear and lead Xiaoshui and me toward the village. Just as we step onto the old bridge at the village entrance, the sound of a child drifts up from under the bridge again. Last time, it was a nursery rhyme. Without needing my ghost bride's warning, I instantly sense the danger. Seeing Little Zhang looking under the bridge completely off guard, I scream, "Don't!" But it is already too late. When he turns his head back, he has turned into a drooling, vacant-eyed idiot. His mouth hangs open, grinning creepily without stopping. He just keeps grinning in that eerie way. With one stride over the bridge railing, he plunges into the river with a splash. Several heads with glowing green eyes immediately pop up from the water. They pounce on the man, looking like they want to tear his flesh apart. My name is Sha Yishin. I am a local of this village. The man who jumped is a police officer. He ignored my warning and insisted on looking under the old bridge. He brought this absolute catastrophe upon himself. The other officer, Captain Huo, desperately screams the man's name, but it is completely useless. Right at that moment, the sound of ringing bells approaches. A man and a woman arrive at the village outskirts. The man is built like a tank. In a few strides, he reaches the bridge. He scatters a handful of spirit money into the river, while the evil ghosts in the river are greedily chasing the paper money. The man swiftly jumps in. In the span of just a few breaths, he drags Officer Zhang back to the shore. Everyone crowds around to see if Little Zhang is okay. The beautiful woman shakes her bells, places her hand on Little Zhang's forehead, and chants an incantation. By the supreme command of salvation, I summon the sovereigns of the 5 directions. I call upon the generals of the underworld. All yin souls and wild ghosts shall linger here no longer. Be dispelled, as it is commanded. With a sharp ring of the bell, several wisps of evil energy drift out of Little Zhang's mouth, about to dissipate into the air. But in the next second, the situation takes a sudden turn. The evil energy returns with a sinister laugh. Curious, the woman leans in to investigate. I quickly warn her, "Get away from him. He is already gone." But the woman does not seem to care. Her burly companion even let out a disdainful sneer, calling me a mere kid, and telling me to shut up, since I do not know anything. Just then, Xiao Zhang sat bolt upright with a sudden gasp. The woman thought he had regained consciousness. However, Xiao Zhang's large hand grabbed her slender neck with lightning speed, He pinned her down hard, lifting her up until her feet left the ground. He even made strange guttural croaking sounds. Captain Huo lunged forward, ordering Xiao Zhang to stop. The burly man threw a heavy punch straight at his head, but he was bounced right back. Clearly, after the mutation, Xiao Zhang's body was no longer like that of a normal human. Seeing the pretty lady was about to bite the dust, I thought fast and shouted. I picked up a large rock and aimed it right at Xiao Zhang's head. With a loud thud, he finally let go and collapsed unconscious on the ground. It was all over. Captain Huo went to check on Xiao Zhang. The burly man went to check on the pretty lady. As for me, right, I have Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui was dusting off her fists. She spoke up, sounding quite indignant. Brother Yishan, if you had not warned her, she would be dead by now. Hearing Xiao Shui's reminder, the pretty lady finally remembered. She should probably thank me for saving her life. Turns out her name is Zhao Qian. She said she would definitely repay me. To be honest, I did not have a good impression of these two, so I replied rather bluntly, no need to thank me yet. I was just sticking my nose where it did not belong. Then I turned to look at Xiao Zhang on the ground. I suggested Captain Huo cuff him up. Otherwise, if he wakes up again in a bit, I am not sure you will still be alive to thank anyone. At this point, Zhao Qian spoke up. Captain Huo, long time no see. Well, so you guys know each other. No wonder he was so eager to save her. Zhao Qian helped me petition Captain Huo to follow my suggestion. Giving face to Zhao Qian, Captain Huo cuffed Xiao Zhang without another word. They started catching up with each other right there. So the spiritualist is named Zhao Qian, and that burly guy is Zhao He. They are siblings, not a couple. Captain Huo told Zhao Qian that he saw me digging a hole to hide a corpse at the village entrance. Thinking I was a criminal, he arrested me. They kept chatting, and even started blowing smoke up each other's asses. Shaoyi village is no walk in the park. I gave them a cold warning. I advise you all to leave quickly. This is no place for idle gossip. After what just happened, they finally started to believe my words, a little. Zhao Qian asked Captain Huo to leave the mutated Xiao Zhang behind, and go investigate if everyone in the village was dead. The siblings planned to visit Granny Zhou on the hillside, but Captain Huo told her that Granny Zhou had already passed away. The siblings' faces instantly turned pale with shock. I, on the other hand, calmed down. I said to them, since you all know my grandma, then listen to me, and leave this place immediately. The three of them were astonished. You are Granny Zhou's grandson. What? Do you think just anyone can claim to be Brother Yishan's relative? Yu Xiaoshui said with a cold sneer. After hearing this, the beautiful Zhao Qian clearly began to feel afraid. She planned to leave the village right away. She even suggested that Captain Huo leave with them. But Captain Huo insisted that police procedures must be followed. He still wanted to go into the village to find out if I was the killer. Xiaoshui continued to speak with a cold sneer. Yidan really was not killed by us. He was killed by a ghost infant. We were planning to bury Yidan and then escape Shaoyi village immediately. But you guys just had to come charging in here to deliver yourselves to death. And although Grandma is dead, her body is not in the coffin. There was absolutely no need to come in here and offer incense. A ghost infant. Zhao Qian looked at Xiaoshui in panic. Captain Huo stared intensely at Xiaoshui's expression, judging that what she said was definitely not a lie. Although I did not mean to be sarcastic, I still said to them, it is not that I am looking down on you guys, but I think the things in here are not something you can handle. Once night falls, no one will be able to leave. Zhao, he thought I was just being an alarmist. He told Zhao Qian to prepare a ritual to verify if this place was truly that dangerous. They lit the incense burner and arranged the talismans in a bagua pattern, holding a compass in the left hand and a bell in the right. They began to shake them about. In no time at all, the bunch of incense burned down in a jagged, messy way, looking like it had been chewed on by a dog. The talismans on the ground were all burnt to ashes, and the Feng Shui compass also spun violently, emitting a clicking sound, until the needle broke completely, releasing a puff of blue smoke. The siblings had never seen such a bizarre phenomenon. Cold sweat immediately drenched their bodies. This is no place to linger. We must leave now. Do not stay for even another minute. Zhao Qian was a feng shui master, well versed in the ways of yin and yang. She took out several Taoist talismans and burned them into talisman water, asking everyone to drink it. She said it could help us get out of the treacherous Shaoyi village safely. I rejected her, because I am Sha Yishan, the grandson of the medium grandma Zhou. Both Xiaoshui and I had drunk grandma's talisman water before. It was far more powerful than this ghost-repelling charm. Zhao Qian's brother, Zhao He, felt like we were being ungrateful. Then he stopped paying attention to us. Instead, relying on his strong horoscope and heavy yang energy, he walked at the front to lead the way, intending to take everyone away. Although I did not like these two siblings, having them as companions at least gave me a bit of confidence about walking out of Shaoyi village. After all, I had originally planned to use the little female ghost I was raising to clear the path. Now that someone else is doing the heavy lifting, why not just sit back and enjoy the ride? From Shaoyi village to Delong village, the path passes through open woodlands and along steep cliff edges. Who knows how many dangers we will encounter along the way. Furthermore, Grandma said it herself. The gate of life in the village has been swapped for the gate of death. It is easy to get in, but hard to get out. Looks like we can only take it one step at a time. Zhao Qian held her compass, leading the way at the front to find the direction. As she walked, she made some marks on the trees along the road. When reaching a certain spot, she asked everyone to take a short break, then began discussing something with Zhao He. Both of their expressions were very tense. Something is definitely going down, because my ghostly bride, who had not appeared for a long time, was tugging at my sleeve again to warn me. I reckon there is something in these woods, just waiting for us to walk right into its trap. Just as my nerves were stretched to the breaking point, Xiaoshui suddenly asked if I was hungry. Then, from a handkerchief, she took out several biscuits for me. What era are we even in? This little girl still uses a handkerchief to carry biscuits. She really is simple and cute. I replied to her, "Go ahead and eat, I am not hungry yet." As it turned out, that little girl really did not care about me, and just started feasting by herself. I was practically ready to cry but had no tears left. Oh, Xiaoshui, couldn't you have asked your big brother just one more time? However, thanks to Xiaoshui's little distraction, I did not feel quite so tense anymore. Whatever demons or monsters want to show up, bring it on. After a short rest, we stepped into the woods. In the pitch-black forest, our group was all alone. 6 shadows moving through the dark. Suddenly, Zhao Qian stopped in front of a tree, staring blankly. Zhao He hurriedly asked her what she had found. "It is a mark. The mark one made earlier." Zhao Qian's whole body was trembling as she spoke hesitantly, her voice shaking with every word. "We are trapped in a loop," Zhao Qian stammered in fear. Trembling uncontrollably, she added, "We have run into a ghost wall. No one knew how to break the curse." Captain Huo had no choice but to set down the unconscious Xiao Zhang and rest. Suddenly, Xiaoshui hid behind my back, as if she had spotted something. I looked in the direction she was pointing, and instantly broke into a cold sweat. A woman in a red dress with long, flowing black hair had appeared in the woods out of nowhere, staring at us with an expressionless face. Her thin face was covered in jagged knife wounds. More terrifyingly, she was walking straight toward Xiaoshui and me. I quickly told Xiaoshui to close her eyes and hold her breath. Whatever you do not make eye contact with the female ghost. The next moment, the ghost was already standing right in front of us. She leaned into my face, sniffing for the scent of the living. I did not dare to even breathe, standing there as still as a statue. Only sweat kept rolling down my cheeks. I kept praying for her to leave quickly. I felt like every second was a year long. I forced myself to hold on. After holding my breath for over 2 minutes, she finally turned her head and walked away. "My name is Sha Yishan. Everyone in my village is dead. Only Xiaoshui and I survived. So we planned to join the outsiders, to escape Shaoyi village together. Back to the present, because the ghost could not find where I was." She turned her gaze toward the unconscious officer, Xiao Zhang. She floated over to his side, her form gradually becoming translucent. I cursed under my breath. This is bad. That female ghost wanted to possess Xiao Zhang's body. The next second, Xiao Zhang stood up. A clueless Captain Huo thought he had finally woken up, but Xiao Zhang ignored him completely. With his back turned, he let out an eerie cackling sound. Then, the veins in Xiao Zhang's hands bulged as he struggled violently, shockingly trying to shatter the handcuffs by sheer force. He did not care about the pain in his hands at all, continually increasing his strength. Finally, a spray of fresh blood shot 2 meters high. His palms twisted at a grotesque angle, wrenching themselves free from the metal cuffs. Captain Huo's eyes widened in horror, watching this impossibility unfold. Xiao Zhang, possessed by the evil spirit, locked onto him and lunged forward. In a panic, the captain drew his gun to resist, firing several shots in rapid succession. The bullets literally blew the top off Xiao Zhang's skull, but even with half his face missing, his movements were not hindered in the slightest. With brutal precision, he bit into Captain Huo's neck, tearing at it with savage force. Grip. A chunk of raw flesh was easily bitten off. The evil spirit devoured the meat, becoming even more frenzied. He turned his gaze toward a new prey with a sinister cackle. Zhao Qian and Zhao He, the siblings, finally realized what was happening. Xiao Zhang was no longer human. He had become an evil soul. The evil soul let out a screech and lunged toward them. Zhao He shielded his sister behind his back. He raised his heavy fist to greet the threat, forcing the evil soul to stay away from his sister. He did not give the creature a second to react, unleashing a rapid-fire succession of iron punches. He kept shouting at the top of his lungs, "Die, monster, just die already." after a display of pure beast-like aggression. The evil soul was knocked flat onto the ground. Half of its teeth had been shattered by the blows. Fresh blood slowly seeped through its fingers. Zhao He took a moment to catch his breath. He quickly called out to his sister, wanting to get out of there. But the evil soul was not about to give them a chance. A pair of ghostly hands suddenly lashed out and grabbed his arm. With a forceful crack, it snapped his arm bone clean. Zhao He let out a blood-curdling scream of agony. I seized the opening and slammed a club onto the evil soul's head, managing to bail him out of the struggle. I then told Zhao Qian to stop his bleeding. Leave this evil soul to me. The evil soul was like a cockroach that just would not die. It wobbled back onto its feet and continued its assault on us. Although I was not entirely confident, I only had one trump card left. Summoning the little ghost girl I had recently acquired to deal with it, I took out the soul jar and commanded, "Come forth, feast on blood." Then I bit my index finger, letting the blood drip onto the jar's opening. With a sharp hissing sound, the cork was blown right off. The little ghost girl flew out. I gave her the order, "Quick, take down that evil soul." The little ghost girl pounced on the evil soul like a gust of chilling wind. Immediately, the yin soul of the possessed adult was forcibly dragged out. It was completely helpless to fight back, even showing a look of absolute terror, because the little ghost girl was staring at it with pure greed, letting out a sinister giggle. Then, she actually bit into the evil soul's face and started tearing it apart. With every bite, a surge of essence flowed into the little ghost's body, until she had devoured the evil soul completely. Who would have thought? The 6 of us living adults, risking our lives yet unable to handle that evil soul, only to have it easily settled by this little ghost girl I am raising. It seems the more human a ghost looks, the stronger they are. My name is Sha Yishan. This little ghost girl was originally raised by my grandmother. Since grandma passed away, I inherited her. Zhao Qian, the Feng Shui master, gasped in shock. She actually ate the evil soul. Hearing her voice, the little ghost girl shifted her interested gaze toward her, scaring Zhao Qian so much her whole body began to tremble. She repeatedly pleaded, "Don't look at me. Please do not look at me." Seeing this, I called out to the little ghost, "That is enough. Don't go scaring her." Then I explained to the group, "There is no need to be afraid. This little ghost means no harm." Seeing them still drenched in sweat and utterly terrified, I had no choice but to use the soul jar to call her back. Honestly, I was also a bit scared of her power being so great. After all, I have 0 cultivation right now. I would hate to be backstabbed by my own summon. I put the little ghost away. Captain Huo had already finished bandaging his wounds. I asked him, "Are you doing all right?" Captain Huo clutched his neck, looking visibly shaken. He said he saw my skill in commanding the little ghost, and now believed I was truly Grandma Joe's grandson. Then, that murder at the village entrance definitely was not your doing. I felt a refreshing sense of vindication, like a weight had been lifted. So I simply told him, "Thank you." So I said a word of thanks to him. So I spoke up and said, "Thank you, Captain Huo." After that, we left Xiao Zhang's corpse behind. Our group continued on the road, heading out of the village. Before long, we reached a cliff path about 30 meters high. As long as we crossed it, Delong village would be right ahead. We would finally be out of Shaoyi village's territory. Everyone was excited. Only Xiao Shui asked me with a face full of worry, "Brother Yishan, why is the fog here even thicker than before?" Just then, the rhythmic chant of 1, 2, 3, 4 echoed from ahead. Curious, we kept walking forward. In the murky gray mist, many blurred silhouettes appeared. The sound of their footsteps thundered. Captain Huo looked relieved and said, "We are finally safe." The higher-ups must have realized something went wrong in Shaoyi village, so they sent in the troops. After saying that, he prepared to lead everyone over. But suddenly, I could not move a muscle, because my ghostly bride was death gripping the corner of my clothes. I felt that if I took one more step, my clothes would be ripped to shreds. I immediately let out a loud shout, "Stop, don't go over there." Then I told Zhao Qian to check if there was anything wrong up ahead. Hearing my warning, they quickly looked down to check the feng shui compass, but the compass did not show any signs at all. Even though I could not see the problem either, my bride simply would not let go of me. This meant there was definitely danger. The figures ahead were gradually closing in on us. A terrifying possibility suddenly flashed through my mind. They are yin soldiers. I grabbed the girl's hand and ran back for my life, because behind us, a swarm of yin soldiers was in hot pursuit. Zhao He also grabbed his sister Zhao Qian to flee for their lives. Only Officer Huo Detong was a second too slow to react. He only started running when he saw we were already far ahead. In the end, he was caught by the yin soldiers and dragged straight to hell. Hearing his blood-curdling screams, the rest of us ran even faster. My name is Sha Yishan. I am from Shaoyi village. A few days ago, the people in the village caught a strange disease. They had fevers and chills, eventually coughing blood and dying. Me, my childhood friend Xiao Shui, 2 police officers from outside, and 2 Feng Shui masters all wanted to escape this place. But just as we were about to reach the next village, we were intercepted by these soul-chaining yin soldiers. It seems the gate of life Grandma mentioned before she died has become the gate of death. That is exactly what this means. Yin soldiers are guarding the road into the village. Ghosts can't get in and people can't get out. It is a gate of death. I do not know how long we ran. We only stopped once the yin soldiers were nowhere to be seen. We finally caught our breath. I looked up ahead. Instantly, my heart sank. Sea Bridge. We were back at Sea Bridge. After struggling all day long, we ended up right back in Shaoyi village. The Zhao siblings were also drenched in sweat. They realized we had circled back to the village. I said weakly, "There is no way out. I am afraid we can't leave today." They all fell silent. Xiao Shui asked me, "Brother Yishin, what should we do now?" "We are going into the village." And so, the 4 of us stepped onto Sea Bridge once again to enter the village. Zhao Qian was a bit worried. Since everyone in the village is dead, then where did all the corpses go? I replied that I did not know. I had not seen them. I had not seen a single corpse. She continued to ask, "You said a ghost infant killed your brother. Then where on earth did this ghost infant come from?" Her question made me think of Zhang Yidan's corpse. I told her we should discuss this later. There is no way out of the village tonight. I would better go bury my brother first. Seeing a childhood friend's body abandoned in the wilderness is definitely not something I wanted to witness. Zhao Qian and Zhao He decided to help out. But when we arrived at the burial site, the spot where Zhang Yidan's body originally lay, unexpectedly had a grave prepared and a tombstone erected. My heart started racing. There is not a single living soul left in Shaoyi village. Who could have collected Zhang Yidan's body? Xiao Shui guessed maybe an acquaintance passing by helped him. Impossible. Even if they knew him, no one would be kind enough to bury someone who died such a tragic, unnatural death. I walked over to check the tombstone, hoping for answers, but my heart sank halfway into my chest. On the tombstone was a passage of ancient text written in seal script. The signature read, Li Poxiao. Zhao He laughed, thinking a real-life Good Samaritan had appeared, helping to bury Yidan's body. He even praised the epitaph for being so well-written and sophisticated. I shook my head. I am afraid it is not that simple. Zhao Qian thought I was being stubborn. She tried to persuade me, since your friend has already been laid to rest. Let us just pay our respects and head into the village. But I made up my mind. No, I am going to dig it up and see for myself. As soon as I said it, I started digging the grave with my bare hands. Xiao Shui also thought I was losing my mind. She said, Yishin, let us just let Brother Yidan rest in peace. But I insisted on my own view and kept digging. I kept digging, despite the talk of disturbing the dead. Xiao Shui, did you forget? Yidan's soul is already gone. What is there left to disturb? This is a complete sham. His soul is gone. There is nothing to disturb. I am digging up my brother's grave for a reason. As the grave was slowly unearthed, my heart felt like it had been doused with a bucket of ice water. Zhang Yidan was not in the grave at all. Only the clothes he wore before he died were there. The holes slashed by the scissors were still visible, but the corpse was truly gone. My temper flared up instantly. Li Poxiao, you damn body snatcher. You actually stole my brother's corpse. You would better pray I never cross paths with you. My name is Sha Yishin. My brother was stabbed to death by his own son with a pair of scissors, and after death, his body was actually stolen. I really want to lash out right now, but my childhood friend Xiao Shui's questioning forced me to suppress my anger and think calmly. That is right. I still have 3 people waiting for me to lead them safely through the night. I answered Xiao Shui calmly. Let us head into the village. It is too exposed out here. There is not even a wall to block the wind. The Zhao siblings agreed with my suggestion. We decided to find a place to rest first. After all, today has been exhausting. We entered the village along the riverbank. Zhao Qian suddenly noticed something floating down the river. Only when the object drifted closer could we see it clearly. It looked like a police officer's body, and that face was someone we recognized. It was Captain Huo de Dong. He had been captured by Yin soldiers and thrown off a cliff alive. We all thought he was dead. I did not expect him to have fallen into the river. He actually managed to cheat death, although his face was currently shrouded in thick dark energy, and he seemed to be targeted by the yin souls in the water. The fact that those filthy things were eyeing him meant he was not dead yet. I quickly told Zhao He to pull him ashore. Then I asked Zhao Qian if she knew how to recall a soul. She said she did, so I told her my plan. This river flows toward a town of the dead, connecting this to those yin souls under Sea Bridge. 10-1, this is a river for transporting souls. If I am guessing correctly, any soul detained by the yin soldiers will be led into this river. When night falls and the yin energy is heavy, the souls will pass through here very quickly. Captain Huo only lost a fragment of his soul. With his body still present, it should not be hard to summon it back. So, we waited until the 3rd watch under the moonlight. From Captain Huo's ID card, we obtained his birth date and time information. Then, we began the soul summoning ritual. Zhao Qian took out a summoning talisman, chanting the summoning incantation loudly. She then used an iron umbrella with the talisman attached to reach into the river. With a sudden splash, Captain Huo's yin soul drifted up from the river water. Zhao Qian stepped up the pace, chanting more intensely, guiding Captain Huo's yin soul back to its rightful place. Seeing the yin soul drifting toward the shore, as long as it reaches land, his yin soul can be gathered into the umbrella. But how could things ever go that smoothly? Before it could even clear the water, Huo Dedong's soul was immediately dragged back by the yin soldiers. Clearly, Zhao Qian's spiritual power is not enough to handle yin soldiers yet. I was a bit surprised. Looks like I will have to flex a little, or this won't work. I immediately pulled out Little Ghost's soul jar. I hope this little guy can hold his own against those yin soldiers. But just as I was about to make a move, a human voice suddenly came from behind me. Oh, are you guys summoning souls? I spun around nervously to look. Without me noticing, an old man had appeared behind me. He looked to be around 60 or 70 years old. He had tiny eyes, but the glasses he wore were huge. A soul-summoning ritual was being held in a deserted village, and yet this old man had appeared behind me out of nowhere. What shocked me even more was that this old man came from the direction of Shaoyi village. My name is Sha Yishan. I am a resident of Shaoyi village myself, but I have never seen this old man in my life. There is only one possibility left. He came out from Dead Town, which is even deeper past Shaoyi village. What kind of place is Dead Town? Long before the country was even founded, a plague there killed thousands upon thousands of people. The road is so treacherous that no living soul dares to enter. Over there, yin souls are the most common little things you would see. Only someone like my grandmother could seal off the road to Dead Town. That is how Shaoyi village exists today. Zhao He, who has a resilient fate, also noticed this strange old man. He shouted, "Who is there?" He then identified himself before questioning the other party. I am Zhao He from Delong County. And who might you be, showing up out of the blue like that? Are you trying to mess up my sister's ritual? Upon hearing this, the old man did not stop, but instead kept waving his hand. He started greeting him. Oh, Zhao He, it is me, your Uncle Hai. Uncle Hai. Zhao He was stunned. He widened his eyes to get a good look at the newcomer. Then, he shouted excitedly, "It really is you. Long time no see, Uncle Hai." Zhao Qian, who was summoning souls in the distance, was anxious and frantic. When she heard Zhao He's shout, she immediately cried out too. "Uncle Hai, please help me." Captain Huo's soul was snatched away by the yin soldiers. I am at my wit's end. Only then did the old man adjust his glasses, getting a clear look at the girl in the distance. All right, so Zhao Qian is here too. And that kid Huo Dedong got his soul detained as well. What a coincidence. He took a few steps toward the river to assess the situation. He said Huo Dedong's soul has not wandered too far yet. There is still a chance to save him. Then the man called Uncle Hai calmly plucked a strand of hair from Huo Dedong's head. After that, he pulled a paperman out of the bag he was carrying. I watched as he used a cinnabar brush to scribble a few words onto the paperman. Then he tied Huo Dedong's hair to it. He muttered a few incantations under his breath. I could not help but wonder how someone could perform such a ritual so skillfully. Just what is the deal with this Uncle Hai? Finally, I saw Uncle Hai blow a breath of air onto the paperman and toss it into the river. Incredibly, that paperman began to transform instantly. With a sharp hissing sound, it turned into Huo Dedong's head. The head even flew toward the underworld soldiers. The two yin soldiers seemed to sense something. They released Huo Dedong's yin soul and turned back to chase the paperman. Uncle Hai gave a sly chuckle. He told Zhao Qian, "Go ahead and summon the soul back." While I was stunned by this, I also grew much more wary of this old man. He is definitely a powerful yin-yang master, to be able to trick underworld soldiers so easily. On the other side, Zhao He was happily holding the iron umbrella. He said the soul had been safely collected. Then he opened the umbrella, letting the soul return to Huo Dedong's body. Although Captain Huo immediately coughed up some blood, his soul was back regardless. His life was saved. Seeing the two of them succeed, Uncle Hai said with a beaming smile, "I did not expect you kids to be able to hold your own already. It has only been a few years since I last saw you. You are way better than your old man was back in the day, haha." The two exchanged some pleasantries with him. Then they formally introduced me and Xiao Shui to Uncle Hai. Xiao Shui and I introduced ourselves. My name is Sha Yishan. Sha as in summer, Yishan as in one day. I am Yu Xiao Shui. Yu Xiao Shui is just Yu Xiao Shui. Uncle Hai chuckled and complimented our names. Then he said he was also a local from Delong County. Just what kind of background did my grandma have? The Feng Shui siblings knew her. The police captain knew her. Even this formidable yin-yang master. Upon hearing Zhao He say Zhou Xian was my grandmother, confirmed it with me very respectfully. So you are Senior Zhou Yu's grandson. son? Is there some kind of problem? I squeezed out a faint smile, then I frowned and began to question him. How did you get out of Shaoyi village, Uncle Hai? That narrow path in Shaoyi village is not exactly an easy walk. My name is Sha Yishan. A few days ago, my grandmother, Zhou Yu, died under mysterious circumstances. I am trying to find the cause of her death, and yet I keep running into strangers who knew her. This is all a bit too coincidental, especially this old man in front of me, with his ability to fool underworld soldiers so easily. He must know something. Uncle Hai saw the hostile look on my face. He flashed a meaningful smile. Heh heh. Single quote, young man. Single quote, you do not think Senior Zhou Yu's death had something to do with me, do you? Zhao Qian and Xiao Shui were quick-witted. They immediately understood why I was asking. Zhao Qian began to explain for Uncle Hai. Brother Yishan. Single quote, Uncle Hai is one of us. He would never be involved in your grandmother's death. Seeing how much I doubted him, Uncle Hai did not even get angry. In fact, it looked like he intended to let us in on a few things. But before that, he first ordered Zhao He to carry Huo Dedong on his back. Then he led us to escape Shaoyi village together. Hearing that we were leaving the village, Zhao He immediately warned him. Uncle Hai, we have tried going out before. The ghost soldiers are crossing the border out there. It is absolutely impossible to get through. On our trip earlier today, an assistant officer even lost his life. Surprisingly, Uncle Hai just smiled after hearing that. Only one person died. Hee hee, with the ripples this incident has caused. You guys should consider yourselves lucky to have survived this long. I accompanied a few friends to watch the battle this time. 3 of them died. I almost did not make it back myself. Judging by Zhao He's tone, he did not seem to fear the ghost soldiers at all. Without another word, he hoisted Huo Dedong up and followed Uncle Hai. He started asking what this whole mess was about. Could it be that someone is having a magical duel? Uncle Hai sighed. He glanced at me and said, you could say that. I was invited to observe the match. My friends did not even participate, yet they were still targeted and killed. It clicked for me immediately. The duel he mentioned must be related to my grandma. Then he turned the question back to me. Young brother Yishan, regarding the cause of everything that has happened lately, do you have any clues or leads? I did some quick mental math and decided to answer him honestly. I have been away working for the past few years. I do not know much about grandma's affairs. She never spoke to me about her past. I see. No wonder then. Sigh, I suppose you do not even know your grandma's true identity. Uncle Hai shook his head and continued. Your grandma, Zhou Xian, is the one they used to call Old Demon Zhou. Hearing him call my grandma that, I immediately snapped back. Old Demon Zhou. How could grandma have such a terrible name? Uncle Hai saw that I was getting worked up. He gave a small chuckle and said, now do not get your feathers ruffled, young brother. To me, Zhou Xian is a respected senior. Of course she is not some old demon to me. As for that title, that is just what outsiders call her out of fear. Don't be in such a rush. Listen to me, and I will tell you the whole story. Moving forward, while Uncle Hai led us out of Shaoyi village, he explained the origins of all these events in great detail. Long before the era of cracking down on superstitions, Grandma was already the infamous Old Demon Zhou. She was also the sole successor of the Raising Ghosts path. Since we are talking about demons, we have to mention Grandma's rivals from the so-called orthodox paths, Sutu Mei, Zhang, Chenzhen and Maoshen. These are what they call the traditional orthodox sects, while the branch paths like those of Grandma and Uncle Hai were looked down upon as superficial side paths, or even branded as evil and heretical ways. Though everyone usually kept the peace, a major problem eventually arose. The root of the problem was not Grandma herself. It was actually Zhang Yidan's wife, Zhou Zan. It all started 2 or 3 years ago. Zhou Zan, the precious jewel of the Zhou family, who was then just a rookie in the occult world, tried to save a poor child. In doing so, she ripped out the soul and destroyed an important disciple and successor of the Maoshan lineage, although she tried to keep it under wraps, because that disciple was so vital. The entire orthodox path was absolutely furious. They investigated relentlessly, over and over again. In the end, they traced it right back to Zhou Zan. The whole mess started with that Maoshan disciple. He had some twisted designs on a young child. You could say he got exactly what he deserved. But since Zhou Zan ended up winning the confrontation, the so-called righteous clan spread rumors that she was slaughtering the innocent. They started targeting her at every turn during various occult duels. Zhou Zan might have been young, but she had mastered the Zhou family's ghost summoning arts to perfection. After several attempts to take her down, the descendants and elite disciples of those righteous clans all suffered heavy losses at her hands. Some were even killed outright by her yin energy. That is when the conflict reached a complete breaking point. A few powerful old fogies from the orthodox lineages marched to the Zhou residence. They pressured the head of the Zhou family to hand over Zhou Zan. They threatened that if they did not hand her over, there was no telling what grisly fate would befall the rest of the Zhou descendants. The Zhou family was just a minor clan. They could not possibly stand against those heavy-hitting traditional Taoist families. So, the family head caved in. He intended to surrender Zhou Zan to them. However, Zhou Zan's parents were from a branch of the family. They wanted to protect their daughter. So they helped her escape the clan early on. They warned her never to appear in the sight of the righteous clans again. Zhou Zan did indeed go into hiding. She stayed off the radar for a very long time. When Elder Hai got to this part of the story, I thought back to the marriage between Zhou Zan and Zhang Yidun. Their wedding happened right around that time. Even though Zhou Zan fled to Grandma's place to seek refuge, she clearly intended to settle down and live a normal life. According to what Zhang Yidun told me, he had no clue she was even part of the Zhou family, let alone that she possessed such formidable occult powers. But even though she changed her name and hid in the deep mountains of Shaoyi village, those righteous people eventually found her, using other methods. Listening to Elder Hai's account, it was the first time I realized that powerful Taoist masters actually existed in this world, and it turns out my grandma was actually the leader of the so-called heretical sects, but she spent her life doing good and being charitable. In contrast, her righteous rivals were the ones blurring the lines of morality. They would stop at nothing to achieve their goals, committing such atrocities against innocent people. There was absolutely no justice in their actions. I suspect that Grandma's death must be tied to those so-called righteous people as well. Elder Hai continued his tale. When Zhou Zan heard her parents were being tortured, she decided to return home to rescue them, but she walked straight into a trap set by the orthodox lineages. I heard that in the end, she and her parents all met a gruesome end. After she died, they even turned her into a corpse puppet, to be enslaved and toyed with by others. If the righteous clans had just acted fairly after capturing her, instead of treating her with such cruelty, then the matter probably would have ended there. But it was precisely their cruelty that drew out the old matriarch of the Zhou family, whose status was unknown. That matriarch was Zhou Ying, the infamous old demon Zhou, who never forgets a grudge. In other words, your grandma, Xia Yishan. When Grandma found out her granddaughter was dead, she flew into a towering rage. She tore into the Yang family, one of the orthodox lineages. That battle was so fierce that half the Yang family lost their souls. The Yang ancestor fled for his life in a blind panic. She practically dismantled the strength of the orthodox clans, single-handedly. Not only that, Grandma vowed that even if it cost her life, she would wipe their entire lineages off the map. Having suffered such a massive defeat, the clans decided to join forces and challenge Grandma to a final showdown. They called in many powerful masters as reinforcements. There were over 100 of them. They set a deadly trap, inviting old demon Zhou to the meeting alone. During that occult battle, Grandma brought her unique ghost mask. She even summoned a ghost king. The sky turned dark as the slaughter began. Countless orthodox masters and their allies were wounded. Just when they were about to break from the righteous Maoshan lineage, a hidden master appeared out of nowhere. That person perhaps shared a past grudge with Grandma. They actually paid the price of half their lifespan to invoke a secret art even I have never heard of, the cloud coffin. It was used to imprison a portion of Grandma Zhou's soul. Knowing she was outmatched, Grandma Zhou risked everything to keep her physical body unharmed and snatched back her granddaughter Zhou Zan's wandering soul. She managed to escape that death trap of a banquet. Old Hai told the story vividly, sharing these bizarre occurrences with us. Zhao He's face was flushed with indignation as he listened. He cursed those orthodox Taoist families for being so sinister. He, his sister, and Old Hai, just like my grandma, they all belonged to side branches of the Taoist sects. They were all labeled as heretics or practitioners of the dark arts. Naturally, this shared struggle struck a chord with them. So, what happened next? How did it end? What did those self-proclaimed orthodox elites do to Senior Zhou? And where did that cloud coffin go? Zhao He bombarded Old Hai with questions, desperate for answers. Those were questions I desperately wanted the answers to as well. I finally realized Grandma died because of a conspiracy plotted by those so-called orthodox Taoist families. But I was powerless to do anything. I lacked the strength to rescue Grandma's soul. Old Hai warned me, don't even dream of breaking the cloud coffin. Once someone's soul is locked inside, even if they are 1,000 miles away, their soul will fly right back into that casket upon death. Rumor has it that casket is actually a living entity, although its true form remains a mystery. When that cloud coffin opens, you would better run as fast and as far as you can, even if it is sitting right in front of you. There is absolutely nothing you can do about it. Then Old Hai continued his story, explaining why he had appeared in Shaoyi village. It turns out he and a few old comrades had heard about Grandma's soul being sealed in the cloud coffin. They saw Grandma as a legendary figure for the smaller sects, and wanted to see if they could rescue her before the cloud coffin took its final toll. But in the end, not only did they fail to find the coffin, they were nearly wiped out entirely. Old Hai was the sole survivor, escaping back through an abandoned path from the town of death. After hearing Old Hai's explanation, Everything became clear to me. This was one hell of a massive misunderstanding. I said awkwardly, "Old Hai, if you had not explained it, I almost thought you were the one who harmed Grandma. I am truly sorry." Old Hai did not show the slightest bit of anger. Instead, he comforted me like a concerned elder. Fear makes the mind play tricks on you. Besides, you are still young. It is only natural to have misunderstandings. Don't dwell on it. But my heart was still in knots. Grandma died without peace, her soul sealed away in that town of death. From the day I was born, I have just been barely scraping by. I owe my very life to Grandma's protection. So I swear, no matter what, I will destroy that cloud coffin, even if it is the hardest thing I will ever do. And those who caused her death, I will find them one by one, going door to send them straight to hell, even if I have to stain my hands with inescapable karma. I said to myself, with grim determination, this grudge, it is personal now. Old Hai seemed to read my thoughts. He advised me to learn patience. We should get out first and plan carefully. After all, some things can't be accomplished by one person alone. Suddenly, Zhao He interrupted us. We had already reached the place where we first encountered the ghost soldiers. Zhao Qian respectfully asks Elder Hai for guidance. There is a massive troop of Yin soldiers passing through here. What should we do? Elder Hai is clearly a seasoned pro. With a relaxed expression, he says it is no big deal. On his way here from S-Town, he has lost count of how many Yin soldier units he has encountered. He even tells us to watch closely and learn how he handles these Yin soldiers. Then he pulls out a thick stack of paper dolls. He chants an incantation and they burst into flames. He tosses them all into the river by the cliff. Then he tells us to keep moving forward. Right now, the Yin soldiers are in the middle of a shift change. Their ghostly brains can't process things that fast. They won't notice a few people like us who have suppressed our yang energy. Zhao He immediately looks at him with pure worship. He thinks Elder Hai taking down Yin soldiers with just a few paper dolls is simply legendary. But my inner anxiety only grows deeper. Someone as powerful as Elder Hai still had to flee S-Town like a stray dog. If it were me going to S-Town to deal with that blood cloud coffin, what kind of nightmare would that be? We finally arrived safely at Canlong village. Zhao Qian invites me to ride in her car back to the county seat. Now that is an Audi Q7, a luxury beast worth over $1 million. A working class guy like me has never sat in one before. Xiaoshui's eyes are also sparkling with excitement. Nothing else to do. I will just reluctantly agree to it. Besides, it saves me a ton on travel expenses. Just then, Zhao He suddenly comes over and tells me that once we reach the county, he will treat me well. Treat me. Does he mean the kind of treatment I am thinking of? But before my daydream can start, Zhao Qian shatters it. She tells Zhao He to go drive the logistics team's car. Her car is already full. Elder Hai also mentions he wants to ride in the police car, because that one can run red lights. Oh, you old rascal. So you are into Fast and Furious too, huh? But before he gets in, he suddenly gives me a cryptic chuckle, leaving me totally baffled. Still, this old man is quite the tech-savvy surfer. The moment he sits down, he pulls out a tablet. It actually makes him seem a bit more approachable. Then Zhao Qian asked me at the car door, "Brother Yishin, do you know how to drive? I am not really used to these mountain roads." I wanted to flex my driving skills, but one look at this Audi's high-tech cockpit, and I immediately look for an excuse. This car is an automatic, right? I might not be very good at it. Just kidding. I would not dare mess around with a car worth over $1 million. If I get a single scratch on it, I can't afford the repairs. But honestly, not long after we set off, I regretted it. Zhao Qian's driving is like a chaotic dance, swerving and bouncing all over the place. The car keeps making weird thumping noises. I have to press my back firmly against the seat just to feel a shred of safety, but I still can't escape it. The car hits a big rock and literally takes flight, sending my head slamming into the roof. And that girl Xiaoshui is actually crazy enough to shout, "How exciting." Zhao Qian sees the huge bump on my head and keeps apologizing. It makes it hard for me to even get mad at her. Then she drops another bombshell. Actually, my driver's license is only a bought one. What the? I want to get out of this car. So the two of us swapped seats. Zhao Qian blinks her big eyes and says she has something to ask me. I am a generous guy. Go ahead, ask whatever you want. Then I see her face flush with shyness. May I ask, what exactly is your profession? Sigh, my wife is a real ghost bride, you know. So do not you go getting me killed. But on the surface, I still gave her a cheerful answer. Drop the formal sir and Mr. talk. You are being way too polite. Just call me Brother Tien. Honestly, I am just a jobless bum right now. My boss just gave me the boot. I am thinking once the funeral is over, I will head to the county to find a job sweeping floors or waiting tables. Then I will find a way to investigate what happened in Shaoyi village. You just got fired. that is fantastic. Something's not right with you. Zhao Qian immediately started explaining with a flattering smile. No, what I meant was, Brother Tian, are you short on cash? Those words were music to my ears. Money is exactly what I am lacking most right now. I quickly asked if her family was looking to hire a long-term laborer. Yeah, pretty much. So, do I need to wash dishes or haul bricks at your place? At that moment, Zhao Qian's gaze became incredibly sharp. Go catch ghosts. I asked Zhao Qian, don't you know Taoist arts yourself? Why can't you just catch them? Why even look for me? Zhao Qian said with a pained, aggrieved look. She is just a half-baked Feng Shui master. She can't handle a fierce ghost at all. Her family is in deep trouble right now. Without an expert, it can't be solved. Originally, they wanted to invite my grandmother, Granny Zhou, to help. So, since my grandmother passed away, you guys came looking for me instead. To be honest, I am really sorry. I truly can't help with fierce ghosts. I never learned how my grandmother summoned spirits. The fierce ghost I have was just recently acquired. It was a legacy left behind by my grandmother. I personally have no clue how to catch ghosts. You would better find someone more capable. I told Zhao Qian the truth and turned her down. I did not expect the girl to start crying. Sobbing, she claimed I was lying to her. I hurried to explain. I am not lying to you. The only reason I can see yin souls is because my grandmother gave me a spirit communication talisman. But she just turned her head away stubbornly, refusing to listen. Just then, a figure appeared right in front of the car. Watch out, there is someone ahead. I slammed on the brakes immediately. The abs was screaming under the pressure. Are you guys okay? Let us get out and check. I turned my head to check on the two girls. I could not believe that, after such a violent stop, Xiaoshui did not even notice. This girl is a seriously heavy sleeper. But when we got out to look, where did they go? Did I just see a ghost? There was clearly someone there. Suddenly, my ghost wife gave the corner of my shirt a tug. Damn it. It really is a ghost, is not it? Suddenly, a loud thump came from inside the car. I whipped my head around. I saw a dark shadow dressed in white, sitting right there in the back seat. A ghostly claw reached out. It was actually trying to touch the fast asleep Yu Xiaoshui. Already a dead ghost, and you are still trying to be a creep. However, that ghostly hand was quickly repelled by something on Xiaoshui's body. I immediately realized what it was. It is Xiaoshui's spirit communication talisman. At that moment, the perverted ghost spotted me. Strange fluid began to leak from all the orifices of his face. Then he transformed into a jawless, bald-headed monstrosity. With a guttural roar, he lunged at me, his hands clamping violently around my throat. I felt the air being squeezed out of me. I could barely breathe. Desperate, I reached into my pocket and fished out the spirit jar. Hurry, get out here and save me. Sigh, look at how pathetic I am. Always having to rely on others to save my skin. A second later, a plume of crimson smoke drifted out. The little girl ghost bared her fangs. She took a savage bite right out of the evil ghost's bald head. This time, it was the monster's turn to whimpering in terror. The little spirit was devouring him like he was a cup of jelly. In the blink of an eye, she had swallowed the entire ghost whole. I was absolutely stunned by the sight. I saw her smacking her lips, looking like she wanted seconds. Trembling, I pleaded with her. Listen, since you have had your fill, how about going back into the jar? Huh. The little ghost floated right up to my face. I was clutching that jar for dear life. She just made some chirping sounds and shook her head repeatedly. I take it you do not want to go back in. Bingo. She announced I was right in her own unique, eerie way. Then she squinted her eyes and started cheering happily. I was honestly speechless, but I did not dare to cross her. This little spirit must have been suffocating inside that jar for too long. If I tried to lock her up again now, I would probably just trigger an even bigger disaster. Still, I tried to negotiate some terms with her. Just do not make a move on my friends. Don't even think about touching them. The little ghost, now overly excited, gave a little hum of agreement. And then she perched herself right on top of my head, and I did not have the guts to shoo her away. My name is Sha Yishan. This little spirit just helped me take care of that bald ghost blocking the car, but she refused to go back to being cooped up in the jar. I had to swallow my pride and endure it. I agreed to let her have her freedom, for now. Zhao Qian noticed my pale expression. She asked me with a look of deep concern, Brother Tian, are you all right? I am fine, really. How would I dare say otherwise? The last thing I wanted to do was offend this little ancestress. So, we got back in the car and continued our journey. 3 humans and 1 ghost, all staring in silence. The atmosphere was heavy, to say the least. The little ancestress got bored. She suddenly bared her teeth at Zhao Qian, scaring the poor girl half to death. She seemed quite pleased with her little prank. Hey, we had a deal, no scaring my friends. Keep it up, and I am locking you back in the jar. After that, the little ancestress behaved herself. Zhao Qian then invited me to stay at her house in the county seat. I was not so sure about that. A strange man staying at a young woman's house. Wouldn't that make me look like a total creep? Seeing me hesitate, Zhao Qian used Xiaoshui as an excuse to convince me. I tried to use the little ghost as a shield to refuse her. I mean, look at what is currently sitting on my head. I kept trying to decline her invitation. After all, I still consider myself a man of integrity. But then she mentioned she lives alone. It turns out her living situation is quite private. She does not live with her family at all. She looked at me with such sincerity, almost pleading. Is a friendly invitation from a friend not enough? There is no one else at home anyway. Well, if that is the case, no problem. All right then, I accept. But about your previous invitation to help me catch ghosts, I have not actually agreed to it yet. You saw it yourself just now. I almost got taken out by a ghost back there. All right, I understand. It is okay. Zhao Qian replied to me with a smile. Afterwards, on the dozens of kilometers back to the county town, we encountered several white ghost shadows along the road. Some fierce yin souls even tried to block the car. Fortunately, my little ancestor was there. She only had to bare her sharp fangs, and those fierce spirits were too terrified to follow. I guess you could say this is my personal cheat code. But honestly, I have no idea how strong an opponent my little ghost can actually handle. I am flying blind here. The rest of the trip was smooth sailing. Soon, we drove into the city, following Zhao Qian's directions. I parked in front of a grand, imposing house. Man, this place is huge. Xiao Shui and I were like two country bumpkins, staring at everything left and right. Everything felt so new and high-end. Just what kind of family background does Zhao Qian have? Once back in her own home, Zhao Qian visibly relaxed. She immediately gave off that lady of the house vibe. She took Xiao Shui upstairs to shower and told me there were drinks in the fridge. While she led Xiao Shui upstairs for a bath, she arranged for me to watch TV and have some snacks. The fridge was actually stocked with so much cola, and it is my favorite brand, too. Rich people's lives are definitely on another level. I grabbed a few bottles of ice-cold cola, sat down on the premium sofa in the living room, and flipped on the TV. Now this is what I call living the dream. Right, I should let the little fierce ghost out to see the world too. Free at last. The little ghost was thrilled. As I sipped my cola, I let her wander around on her own. As long as she does not scare anyone, we are good. But she had this curious look, like she wanted to try some, and kept circling around me. Don't tell me you want a drink too, kiddo. I pointed the bottle towards her. She snatched it up immediately. Gulp, gulp, gulp. She started chugging it down. She finished the whole thing in one go. Man, she really knows how to knock 'em back. Well, color me surprised. Talk about a plot twist. A fierce ghost actually drinking cola. I guess like master, like ghost. She is just a cola-loving couch potato like me. Looking at this greedy little spirit, I remembered how the chickens at home used to vanish when I was a kid. Grandma never seemed to care or investigate. Thinking about it now, it must have been this little ghost's handiwork. I am actually starting to feel some weird sort of domestic bliss here. I picked up the remote and flicked through the channels. After surfing for a bit, I found exactly what I like to watch. These fight scenes are right up my alley. Just as I was getting immersed in the show, Zhao Qian appeared behind me. She called out, "Brother Tian, that... Oh, you are back." I felt like a son getting caught by his mom, watching something he should not. My mind went totally blank. Haha, your TV is really big and clear. The first thing that popped up was this HD blockbuster. Zhao Qian sat down beside me, speechless. I could not stop breaking into a cold sweat. I am doomed. My image as a noble, upright guy is completely shattered. In the end, Zhao Qian was the one to break the awkward silence. Brother Tian, I want to talk to you about some family matters. Next, with seeds, peanuts, drinks, and fruit laid out, Zhao Qian started telling me about the occult landscape of the county. The Zhao, Li, Zhang, and Wang families are the four great occult clans of Delong County. The occult circles are derived from Taoist lineages, inheriting the core essence of Taoist arts. Each family has its own unique occult techniques. Zhao He and Zhao Qian are siblings from the Zhao family. Their father is named Zhao Shi. Lately, the Zhao family patriarch has been cursed. Even in broad daylight, ghosts can be seen coming to drain his yang energy. No matter how they set up the Feng Shui, they simply can't drive the ghosts away. The Zhao family spent a fortune hiring powerful Taoist masters to set up altars and perform rituals. But those were only temporary fixes. The fierce ghosts would calm down for 2 days, only to reappear. It is like they can't be eradicated. That fierce ghost probably has a deep-seated grudge against the old man. It has tortured the old man until he is half mad. The old man has a massive estate and a huge business. He has 2 sons and 1 daughter. The old matriarch put out the word to them. Whichever child saves their father first will inherit the position of head of the household. The eldest son, Zhao Shi, sent his children out. They went to ask Grandma Zhou, who did them a kindness years ago, that is my grandma, for help. The second son, Zhao Zhou, would not be outdone. He invited a powerful Taoist master from his wife's side of the family. The third daughter, Zhao Yuan, went to the city's Pantheon temple. She invited the abbot, monk Jishi, and all his henchmen over. Tomorrow is the day everyone gathers to show off their divine powers. So, I want to to ask you a favor, big brother. Can you come with me tomorrow? It seems with Grandma gone, Zhao Qian has pinned all her hopes on me. But I do not know the first thing about exorcising ghosts. I won't be any help, even if I go. I am just there to make up the numbers. I tried to comfort her, saying that with so many experts from the Taoist and Buddhist sects present, they would probably scare the ghosts away just by showing up in a crowd. I know this might be asking too much of you. Zhao Qian sounded more and more aggrieved as she spoke. When Grandpa was still lucid, he treated me really well. I can't just let him be tormented like this. By the end of it, she actually started crying. I was instantly at a loss. An inexperienced guy's greatest weakness is a girl's tears. I had no choice but to agree to go with her tomorrow and check it out. Consider it repayment for her letting me and Xiao Shui stay the night. Turns out this girl can flip a switch. She cheered up instantly. She even wanted to toast me with a Coke instead of wine. But when she opened the fridge, a little ghost was passed out drunk inside. Empty Coke bottles were scattered all around it. I apologized to the homeowner for my couch potato, little ghost. Zhao Qian did not mind at all. She even urged me to go rest in her family's study, to save up energy for tomorrow's ritual, to save her grandpa. Get some good rest. I picked up the little drunk ghost from the fridge. Let us go then. Ha! I walked upstairs with the little ghost perched on my head. Second door on the right. This is it. I turned the handle and pushed the door open, only to be shocked by the luxurious decor. Rich people. Even their studies look like luxury hotel suites. Oh, right. Let us see what Grandma left behind. I opened the leather suitcase I brought back from Grandma's spirit hall. I hoped Grandma might have left me some clues to find her. But inside were only some empty jars and a few cloth bundles. There was even a black jar with a hole broken in it. At that moment, the little ghost on my head suddenly woke up. It hugged the empty jar in its arms, stroking it incessantly, making sorrowful whimpering sounds. Its expression was deeply heartbroken. I guess the ghost that used to live in this empty soul jar must have been very close to the little fierce ghost. I continued to open the cloth bundles. Inside were fragments of black jars. These shards had lost all recognizable shape. It looked as if they had been violently smashed onto the ground. The little fierce ghost started crying even harder upon seeing the shards. I suddenly remembered. This suitcase was Grandma's armory. The soul jars inside held the combat-ready fierce ghosts that Grandma had raised personally. Among these ghosts, maybe her parents and her master are still out there. No wonder little G is crying her lungs out. I reached out and patted her little head. Poor little G buried herself in me and broke down sobbing. Maybe this was the first time she and I really opened up to each other. Looking at little G, I said, "We will pay them back for this. We will send them straight to hell together." Just then, an icy gust of yin wind raked across my back. I knew it was the 9th princess. Even my sister TYX was furious. Then I found Grandma notebook and a cracked ghost mask. Inside was how Grandma subdued fierce G, plus a bunch of her do-gooder, right-wrong kind of stories. I saw a passage describing little fierce G. Where is Yinfeng town? Could it be that S-town? The little ghost let out a weird yelp. I quickly asked her, "You are from Yinfeng town, meaning you are from S-town, right?" The little ghost gestured and babbled frantically. I got the rough idea that she died in Yin. Little G was not bought in Yinfeng town. She died in Yin. Grandma found her and brought her home, but she died in Yin. Still, she was not raised as a real combat fierce G. It was just that Grandma was lonely and wanted little G to keep her company for the rest of her life. Right then, a phone ringtone went off. It was Zhao Qian phone. I saw a pop-up chat app screen. Her bestie sent a video clip. What do we do? It is already so late. Should we bring the phone over to Zhao Qian? Then her bestie sent another message. Afraid it was urgent, I tapped the video. It was a surveillance recording. A man was dead asleep on the bed, but then a white figure appeared from the lower corner of the camera frame. She was dripping wet all over, like she had just crawled out of the water. Then she slowly turned her head and looked straight at the camera. Holy crap. I was so scared I almost tossed the phone. Why would anyone send Zhao Qian something that terrifying? The next message she sent just made me lose it on the spot. You big-headed ghost, are you out of your mind? If Zhao Qian sees this, she will get scared to death. That would be great, but then I felt something was off. This is bad. That silly woman is probably about to get taken out. So I rushed upstairs to tell Zhao Qian right away that her bestie had a ghost in her place, and it was seriously dangerous. I pounded on Zhao Qian's door in a panic. With a creak, the door opened. "Ha, little bear." Zhao Qian squinted at me and asked, "What is wrong, Tiange?" I had no idea where to put my eyes, so I stared straight ahead and said, "Nothing to do with you. Go back to sleep." Wrong door. I am kidding, okay. Once Zhao Qian threw on a slip dress, I hurried to tell her about that friend of hers, the one with the cat profile picture, who messaged saying she saw a ghost. Zhao Qian quickly grabbed the phone. It was a message from Sister Shanshan. "Hurry and bring my house key. If you are any later, there will be a dead body and no key can save me. Her place is right across from our place. Her place is right across from ours. I have her house key." The next second, we sprinted straight to Shanshan Place across the hall. I pushed the door open and looked inside. That woman called Sister Shanshan was already foaming at the mouth, barely hanging on to her last breath. Seeing that, I had no choice but to summon the little ancestor again, and tell her to hurry and save her. Then with a whoosh, the little girl ghost opened her mouth wide and lunged at the ghost in the room. But why does little G always start eating from the head every time? Brains are not disgusting, are they? In just a split second, before the fierce yin soul could even struggle, it was devoured, until absolutely nothing was left. Zhao Qian immediately rushed forward to check on the woman's condition. And though I was quite reluctant, I still made the little ghost return to the soul urn. I did not want to scare that woman any further. I knew that the little ghost's ability to eat fierce souls is called devouring. It allows the little ghost to grow at a rapid pace. Just then, the woman named Shanshan sat up, coughing as she regained consciousness. She was wearing a police uniform. The moment she spoke, she sounded incredibly excited, saying she had just seen a ghost. Good grief, lady, your nerves are made of steel, are not they? But watching these two beauties hugging each other, it really is a feast for the eyes. And who might you be? Shanshan finally noticed me and shouted out her question. Hello, I am a friend of Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian quickly explained to her, telling her I was the one she had been chatting with online, and that I had rushed over from home to save her. To my surprise, the woman got a gossiping look on her face and said, so you two are living together. Holy crap, you are like a walking clickbait headline, are not you? Trying to explain this would only make it sound more suspicious. I made a quick exit to head back and get some sleep, leaving the two of them to continue their chat. The next morning was bright and beautiful. I finally managed to get a good night's rest after all these days. But just as I was about to go wash up, I saw Xiao Shui dressed in very skimpy clothes. Oh my god, these women. Do not they realize there is a man in the house? Have some discretion. I have been pushed to my limit these past few days. Luckily, my ghost bride knew I did not do it on purpose, and did not lose her temper. Afterwards, Xiao Shui and I sat down for breakfast together. We chatted while we ate. My mood gradually began to lift, much better than when we were back in the village. The eerie events of the past few days seemed to be slowly fading away. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. In walked a sassy female police officer. It turned out to be the lady from last night. She spoke to me very formally. I am Han Shanshan. Thanks for saving me last night. I am Sha Yishan. I thick-headedly held out my hand. No need for thanks, just give me a red envelope, okay? Though she looked annoyed, she surprisingly pulled out her wallet quite readily. How much? Take it yourself. Of course, I did not stand on ceremony. I pulled out a stack of bills and gave them to Xiao Shui to go buy some candy. Jokes aside, this is actually a rule in the world of Taoist arts. It is meant to bring good luck to the person being helped. Realizing it was just a misunderstanding, Shanshan burst into a hearty laugh. With a firm grip, she grabbed my hand, then coolly turned around with an arm around each of the girls. Later, Zhao Qian, Xiao Shui and I drove to the Zhao family's ancestral home in the suburbs. Here we go. The matter of old Mr. Zhao being cursed had to be dealt with eventually. Tucked away in a small village surrounded by mountains, lies the ancestral home of the Zhao family, one of the 4 great mystic clans of Delong County. The Zhao residence was very busy today. The entrance was packed with luxury cars, but they were all here, because old Mr. Zhao had been struck by a curse. I was no exception. My name is Sha Yishan. At the request of the Zhao family's daughter, Zhao Qian, I have come to help save her grandfather. I have a premonition that this trip to the Zhao ancestral home won't be simple. Something is bound to happen. Zhao Qian's brother, Zhao He, was waiting for us at the entrance. I stepped forward to greet Zhao He. Zhao Qian started telling him about the situation. How their cousin, Zhao Yi, almost rammed us with his car on the way here. And how Zhao Yi even maliciously used a malice talisman to plot against Zhao Qian. Luckily, I spotted it, and burned it just in time. Hearing this, Zhao He was fuming with rage. He wanted to confront his second uncle, and Zhao Yi immediately. He was ready to demand an explanation right then and there, but his sister stopped him. It was the same story last time. In the end, it just fizzled out into nothing. It seems the 3 branches of the Zhao family are not exactly living in harmony. Next, we arrived at the Zhao family ancestral hall. A large crowd had already gathered here. I spotted a familiar face, that bleached blonde thug Hansan. It was Zhao Yi's gang. Surrounded by them was a man in his 50s. That must be Zhao Yi's master. I took a quick look around. The entire hall was divided into 3 factions. None of them were on speaking terms with each other. Zhao He led us over to the camp on the left side. A thin, pale man in his 50s was standing next to several Taoist priests. Zhao He called out to him, "Dad." The man's gaze swept over us youngsters. He asked, "You could not get Senior Zhou Xian to come?" Zhao He replied, "No, I have let you down." But Zhao Qian still stepped forward eagerly. She wanted to introduce me, Zhou Xian's grandson, to her father. But before Zhao Qian could finish speaking, her father had already turned to leave. He completely dismissed me as just some kid here to watch the show. "Dad, he is Forget it, forget it. Zhao Qian explained to me. Her father had not been feeling well lately, so he was in a bit of a foul mood. I told her not to worry about it. Just then, Xiao Shui called out to me. This carefree little girl was already having a field day with the buffet on the table. Zhao, he also told me to grab a bite to line my stomach first. He figured we would be busy enough later. Once most of the people had arrived, the old patriarch of the Zhao family emerged from the inner hall. The one pushing his wheelchair was Grandma Zhao. She had a fierce look on her face. She looked like the type of woman you would not want to mess with. She spoke up with a voice full of vigor. Zhao Shi, Zhao Zhou, Zhao Yuan. You three see it too. That thing has turned your father into this state. Now is the time for you to save his life. Who goes first? The three Zhao siblings remained silent. Finally, the eldest Zhao Shi spoke up. I am the eldest brother, I will go first. I have invited Layman Canyon from the Triple Immortal Temple. As soon as he finished speaking, his two younger siblings started making snide remarks. They mocked that the person he invited was just some low-life hack from who knows where, saying it was obvious he did not spend much money. In contrast, Zhao Qian's aunt Zhao Yuan had donated 1.8 million in incense money to invite the abbot of a famous temple. But those words displeased the monk, Master Jishi. Benefactor, do not speak so recklessly. It was your sincerity that invited not me, but the heart of Buddha, but rather the Buddha's intent. Then he went on a long-winded lecture about Buddhist philosophy. Zhao Yuan, however, was a blunt person. She asked him straight out, I paid so much to get you here. Just tell me, can you actually fix this or not? No bailing out halfway. The moment he heard about backing out, the head monk was sweating buckets. It can be done, it can be done. And the whole place burst out laughing. But I started to worry. These people were seriously sketchy. Trying to exorcise a ghost today was probably not happening. An execution ground for condemned criminals was actually built on the best Feng Shui hill in the county. Who on earth set this whole thing up? My name is Sha Yishan. Right now, I am at the Zhao family ancestral residence. They spent 80 grand to hire a senior monk from the city to exorcise the ghost in Old Master Zhao. The scene was definitely a spectacle, but for us young folks, it was basically a lullaby, on repeat. I really could not take it anymore. So I wanted to take Xiao Shui out for a little walk, to clear our heads. Did not expect that while we were sneaking off. We ran straight into Zhao Qian's dad. He was furious. Get out, he roared and called us good-for-nothing punks. He must have thought we were immature and unreliable. Then Zhao, he suggested, we go up Liancheng Mountain nearby to check out the view. Liancheng Mountain was built to resist an invasion by a foreign country. A fort mountain constructed during the late imperial era. High mountains, deep waters with rivers winding all around. One of the rare Feng Shui treasure lands in the county. But the second I laid eyes on it, black energy was hanging everywhere, and in the middle an empty patch had thick yin energy pooling up. Zhao, he explained to me, this place used to be an execution ground for condemned criminals. After decades of wars and chaos in modern history, countless wronged souls died here. So it wrecked the whole Feng Shui layout. At night, regular people do not dare come near this spot. While I listened to the explanation, I was also doing the math in my head. My little girl ghost was not much of a fighter. If I want to save Grandma, I have to raise a powerful combat-type fierce ghost. Perfect, I could try my luck on Liancheng Mountain. See if I could subdue a new ghost servant. But I did not come prepared. Today, when it got dark, we went down the mountain. Xiao Shui was still a kid, so she went home to sleep. Zhao, he went off drinking at a bar. I went back to the Zhao family ancestral residence with Zhao Qian. In the main hall, the monks were still chanting to deliver the dead. Looks like they were going to be busy all night. After all, they took that much money, so they had to put on a proper show. Zhao Qian took me into an inner room, so we could eat something in peace. I had the ladies sit down first. Then I went to the kitchen to fix up some food. Hot roast chicken ribs, braised dishes. Had my mouth watering like crazy. Right then I felt a chill on my back. I turned around. Zhao Qian's cousin Zhao Yi was standing in the doorway. His face was dark as thunder. He slowly walked into the kitchen, said nothing and grabbed a kitchen knife, then stared at me and smiled in a weird way. Zhao Yi, what are you doing? What are you doing, Zhao Yi? I cautiously pulled out my soul jar, in case he came at me with that knife. But for some reason, knife in hand, Zhao Yi turned around and left the kitchen. It did not look like he meant to come for me, so I did not think much of it, and happily went out to have dinner with the beauty. But before I even got a second bite, my backpack started shaking. The little girl ghost wanted out. She squealed, drooling as she lunged for the table full of food. She hugged the bowl and started going to town on the pork belly. That little ghost usually only eats brains. Yeah, Every now and then you have to switch it up. As she ate, she suddenly shot a vicious glare toward Zhao Qian. Her expression twisted like she was fighting something off. I figured it was little G messing around, trying to spook Zhao Qian on purpose. So I tossed out a couple lines to tease her. But then a sharp scream suddenly came from outside. Someone got killed. That man got possessed by a ghost, and he stabbed a monk to death. The host hurried to gather people, chanting a scripture to drive out the evil ghost. Baya wu baya, ma ka baka. A string of golden Sanskrit characters burst out from the big monk. The man slowly stopped struggling, like he was about to come back to himself. But he did not even hold out for a full minute. The prayer beads and the redwood fish-shaped clapper in the monk's hands split apart with a crack. The man fully turned into a ghost thing. This ghost is brutal. My name is Sha Yishan. The man who got possessed by the ghost is the cousin of my good friend Zhao Qian. They were clearly holding a ghost exorcism ritual for the Zhao family's old patriarch in the main hall. So how did it turn into this grandson getting possessed instead? At that moment, the Zhao family's third branch in the hall had already been proven unable to handle the evil ghost with the monk the third uncle brought, which basically meant they just lost their shot at fighting for the head of the family. Zhao Shi, the eldest, thought this was the perfect chance to show off his side strength. He ordered his daughter to go find her brother, Zhao He, and bring over the lay practitioner from Three Immortals Temple that he had invited, but she was told her son had already gone back to the county town to pick him up. Zhao Shi blew up. What did you say? Then why are you still standing here? What are you waiting for? Move. Go invite him in your brother's place. Zhao Qian got scared into moving right away. I went with her. Inviting him went smoothly. Practitioner Kenyan put down his cup and headed to the main hall with us. But halfway there, I spotted two figures with heavy ghostly aura. It was Zhao Zhou from the second branch of the Zhao family and the old master he had invited. Did Zhao Zhou not even know his son had been possessed? Only now he was strolling back from outside like nothing happened. Something felt seriously off. We got to the main hall. Zhao Shi described what had just happened to practitioner Kenyan, and at that moment nobody noticed. The old patriarch in the wheelchair looked like he was having a stroke, starting to shake violently, his face contorting too. I glanced over without thinking, and realized the old man was at the end of his lifespan. His yin soul was already slipping out. A ghost officer would be here any second to hook his soul away, and that soul-collecting ghost officer was standing far off in the crowd right then. He looked downright terrified, like even his own yin soul was about to come loose. What the hell was going on? The time had come, but the yin soul still had not been taken away, and it could not even be sent to reincarnate. I scanned the area and saw a talisman stuck on the old man's wheelchair. So I quickly said to Zhao Qian, "Take me to your grandpa. I need to confirm something." Since the ghost officer still was not coming, the old man's yin soul did not know what to do, just staring at his own body and at Zhao Qian. I quietly peeled off that talisman. As expected, it was a ghost exorcising talisman. The old master Zhao Zhou brought noticed what I did, and a strange glint flashed in his eyes. Clearly, he also knew this ghost exorcising talisman could block the ghost officer. "So you saw it, huh, you old bastard? You saw it, yet you still let it stay there. If you saw it, why did you not come remove the talisman, you coward? Why did you not come remove the talisman? Were you deliberately trying to keep the old patriarch from reincarnating? Or was it you lot, big and small, all in on it, trying to keep him from reincarnating? And the thing you did before, putting a curse on our Zhao Qian too. I have not even settled the score with you yet. You better not let me catch you slipping." In my head, I quietly marked this man down as trouble. At that moment, Zhao Qian asked me with great concern, "Brother Tian, what happened to my grandfather?" Even though the truth was cruel, I decided to tell her anyway. "Your grandfather has already passed away. The Hell Guardians have already taken him away. His soul has finally found peace." Old Lady Zhao then realized that the old man was truly gone. She collapsed onto his body and began wailing loudly. Suddenly, Old Man Zhao's corpse snapped its eyes wide open. One second, his soul was being reaped by the Hell Guardians, and the next, his body was possessed by a fierce ghost. The corpse violently grabbed its own wife. Seeing this chaos, Layman Canyon from the Three Immortals Temple quickly cast a seal to bind the evil spirit. He managed to save Old Lady Zhao, but instead of showing gratitude for saving her life, she began to scold Layman Canyon. She accused him of dispersing her husband's newly departed soul, blaming him for preventing her husband's reincarnation. The second son, Zhao Zhou, also chimed in to support her, claiming that Layman Canyon had basically killed his father twice. The Zhao family hall instantly turned into a complete mess. My name is Sha Yishan. I originally came here just to watch the exorcism of Old Man Zhao. At the same time, whichever of the three Zhao siblings could successfully exorcise the ghost would inherit the position of head of the Zhao family, but I did not expect the old man to get possessed even after he died. Right then, Master Wu Jinghua, invited by Zhao Zhou, stepped forward. He walked toward the corpse with a calm and composed demeanor. His expression was naturally authoritative and stern. He opened his eyes and gave a thunderous shout. Be gone. A sonic wave, like a lion's roar, pierced through old man Zhao's body. It forcibly blasted the possessed yin soul out of the corpse. The soul finally dissipated like a cloud of white mist. That is pure masculine energy. Someone in the crowd cried out in shock. Everyone around was utterly stunned. I frowned, thinking to myself, does this Wu Jinghua really have the power to disperse spirits just by speaking? To destroy such a powerful entity with just a wave of his hand? I did not realize back then that he would eventually become my greatest nemesis. Wu Jinghua then spoke with an indifferent tone. It is done. The ghost has been dispersed by me. He has certainly got a talent for acting like a big shot. Old Lady Zhao hurried to thank him. Then she arranged for her children to change the old man's clothes and prepare the coffin. The second son, Zhao Zhou, immediately stood up. He claimed he could handle everything by himself. He told his mother to go and get some rest. Old Lady Zhao nodded, feeling very relieved. After all, Wu Jinghua was invited by her second son. It proved that the second son was the most reliable one. At this time, his son's body was still stiff, but Zhao Yi, who had just been saved from possession, also came out to jump around despite being weak. Zhao Yi, having recovered from being possessed, was still trying to act tough. Zhao Yi, newly revived from possession, was already bouncing around. Even though his body was still recovering from the ghost's influence, he claimed that despite his frailty, he wanted to share his grandmother's burdens by helping with his grandfather's funeral arrangements. When old Lady Zhao heard this, she was beyond delighted. She almost wanted to announce on the spot that Zhao Zhou would be the new head of the family. Zhao Zhou did not forget to glance at Zhao Qian. He asked her in a sarcastic, mocking tone, "Where is your brother?" Zhao Qian did not know how to lie. She answered honestly, "My brother went back to the county. Gone to drink again, I bet." Old Lady Zhao heard their conversation. Her disgust for the eldest son, Zhao Shi, and his family reached a breaking point. Still drinking at a time like this? Was he celebrating his own grandfather's death? Hearing these words, Zhao Qian's tears fell like pearls from a broken string. She was heartbroken over her grandfather's passing, and also by her grandmother's misunderstanding of her family. The more she cried, the more devastated she became. Suddenly, she threw herself into my arms and continued to sob. "Oh, sister, if you have a thing for me, at least pick the right time. Look at this whole ring of rubbernecking onlookers. I swear their stares are about to kill me on the spot. Brother Yishin, someone is calling me outside. Bro, it's Zhao He is finally back. He reeked of booze and was drunk out of his mind. He said Zhao Qian and I were a perfect match, and he even backed me up to go after her little sister. To be honest, I was secretly kind of thrilled, but I didn't dare let it show, so I just said I'd head back and rest. But really, I wanted to go to Liancheng Mountain to see if I could tame a seriously vicious ghost in there." Midnight, 12 o'clock. I drove alone to the execution ground for condemned criminals. The whole way there, filthy things kept showing up, all of them coming straight for me. You can guess how heavy the yin energy on me was. You can guess how heavy the yin energy on me was. You can guess how heavy the yin energy on me was. You can guess just how ridiculously heavy my yin energy was. My name is Sha Yishin. I am a ghost-raising master. I wanted to check out the execution ground, see if I could tame a suitable vicious ghost. Halfway there, I let out the little ghost I had just gotten to keep me company, and to give me some courage. I tried asking her, "What is your name?" She dipped a finger in water and wrote 2 words on the passenger seat, Shijun. "Your name is Shijun. That name sounds pretty old school. Nice. Can I call you Shijun from now on?" The little ghost was happy and agreed. Right when the two of us were getting along just fine, a harsh howl came from outside the window. I turned my head to look. It scared me so bad I almost peed myself. "Kid, you hit Granny." Damn. I floored the gas and bolted, but that granny kept floating outside my window, chasing me non-stop. She even used ghostcraft to drill through the glass. Just when I thought I was done for, Shijun reached out and grabbed that ghost granny's hair, and took one bite and tore off half her head. Zero manners, just full savage. After she finished, she was like a little kid, giggling away. It gave me goosebumps all over. Shijun, you really have a taste for the strong stuff. With the ghost granny dealt with, I finally relaxed, and the urge to pee came rushing back. There was nowhere nearby, so I pulled into the Liancheng Mountain shooting range. I parked at the Liancheng Mountain shooting range. I just wanted to find a spot and let it out real quick. But the moment I went to unzip, the little ghost hopped onto my shoulder. I coaxed her gently. "Shijun, you are still little. No peeking, okay?" But when I took my gear out, she twisted her head around to sneak a look anyway. That ticked off my wife, big sister. A gust of yin wind rose behind me. It scared Shijun so much she did not dare try again. Heh, wife, big sister is jealous. Nice. All taken care of. I pulled up my pants and looked off into the distance. The shooting range had seen tons of dead people, yet the yin energy was nowhere near as heavy as the old bridge by the foot of the mountain. Could that old bridge be hiding something nasty? I decided on the spot to take Shijun to the old bridge for a look. All the way there, yin souls kept creeping closer, but since Shijun was sitting on my shoulder, they did not dare make another move. On the other end of the bridge were several ancient grave markers. I felt like something was seriously wrong, so I planned to cross the bridge and check it out. But the moment I stepped onto the bridge, the moment my feet touched that bridge, my ghostly bride suddenly tugged at the corner of my clothes. My bride gave my sleeve a sharp tug. It looks like there is major danger ahead, but those tombstones seem to have a magical pull, drawing me in. I frowned, but decided to keep moving forward anyway. I knit my brows and pressed on, despite the tug from my bride. Luckily, I thought, since she was only tugging at me, her pull was not that forceful or desperate. There probably was not any fatal danger lurking nearby. It should not be a life-threatening situation. I felt like I was low-key looking for trouble, always insisting on doing exactly what people tell me not to. Thinking of this, I had already pushed through the tall weeds and reached the abandoned graves. I stood right in front of one of the ancient monuments. The entire ancient tomb was built of solid stone. It looked incredibly sturdy. The owner of this grave must have been someone of high status. According to the inscriptions on the tablet, this monument was built during the Daoguang era. It has over 200 years of history, guided by a thick, heavy yin energy. I walked toward another ancient grave. This time my bride grabbed my clothes again. She absolutely refused to let me go any further. I looked up and scanned the surroundings. I was actually surrounded by a ring of white, spectral shadows. They were all staring at me like predators, watching their prey. Just how powerful is the master of this grave, to make even minor ghosts act as if they are facing a mortal enemy? My name is Sha Yishan. I originally wanted to find a suitable yin soul to tame in this graveyard, but I did not expect to encounter such a powerful 200-year-old yin spirit. Even Shijun, the little ghost I am raising, could not handle it. I immediately ordered Shijun to retreat. I pulled a bundle of prepared incense from my bag. I lit them up, apologizing to the surrounding yin energy and spirits. I had no intention of offending. I just lost my way. May all spirits disperse, seeking a peaceful departure from this place. After speaking, I planted the incense in the ground. I scattered a handful of ritual offerings. Then I bolted back the way I came, without looking back. Sharp, eerie screeches kept echoing behind me. I did not dare to stop for a second. I almost tripped over a rock, which would have been a deadly fall on that path. I finally made it back to the car. I was gasping for air, feeling like I had just cheated death. But I won't just let this go. Once Shijun's strength increases, I will come back to tame that ghost thing. Such a powerful yin spirit. If I can subdue it, it will definitely be a massive asset. The lights were still on when I drove back to Zhao Qian's house. Driving back to Zhao Qian's place, arriving back at the house, I saw it was already 2:30 in the morning. It was already 2:30. I opened the front door. I found Xiaoshui lying on the sofa. There were still tear stains at the corners of her eyes. It looks like she just finished crying. It makes sense. Everyone in Shaoyi village is dead. Xiaoshui has no home to go back to now. Feeling pain for her, I reached out my hand and gently touched her cheek. Xiaoshui probably felt someone touching her. She turned over slightly. As a result, her pajama strap slipped down. I could not help but gulp. Immediately, a chill ran down my spine. My ghostly bride was not happy. I had to immediately grab a blanket from nearby and covered Xiaoshui up with the blanket. I covered Xiaoshui up, then I turned around and headed upstairs to the study. Then I turned around and went back upstairs to the study. Once back in the study, I powered on Zhao Qian's computer. I started searching for the history of Liancheng Mountain. Unfortunately, there was not a single record of that ancient tomb on the internet. So, I decided to try a different approach. I remembered Zhao Qian saying this place was a prime spot for Feng Shui. I immediately pulled up the maps. Looking at the satellite view, the terrain gathered like converging dragons. From the satellite imagery, the layout of Liancheng was incredibly profound. The vast mountains and waters surrounding Delong County. Even if someone did not understand Feng Shui, looking at the landscape of Delong County, they could see it resembled two giant dragons locked in combat. Two dragons fighting. Indeed, this specific location really does have something. The shooting range at Liancheng Mountain is positioned exactly right where the tomb is located. It sits right at the intersection, the midpoint where the two dragons meet. It is a truly miraculous setup. The master of the tomb nurtured in such a place is bound to be a powerful vengeful ghost, no doubt, likely on the same level as Shijun. Grandma's notes mention that the stronger the yin energy of a land, the higher the chance of a powerful vengeful ghost appearing. If I could tame and raise a ghost like that, it would undoubtedly be a massive help. Done with my research, I was just about to head to bed when a knock came at the door. Xiaoshui was standing there. She said she was scared to sleep alone. She wanted to sleep in my room. Thinking of my jealous ghost bride back home, I gave her a stern and righteous refusal. But Xiaoshui decided to be stubborn. She dashed into the room like a flash and made a move to lie down on the bed. Seeing how things were going, I just started taking off my clothes right then and there. Sure, we can sleep together, but do not come crying to me if something happens. That little performance of mine finally managed to scare the poor girl away. Staying up this late, I was honestly exhausted. The moment I hit the mattress, I was out cold. I do not know what time it was when my phone started ringing. It was Han Shanshan on the other end. Sha Yishan. Something's happened. Zhao He has been locked up in the station, and Zhao Qian is unconscious in the hospital. This was the second time in my life I had felt the threat of losing someone close to me. The first time was when Grandma passed away. The second time was right now. My name is Sha Yishan. Just a moment ago, the doctor said that my dear Zhao Qian's heart had stopped. My heart tightened instantly. I felt a sharp pang in my chest. I rushed toward the ward immediately. I ran as fast as I could. Sprinting toward the room, Han Shanshan, who was with me, burst into tears. She could not hold back the tears anymore. Tears were streaming down her face. I reached the front of the ward. Zhao Qian's father, Zhao Shi, sat there with a face as pale as paper. You could see the sheer guilt and helplessness written all over him. Inside the ward, the scene was even more terrifying. Yin energy was so thick it was practically leaking out. What on earth happened? Han Shanshan and I were paralyzed by the sight before us. Two nurses were frantically trying to resuscitate her. They could not see the boy whose body was glowing green, kneeling right on top of Zhao Qian. His hands were thrust deep into her chest, tightly gripping her heart. When the boy saw Han Shanshan and me arrive, he let out an immediate piercing roar. His eyes were as black as ink. Zhao Shi saw this scene as soon as he entered. He was about to rush over and pull that ghost child off her. I quickly held him back. I blocked his path and shouted, "Wait." I told him to take the doctors and nurses out first. I will handle things here. Then I uncapped Shijun's soul jar. I ordered Shijun to devour him. Only then did the little ghost boy feel true terror. He was so scared he retracted both hands. But it was already too late. Shijun pinned his neck with one hand. She opened her mouth wide and began to gnaw on him. In just a few bites, he was completely devoured. Zhao Shi was utterly shocked. He probably never expected that the young man he looked down on would have such a powerful, fierce ghost. He could not believe I possessed a house ghost that could eat other spirits. To think that such an entity was right by my side. Next, I took out several spirit-settling talismans and ghost-expelling talismans. I tucked them under Zhao Qian to ensure her soul remained stable. Gradually, her heart began to beat again. She opened her eyes and said weakly to me, "Brother Tian, there is still something on me. There is still something." I immediately went on high alert, as if facing a great enemy. There was still something on her body. I quickly made everyone leave the hospital room. No one was allowed to enter. Before Uncle Zhao and Zhao Shi left, they practically begged me to save their daughter. "Even if you did not ask, I would have saved her. Don't worry, I am on it. I will definitely save her. After all, Zhao Qian is my girl." Once everyone had left, I had Shijun stand guard nearby. I started to take off Zhao Qian's outer jacket. I began to check her carefully, but after searching her up and down, I did not find anything. That is when Zhao Qian spoke up again. "Actually, I have some spirit-settling and ghost-expelling talismans in my pocket too." "Huh, what did you say?" My hands froze awkwardly in mid-air. "I meant, I am not cursed or possessed anymore." I was so embarrassed I could have dug a hole and crawled into it. After my awkward moment, Zhao Qian just looked at me. To cover up my embarrassment, I turned around and walked out of the room. I told Zhao Shi that his daughter was no longer in danger. He grabbed my hands and thanked me repeatedly. He said I was the benefactor of their entire family. He told me to just ask if I ever needed anything in the future. This made me start daydreaming a bit about a future with Zhao Qian. Then Zhao Shi told me what happened. After I had left, everything at the morning hall was proceeding as planned. The old man was placed in the coffin. It was nailed shut. Relatives arrived one after another to offer incense. Another Xuanmen family, the Wang family, sent their second son Wang Heng to pay respects. Around 4 of the clock in the morning, for some unknown reason, Wang Heng suddenly ran behind Zhao Qian, who was keeping vigil. He tightly choked her neck. Her brother Zhao He saw this. Without a second thought, he grabbed a brick and smashed it onto Wang Heng's head. He hit him so hard his brains almost spilled out. I had just seen this man's daughter practically naked, yet he still treated me with the utmost respect, calling me the savior of his family. My name is Sha Yishan. I just used a little ghost to save this man's daughter, who also happens to be my close friend, Zhao Qian. Now I have to rush to the next scene. To save Zhao Qian's brother, Zhao He. Zhao He cracked someone's skull right there in the morning hall with a single brick. Now he is being held at the station. Zhao Shi and I were about to leave the hospital and head to the station. Zhao Qian, who had just been saved, came along too. She insisted on going with us. I figured Zhao Qian was not in a great state of mind right now. That makes it real easy to attract something dirty. So sticking close to me was safer. I let her come with us. We rode there in silence and arrived at the city station. In the hallway, the chief was accompanying Zhao He's mother. She and a bunch of relatives would not stop making calls, probably trying to pull strings. Zhao Shi told her that the guy Zhao He smashed was from the Wang family, and the Wang family was also a major occult clan. They had already said they would come after the Zhao family, even though Wang Heng struck first and almost killed Zhao Qian. With witness statements from the scene, it all counted as self-defense, but getting him cleared without charges was still a tall order. Just then Officer Shanshan called us in to visit Zhao He. Zhao He was cuffed hand and foot. Zhao He was cuffed hand and foot, and when he saw his sister was fine. When he saw his sister was fine, he finally relaxed like a whole weight came off. Like for him, killing someone was not the point. His sister's safety was the only thing that mattered. We made small talk on and off, until visiting hours ended. After we came out, Shanshan took Zhao Qian to take her statement. Well, I was getting my injuries checked anyway, and I finally had a quiet moment, so I could really sift through what happened. Then something hit me. I hurried and called Shanshan back out. I asked her after Wang Heng got bricked, did he go limp right away or did he keep moving? Shanshan thought that question was way out there. She said his brains were out, so how could he still be jumping around? No, Wang Heng was obviously possessed by a ghost. That was why he went after Zhao Qian for no reason at all. So if the possessing ghost was still in him, then his corpse would be seriously dangerous. Right then Captain Huo came in and greeted me. 2 days ago, he nearly got his soul hooked by Yin soldiers in Shaoyi village. Now he had recovered. He was in charge of investigating the bizarre deaths of the entire village in Shaoyi village. He also helped contact the forensics division, an old medical examiner named Lin Feiyu, who specialized in weird ghost cases, to go with us to examine Wang Heng's body. He even told Shanshan to bring a few more guys as backup. Looks like the Wang family was not going to be easy to deal with. On the ride over, Shanshan showed off the gear on her belt to me, saying she had my back. That was some wild confidence. If we were dealing with a vicious ghost, that stuff was not exactly user-friendly. I did not even bother arguing with her. Then Captain Huo introduced me to old Lin, the medical examiner, sitting in the back. The yin aura on him was no joke. The ones who need an autopsy are usually the really nasty deaths. For an old man to carry that much yin aura and still be alive, that was basically a miracle. What I did not expect was, the first thing he said to me was, "Kid senior, your yin aura is heavy senior." Ha ha, right back at you senior. Do you know what the Wang family does? They sell coffins, and you still want to go knowing that. The car quickly turned into the hospital's backdoor morgue area. A whole bunch of sharp-looking guys were standing in the courtyard. None of them looked friendly. So the Wang family's main business was selling coffins, and their side business was doing shady things they could not bring into the light. They were raising a whole pack of gangsters. They were managed by the clan leader's younger brother Wang Dong. They were all blocking the door to the morgue, not letting me or the cops go in. Then the old man of the Wang family finally spoke up. He told old Lin, the forensic doc, to go over. Other than old Lin, he did not trust anyone. I used the moment to take a good look around. The morgue door was strung up with dog collars and packed with dog teeth. The morgue door was covered in dog teeth stained red. The morgue door was plastered with dog teeth and talismans. Talismans everywhere, layer on layer. Just talismans as far as the eye could see. The floor was laid with a thick layer of traces, and then another thick layer on top. A thick layer of bloody traces on the floor, and beside it were 2 black dogs that had been killed. Beside that were 2 trails of black dog blood, and beside it were 2 dead black dogs. You could tell how vicious this thing was just from that. Old Wang told old Lin. He knew Wang Heng's death was not the Zhao family's dirty work, but since the man died at the Zhao house, the Zhao family should have found someone to help drive the ghost out. So what was the point of calling some random young guy over? I knew the old man was talking about me. Fair enough, I look green and I do not exactly scream reliable, but Zhao Qian and Zhao He, those 2 siblings, are my good friends. I was going to give it everything I had. After a few lines back and forth, I finally talked the old man into it. He let me go in and take part in driving the ghost out. So we finally made it to the morgue door. Reached the morgue door, and Wang Cheng had already told. Old Lin opened the case he brought and took out a bundle of black incense. Incense made specifically to feed a vicious ghost. He stuck it into the burner, and he still was not done after lighting it. Old Lin pulled out another box of white ash and sprinkled it evenly at the entrance. Do not be fooled, he usually just cuts up bodies for a living. But the old guy clearly had a few tricks up his sleeve. Once all that was done, old Lin opened the door. In an instant a yin wind burst out like it had been set free. Whoosh, it poured right out. Someone cracked a joke, said the air conditioning in there was seriously freezing. But the next second, nobody could laugh. The yin wind whooshed once, and blew away the ash old Lin had scattered. The black incense burned crazy fast too, like it was made of paper. It scared old Lin into breaking out in a cold sweat. Old Master Wang had probably known this all along. No wonder he did not dare go in. So you are not backing out now, are you? Let me be straight with you. The guys who carried Wang Heng's body before, they are all lying in the psych ward right now. Han Shanshan said she did not believe anything this evil existed. As a proud successor of modern atheism, she was the first to rush into the morgue. I moved on instinct to go grab her back. I reached out on instinct to pull her back, but the corner of my shirt got yanked hard by the sister-in-law. The sister-in-law tugged my clothes in a split second. I got the message immediately. Without a word, I opened the soul jar and called Shi-jun out. Shi-jun moved fast. In a blink, she rushed to the front. By the time we went in, Han Shanshan was already kneeling on the floor, staring without blinking at the iron bed in the middle. On the bed was a middle-aged man, sitting bolt upright with his arms hanging down. His eyes rolled white in a way that made your skin crawl, like he was welcoming us at the door. The back of his head was smashed open, exposing brain matter. Seeing their loved one looking like that, the Wang family could not bear to look. This man's skull had been cracked open, yet he could still sit straight up. He could even bounce around like some freak doing parkour. My name is Yishin, and right now I am driving the ghost out of the man in front of me. His body has been possessed by a malevolent ghost. It has already harmed several sturdy young men, but this ghost is just too powerful. Even my own powerful spirit, Shi-jun, can't handle it. We can only keep it at bay for now. The two officers have no clue what to do. They can only clutch their weapons tight and aim for the man's head. I asked Old Lin what we should do. Should we run or stay? Old Lin discussed it with Old Wang. The evil spirit is completely unleashed now. If we do not finish it off once and for all, it will likely keep taking lives. As the two of them argued, their eyes turned toward me. I had no choice but to bite the bullet. I asked Old Lin if he could burn a few more black incenses. Black incense, give me a second. The black incense guy did not even notice the evil spirit lunging from behind. Luckily, Shi-jun was quick to react. With a slap, she sent it flying off. Now everyone realized it. We have to give it our all. Only by working together without holding back will we have a chance to defeat this evil spirit and survive this mess. I told Shi-jun to go hold the front line. Officer Huo shot him right in the left chest to force the ghost soul out. It pierced right through and knocked the ghost out. But the next second, it latched onto Shi-jun, causing her spirit form to falter instantly. I panicked. I quickly shouted for Old Lin and the others to act. Old Lin used a scalpel to slice his finger and smeared the blood onto a handful of nails. He started his ritual. Old Wang also turned to order his son, bring over the prepared dog blood. Then he reached behind him and pulled out a red whip. He cracked it and it snapped loudly. The sound was crisp and clear. Seeing Wang bringing the dog blood, the old man shouted, "Splash it on me." But Wang was such a useless teammate. He splashed all the dog blood onto Old Lin's face instead. Old Lin was right in the middle of his ritual. After being splashed, the spell was completely broken. He was so furious, he cursed him out. "Are you a complete idiot? Who were you trying to splash? Are you trying to kill your uncle, Lin?" Then he furiously threw the nails on the ground. Old Wang was stunned for a moment, but that did not stop him. He immediately took the whip and lashed it at the spilled dog blood. Then he recited a spell. The whip lashes struck the evil spirit. The final lash actually entangled the evil spirit, but it only trapped it temporarily. He could not finish it off completely. The two old geezers were still bickering at a time like this. Seeing that the situation was critical, I grabbed Old Lin's scalpel. I gritted my teeth and cut my index finger. I quickly drew a diamond-shaped talisman on Shi-jun's forehead. The final stroke hit her right on the lips. Shi-jun's eyes turned blood red instantly. Her hair stood on end and floated in the air. Then, like a beast on steroids, she pounced on the trapped evil spirit. With both hands straining, she actually tore the evil spirit apart. Then she rolled the ghost's soul into balls and shoved them into her mouth. Shi-jun's spirit form became much clearer. Looks like feeding on strong ghost entities. Really gives her a massive power boost. The others were so terrified, they were breaking out in cold sweat. "Brother, sir, can you still keep her under control?" Seeing this, I quickly marked Shi-jun's head. With a counter spell, the crisis was finally averted. Then I took out the soul jar to seal the lord back inside. I was about to lock the jar when I heard a sharp crack. A fissure began to split across the soul jar. Have you ever heard of the star-sucking technique? The little ghost I am raising has a similar ability. She can boost her own strength by devouring her own kind. My name is Yishin. My lord had just devoured the powerful evil ghost that was possessing Wang Heng. Her power increased exponentially. The surge was so great it even caused her soul jar to crack. So I bid farewell to Old Man Lin and Old Man Wang. I needed to get home quickly to repair the soul jar. Old Man Wang cupped his hands in a respectful salute. He was thanking me for exorcising the ghost from his son. I then drove off with the young Zhao Qian and the policewoman, Han Shanshan. We left the scene together. By the time we got back to the residential area, Han Shanshan had already fallen fast asleep. I tried to wake her up, but I almost got pummeled for my troubles. I had no choice but to carry her into Zhao Qian's bedroom. I let them sleep in there together. As for me, I headed back to the study. I took out the soul jar and began to examine it closely. No new cracks had appeared on the jar. I felt a slight sense of relief. So I summoned Shi-jun, wanting to pull her close. So I called out to Shi-jun. I called her out to check on her. She saw me immediately. She had returned to normal, and the moment she saw me, she wanted to cling to me right away. The moment she saw me, she tried to give me a hug. Seeing me, she wanted to come over. She was fully recovered. I carefully inspected her forehead. I saw that the mark one had drawn earlier had completely vanished. Finally, the weight on my chest was lifted. This meant Shijun had not suffered any mutations after devouring the vengeful ghost. Now, the only thing left was to fix the soul jar. I decided to take a trip to Antique Street to see if I could buy the materials needed for the jar. While I was at it, I would pick up some cinnabar, hell banknotes, and talismans. After today's major battle, I realized I could not just rely on Shijun for every fight. I needed to arm myself properly too. At the very least, I needed to seriously polish my talisman drawing skills. Later, I drove Xiaoshui to the market. The girl happened to want to buy some new clothes. I have to say, a teenager's sense of fashion is truly questionable. I had to bite the bullet and empty my pockets to buy her 2 sets of branded sportswear. Then, we arrived at Antique Street. The place was bustling. Local villagers come here to peddle treasures they have dug up from the ground. Just then, a familiar figure suddenly flashed across my field of vision. I shouted Yidan and pulled away from Xiaoshui. I let go of Xiaoshui's hand and broke away. Then I shook Xiaoshui off. I chased after him like my life depended on it. Seeing me run, Xiaoshui started chasing after me too. The crowd was just too dense. Worried that something might happen to Xiaoshui, I came to a halt. I watched from afar as Zhang Yidan's silhouette vanished into the edge of the market. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Yidan was clearly killed by his own ghost infant. Even if a vengeful ghost was borrowing his body, it could never appear in broad daylight in a market full of vibrant yang energy. I put the matter aside for the moment and went to buy the items I needed. I picked out some premium aged yellow paper and expensive vintage cinnabar. And just like that, $600 were gone. But then again, this is life-saving gear when things go south. The expensive stuff is worth it. After paying, I started asking the shopkeeper some questions. I asked if he would seen a young man in his 20s passing by. I headed to the stall across the way, and surprisingly, I got a lead. I did not expect to actually find something out. The owner said that man came to buy cinnabar and brushes, just like me. He said the cinnabar was not right, so he ran over to the stall across the street to buy it instead. He headed straight for the stall across the way. Hearing this, I rushed over to the opposite side. I asked the old lady running the stall if she had just done business with a young man. The old lady did not say a single word. She just stared in the direction where Zhang Yidan had disappeared. Then she reached out a finger and tapped the cinnabar. I immediately got what she meant. I pulled out 50 and asked for 5 grams, no, 1 gram. And she actually cracked a smile the moment she opened her mouth. Her tongue was missing more than half of it. So yeah, she was mute. Turns out she just wanted to fleece me, that's all. Pissed off, I grabbed Yu Xiaoshui and walked out. We went to buy a new soul urn for the little ghost, Shijun. A soul urn is basically an ash box. A regular urn cannot hold a vicious ghost. Even if it is made of gold and white jade, it still would not do a thing. Only a clay urn, fired from a special kind of earth, can work. I walked the whole Antique Street. Still could not find that kind of urn. What, was I supposed to leave Shijun homeless now? So I carefully replayed how Grandma used to make soul urns. She always fired the urns with her own hands. Right. It was yin earth. That special clay is called yin earth. The second I realized that, I took Xiaoshui and left, because I decided to make the clay urn myself. I started searching all over the county for a kiln, getting ready to fire an urn. But it was a letdown. In a county this big, there was not a single high-temperature kiln like the one I needed. So I had to call my mom in the neighboring county for help. Her brick factory should have that kind of thing. After getting a sure answer, I floored it and drove straight to the neighboring county. Loaded that kiln onto the car, and only then did I finally breathe again. Shijun was finally going to have a new home. Then Mom looked at the Audi I drove up in, and asked curiously whose car it was. I told her, hey, watch your mouth. Even your future daughter-in-law is pouting. So what if she is pouting? Mom, do you think she is the real deal, that pretty mouth and all? Mom, do you think she is the real deal? Mom, do you think that is something worth being happy about? Did not expect Xiaoshui to get unhappy on the spot. She pouted and shot me a look like I was the bad guy. Mom was not too happy either. She knew about what happened to the older sister, the wife. Just like Grandma, she did not dare show the slightest disrespect toward her. Then Xiaoshui huffed and muttered, HMPH. The car belongs to Sister Zhao Qian. She is not TNG, Sha Yishan, future wife. I did not have the headspace for all that gossip right now. I hurriedly asked Mom where she had put the book Grandma left me. After a rare home-cooked meal from Mom, I went upstairs to look for the book. I found a hidden compartment behind the baseboard. Inside was Grandma's book, the one with no cover. A lot of pages had been scribbled all over by younger me. Honestly, I remembered everything in that book. But when it came to making a soul urn, copying the diagrams straight from the book would save me a ton of trouble. Following the book exactly would save me a ton of trouble. After I came downstairs, I told Mom. Grandma was murdered. Everyone in Shaoyi village got taken out. I almost did not make it out either. This time, I am not swallowing it and calling it a day. I am going to make them pay, every last one of them, and soon. I want revenge. But what surprised me was, Mom seemed to already know all of it. She even said she would support me getting revenge, even though she had never asked about Grandma before, and had only been to Shaoyi village once. So how did she know? But now was not the time to untangle that. I had to rush back to Delong County to fire the soul urn. By the time I got back to the county, it was already after 5. I also got dinner ready, and had Zhao Qian and Han Shanshan come eat with us. I called Zhao Qian and Han Shanshan over to eat. At the table, Han Shanshan started teasing, saying that ever since Zhao Qian started following me, prettier than ever now, went into the bathroom, and didn't come out for ages. Do you know what a ghost ash box is for? A ghost ash box fired from yin soil. It is also called a soul jar. It's used to hold and raise yin souls. My name is Sha Yishan. I am a rookie ghost raiser. The soul jar I used to raise a vicious ghost cracked, so I had to make a new soul jar myself. Zhao Qian, Han Shanshan, and I hauled the kiln off the car with a ton of effort. Now we finally had a furnace to fire it in. All we lacked was the raw material yin soil. That kind of soil only exists where the yin energy is heavy. So I told Zhao Qian to bring a Feng Shui compass and pack some talismans too. This trip was guaranteed to run into something nasty. Take this with you. Since I am being this dead serious. Compass. This time, I am being dead serious. As it turned out, Zhao Qian straight up pulled out her family heirloom star fixing compass. I even got someone to go out with me to look for yin soil. On the way, I let Shijun out. The 3 of us together like one happy little family. Right then, Zhao Qian took out a red bundle. When she opened it, there was an old patched up Feng Shui compass. One look and you could tell it was an antique. This was the star fixing compass. I asked her, and Zhao Qian said yes. Her grandpa secretly left it to her. He did not pass it to his sons. He gave it to his granddaughter instead, because his sons were crooked at heart, especially Zhao Qian's second uncle. If he got his hands on that sacred item, he would definitely use it to do things that hurt people and break the rules of heaven. That was when I suddenly realized her second uncle had been targeting Zhao Qian at every turn, and it was probably because of this sacred item. Zhao Qian admitted that was exactly it. She had known for a long time. She just worried about the whole family, and still wanted to keep the peace at home. But I thought the things you inherit, like the star-fixing compass, the Wang's dog-whipping rod, or old Lin's funeral doornails, are heirlooms of great families. Everyone wants them. Everyone wants to get their hands on one. It was bound to bring Zhao Qian a whole lot of trouble. By the way, I still didn't know who Zhao Qian apprenticed under, or who taught her to make talismans. She said back in high school she was pretty reckless, and ran into a wandering hungry old woman who could read fates. A wandering hungry old lady. She brought her home and let her stay for a while. Then the old woman taught her a lot about Taoist stuff. After that the old woman just vanished, Talk about running into a lucky break. Figures. Kind girls usually have decent luck. We chatted the whole way, and soon reached the Liancheng mountain shooting range, because that was the place I knew, where the yin energy was the heaviest. After we got out, I had Zhao Qian hold the star-fixing compass to measure the direction where the yin energy was strongest. Turns out the direction she pointed to was exactly where I met that powerful ghost master last time. We crossed the old bridge, and came back to the spot where I burned incense and ran for my life that night. Sister-in-law grabbed my sleeve again. I glanced at Shijun. She was not as panicked as last time, but her face was still full of caution. Zhao Qian looked a little scared, and told me we could not go any further. Something was definitely waiting for us in there, but since we were already here, there was no way we were going home empty-handed. See that ancient tomb over there or not? Get your talismans ready. We moved forward another few meters. The stench of rot is getting even stronger. I switched on my flashlight. I swept the beam toward the cave where I had seen something earlier. What I saw nearly made me pee my pants. A hand was currently reaching out from the cave. I quickly told Zhao Qian to hurry up and burn the incense. She took out a bundle of high-grade red incense. She pulled out a bunch of premium red incense sticks. She lit the high-quality red sticks. She stuck the incense into the ground. At that moment, the hand slowly retreated back into the cave. Zhao Qian was so scared she fell back onto her butt. I was pretty freaked out myself, so I picked up a stone and chucked it toward the cave entrance. I wanted to see if the thing inside was a human or a ghost. My name is Sha Yishan. I came to this gravesite to dig up some yin soil, to make a soul urn for the little ghost, Shijun. But I did not expect to run into such creepy stuff the moment I arrived. The stone did not land in the cave. Instead, it knocked over a stick that was standing upright. Then, a dark silhouette appeared among the weeds. He was muttering that those two were back. A human voice actually echoed from within the cave too. The voice urged the person in the weeds to hurry up and pass down the axe. I shone my flashlight over there. It was a fat guy taking a leak. He mistook me for someone named Hua. After finishing his business, the fat guy ran back to the cave entrance. The fat guy handed the axe from his waist to the person below. Now Zhao Qian and I understood. They were a pair of tomb raiders. I asked her, "Did you bring a handkerchief?" Without a word, she pulled out a handkerchief. I took it and tied it directly over my face. I grabbed it and covered my face with it immediately. I told her and Shijun to stay here and keep watch. I am going over there to grab some yin soil. Wait, why does this handkerchief feel all wet? Zhao Qian's face turned red for some reason. Then she told me the truth. She had used that handkerchief to wipe her nose and tears earlier today. Oh, for heaven's sake. I gave a massive eye roll. I immediately turned and ran toward the cave to hide my embarrassment. The entrance was covered in freshly dug dirt, so I did not even need to take risks. The cave mouth was piled high with fresh soil. It was all fresh earth dug up from below. Perfect, give it all to me. It looks reddish. Damn, they are doing the work for me. It looks blood red as it comes up. It was probably dug out from right next to a corpse. This stuff will make a top-tier soul urn, no doubt about it. With these two tomb raiders here, it saves me the trouble of risking my own neck to dig. I won't bother them. It is better that I do not have to dig it myself. Suddenly, my ghostly bride tugged at the corner of my clothes again, but I ignored it. Whatever's coming will find them, not me. Anyway, I am not the one who dug the hole. They will go after them. Every debt has its debtor, and every wrong has its cause. I am just a bystander here. Let the spirits find the real culprits. I am just here to watch the show. I am just a spectator while they dig deep down there. Should be fine, since those two are the ones doing the digging. Just then, the fat guy walked over. He asked me what I wanted that dirt for. I said, just a little souvenir. It seems he has completely mistaken me for someone else. Suddenly, the guy inside the cave sensed something was off. He asked the fat guy, Xiaofei, if he felt anything. The fat guy crossed his arms and said he did not feel a thing, except that it was a bit chilly. Then the guy below asked again whether the thunderscript array was working. The fat guy replied to him. He said there were no dirty things around, and no movement from the master either. It must be the thunderscript array doing its job. I was curious about this thunderscript array they mentioned. I was really intrigued by that thunderscript array. I am quite interested in that array they are talking about. From the sound of it, it can block out yin souls and fierce ghosts. They are acting all big and mighty, but the air is getting heavy. Like positive energy is fading, and I can feel a cold breeze picking up. It feels like yin energy is starting to gather. That was when I noticed. Zhao Qian had her mouth open, gesturing like she was trying to say something, but was too scared to get the words out. She was sweating buckets, and pointed behind me. I turned around, and my eyes went wide. A white shadow was rising up over the ancient tomb mound. That vicious ghost was about to show itself. Could it be the pole I just smashed down with a rock? Was not just any pole. I deliberately looked around, and saw more than a dozen head-high poles stuck all around us. Every single one was shaking violently, and the one I had knocked over was tightly wrapped in yellow cords, wrapped in yellow cords and the like, with talisman script carved into them. They were sealing it. A white shadow surged out from the ancient grave, and the stone pillars around us started rattling and shaking. So what on earth was this pole, covered in sealing talismans, anyway? Right then Zhao Qian panicked and yelled at me, "Yishin, run now. Even the compass is shaking." I did not have time to think. I scooped up a whole crate of yin soldiers, and while running I told her to burn incense, wine, and joss paper, and chant the talisman for borrowing the road. Zhao Qian had already prepared it, tossing down a pile of joss paper and talismans, chanting to the ghosts to borrow the road. I caught up to her fast, grabbed her hand, and we ran together. That was quicker. As for that chubby guy Zhang Xiaofei and his brother, those two were scrambling around over by the theft tunnel, out of money and out of luck. On my side, I had the road borrowing ritual guarded for me, and with the borrowed road protected, I was not worried either. Plus, we burned an offering to borrow the road, so the road borrowing ghosts chased after us, and that meant the vicious ghost did not come after us anymore. It stopped chasing our way. Still, before long I heard something behind us. And not long after, a scream came from the rear. A scream from behind us. A shrill, miserable scream, and it scared us into running even faster. When I glanced back, I even saw two people crawl out of the brush, like they were going to go save someone. But I could not afford to care about that much anymore. Holding on to Zhao Qian, I ran straight back to the car by the roadside. After I started the car, I heard an engine start up over by Seabridge too. Those guys actually got out alive, and made a break for it. No way, right? Did they have some serious backing or what? Thinking that, I tried asking Zhao Qian if she knew that chubby guy named Zhang Xiaofei. Yeah, I know him. Zhang Xiaofei. He is the youngest son of the Zhang family. Their whole family are pros at grave robbing and digging up tombs. So they were Zhang family. The Zhangs are also one of the 4 major mystic clans in the county. But besides relocating graves and digging tombs, they even got into the grave robbing racket. Looks like they teamed up with Northerners and set up a thunder sigil formation at the shooting range. So they were definitely after something. Good thing I accidentally wrecked that thunder sigil formation and did not let them get what they wanted. Otherwise, if I wanted to subdue the vicious ghost in there, it would have been impossible, because only by finding out why that vicious ghost was guarding this place could I make it behave and come with me. But right now, the most important thing for us was to hurry home and make the soul jar. At the same time, I was really worried Zhao Qian would get set up by her second uncle. So I told her that except for sleeping, she had to stick with me every second. Zhao Qian agreed, but for some reason her face went red. And suddenly I remembered last night at the hospital, when I checked her body in the car. I think I accidentally touched her somewhere sensitive while driving. No wonder she has been blushing every chance she gets today. It was already late when we got back to the residential area, but I still went straight to prepping my tools and materials. I started working on the yin urn. Yu Xiaoshui and Zhao Qian were like 2 curious kittens, crowding around to see what I was up to. If I had told them I was making an urn for ashes, I bet they would have run off in a heartbeat. So I lied and said I was making a teapot. The yin urn did not need to be huge. The key was making sure the patterns were precise, and it had to be imbued with the right talismanic marks. I fumbled with the pottery wheel at first. I switched on the pottery wheel. I turned on the wheel to start the molding process, but then I applied a bit too much force. As soon as I pressed on the clay, it happened. The entire batch of yin soil collapsed into a heap. The yin soil just fell apart. I tried 3 or 4 more times, but nothing would take shape, because the yin soil was filled with resentment and a will of its own. The yin soil was brimming with malevolent energy. It was like it had a mind of its own, trembling uncontrollably. It could not even hold a basic shape. It failed to maintain any form at all. Just then, Yu Xiaoshui offered to help. She said she had nimble hands and wanted a crack at it. I tried to stop her, because that yin soil was dug up right next to a grave. The yin energy was overwhelming. To my surprise, the soil was remarkably compliant in her hands. In just a few moments, she had molded a perfect jar. Yu Xiaoshui continued to shape the jar and the lid. I was responsible for the drying process. I placed the 2 finished clay pots into the electric kiln. I set it to the low temperature drying mode. While they were drying, I grabbed some plaster dolls I would prepared to practice. I tried carving some high-level talismans, but everything came out all crooked. It looked like something a dog had chewed on. Would this even have any effect? I was getting frustrated. I could not even mold a simple pot, and I could not even draw a proper talisman. How could I be so clumsy? Just then, Zhao Qian picked up a plaster bear. With a few quick strokes, she drew a perfect talisman on it. After she finished, she asked me, "Is this the right way to draw it?" Honestly, it was actually pretty good. I decided to hand the talisman drawing task over to Zhao Qian. After all, there was no need to make things difficult for myself. Then I started teaching Zhao Qian how to draw the talismans. I took out my grandmother's old book. I showed her a few specific incantations and pointed out where they needed to be drawn. I also taught her the specific chants for the talisman's power. Zhao Qian made a note of everything quite seriously. She started practicing on the plaster figures. It only took her about 10 minutes, and she was already doing a great job. It was clear to see she had a real natural talent for this. I plan to teach her some higher level talismans later on. Who knows, she might even be able to pull those off. With Zhao Qian and Yu Xiaoshui helping me, I basically found key partners for my mystical craft. If they are interested, I would love to train both of them into experts. That way, I could transition into being the mastermind behind the scenes. Soon, the 2 girls had the yin urns ready. The quality was actually better than what my grandmother used to make. I cradled them like they were precious treasures and placed them into the electric furnace. I set the temperature and the timer for it to shut off. By tomorrow morning, we should have a couple ready to use. I checked the time. 12:30. So I got the car ready to take Zhao Qian back to the Zhao estate. I promised Zhao Qian I would stay with her to watch over her grandfather's wake tonight, because tonight is the final night of the wake. Tomorrow, the old man will be laid to rest, but tonight is going to be a tough one. Zhao Qian's second uncle still has not gotten his hands on the family heirloom, the star compass. They are not going to let this slide. I tried to reassure Zhao Qian. If they dare make a move tonight, I will drop them on the spot. Sure enough, she blushed again. Thank you, and sure enough, she blushed again. We decided to leave the star-fixing compass locked in the safe at home. Plus, the feng shui of Zhao Qian place was pretty solid, so there should not be any accidents. Then we prepped the gear, a money sword, a peachwood sword, bells and so on. A whole suitcase stuffed to the brim, and we hit the road, but not long after the car pulled out of the gate. Zhao Qian phone rang. It was her dad calling. After that, Zhao Qian went quiet. Her face slowly drained of color, and she broke out in a sweat. From the sound of it, it was like her second uncle was holding her grandma life hostage, demanding she hand over the star-fixing compass. That old lady woke up early and saw her husband corpse lying off to the side. She opened her mouth and asked where the star-fixing compass and the manual were. She stumbled around in the garden, and that dead husband of hers showed up again in the woods, even lifting a hand to wave at her, scaring her so bad she face-planted into a vegetable basin. That unlucky old lady was Zhao Qian grandma, Master Wu Jinghua, the one-second uncle Zhao Zhou brought in. Said Zhao old madam had been hit with a curse. If it kept going like this, the old man would drag her down to the underworld for sure. And the one who laid that curse was me, Zhao Qian rumored boyfriend, Xia Yishan. Wu Jinghua said I used a dark technique to keep the old man Yin's soul lingering around the estate. And if they wanted to undo that dark technique, they had to get the star-fixing compass. So Zhao old madam sent someone to call Zhao Qian, telling her to bring the star-fixing compass and the manual back to the Zhao ancestral house. Of course, they also made a point of warning her not to let me, this crooked dark path guy, come stirring up trouble, and to have Zhao Qian bring the stuff alone. Pretty obviously, this was Zhao Zhou setting a trap, carefully laid out to snatch the star-fixing compass. I asked Zhao Qian if handing it over would really make them back off. Zhao Qian was pretty firm about it, talking herself into it like, yes they will. Second uncle promised he would not make things hard for me. Then she told me to just drop her at the entrance to the estate. If anything happened, she would call me. Fine. I told her if she noticed anything off, call me first. Then just keep the phone in her pocket and wait for me. I would wait for her by the roadside outside the estate. I would keep waiting for her by the main road outside the estate. She agreed. Before long, we arrived at the Zhao family estate. It was loud and packed, with bright lights everywhere. If you did not know better, you would think they were throwing a wedding. But I knew. This was Zhao old madam, scared of running into ghosts again. So she called in a bunch of young guys full of yang energy to boost the atmosphere. But if Wu Jinghua really wanted to work his ritual and lay a curse, these kids would be useless. Zhao Qian was about to go in right away. I reminded her to keep a soul-stabilizing talisman and a ghost-banishing talisman close to her. And the second anything felt weird, start chanting the curse-breaking words. While we were still talking, a few energetic guys stared at us, picked up their phones, and I had no idea who they called. The one who seemed to be in charge walked over and told Zhao Qian to hurry inside. As for me, he told me to scram already. He kept talking and even started getting handsy. They could not see Shijun sitting right on my shoulder, so they ran their mouths like they were untouchable. The guy who swung at me with a slap got his wrist caught by Shijun on the spot, and the squeeze dropped him straight to his knees. It hurt so bad I started yelling. The kid squeezed my hand so hard it left 5 tiny finger marks. 5 little fingerprints were pressed into my hand. The leader sucked in a sharp breath. He knew stuff from the mystic circles could not be measured with normal logic, so he rushed to play nice and begged me to let it slide. To let them off the hook. You think I would not agree? Of course I did. But the condition was they had to protect Zhao Qian in the manor. Otherwise, you might as well start shopping for your whole family's coffins. Little Beard eagerly agreed. He pulled out his phone and saved my number. And Lei Ching took out an iPhone. He said if anything happened, he would notify me right away. And Lei Ching took it out. He said if anything happened, he would notify me right away, and Lei Ching took out an iPhone. He said if anything happened, he would notify me right away. Good luck. He even handed me the Tibetan radish wine his little brother had just bought, as an apology gift. Seeing him be that sensible and say it like that, I figured I would give him a bit of mercy and let it be. After I agreed, if his family ran into some vicious ghosts like a car crash, I would help him handle it. Deal. Senior, Zhao Qian watched from the side. She nearly laughed out loud. After I cleaned up that bunch of punks, Zhao Qian also went into the manor. I immediately called Han Shanshan. I focused on drawing ghost-warding talismans and spirit-locking talismans. A policewoman came over and knocked on my car window. Turns out Han Shanshan had arrived. I asked her if she brought the stuff. She patted the box at her waist, meaning she had prepared everything a long time ago. So I handed her the talismans I had just finished. I told her to hurry to the Zhao family estate and protect Zhao Qian. If she spotted anything off, she had to move in and back them up. But this wickedly playful policewoman still put on a little uniform tease for me when lives were on the line. Seriously, that cop gave me the creeps in the worst way. After Han Shanshan entered the manor, I kept working. I released Shi Jun to stand guard, and then continued making my attack talismans. After Shi Jun went through the battle at Typing Hall, and swallowed that powerful evil ghost possessed by Wang Heng, his strength had jumped by a lot. Still, an open spear is easy to dodge, a hidden arrow is hard to block. A good helper like Shi Jun is naturally the more the better. Best case, I could be like Grandma, raising a whole squad of fierce ghost fighters. Then I would be untouchable. Right now I only have this one little ghost, which is way too few. I took out Grandma's book and found a spell for communicating with ghosts. After all, if I want to invite a ghost into my body for my own use, not being able to communicate is a no-go. When ordinary people talk to ghosts, it is like talking through a radio. When ordinary people communicate with ghosts, there is a layer of living yang energy in between. Ghosts understanding people is easy, because yang energy can break yin. It can reach a lot of places, but trying to understand what ghosts are saying is not so easy. The one I found is called the Spirit Link Talisman. After completing the ritual, you place the talisman under your body, and once you fall asleep, you can communicate with ghost spirits. But if your willpower is not strong enough, and you eat something belonging to a ghost in your sleep, you might get taken away by it. So you have to find someone tough to guard the ritual. Someone who can pull you back at the critical moment. I set my eyes on Zhao Qian to be my key partner for this. Horn neck root room heart tail basket dipper. I recited the talisman incantation and drew a spirit link talisman on old yellow paper. I recited the incantation and drew a spirit link talisman on old yellow paper. Every stroke carried my sincerity, with not a shred of stray thought. When the talisman spell was completed, a faint yellow glow appeared, barely visible to the naked eye. That was proof I had borrowed divine power from the 28 constellations. Only talismans that borrow divine power can unleash the strongest effect. As I kept drawing talismans, I also kept an eye on what was happening inside the manor. By the time late night arrived, nothing out of the ordinary happened. It was not until 4:30 a.m. that I sensed something was really wrong. The yin energy was already heavy after 3:00 a.m. How could it hold on until now? If the evil spirit wanted to possess someone, it would have struck earlier. How could things remain calm until this hour? How could it last until now without any incident? How could it still be quiet now? I quickly called Han Shanshan to see what was going on, but as I looked out the window, Old Man Zhao appeared in the rainy night, wearing his funeral shroud, his face a sickly greenish hue, staring straight at me. Yu Xiaoshui immediately grabbed my sleeve tightly. Suddenly, 2 gunshots rang out from the house. My phone rang too, but before I could answer, Old Man Zhao was already lunging at me. Shijun flew over to block him. One encounter and she almost scattered his soul completely. She tried to rush back for more. I shouted urgently for her to stop. That was Zhao Qian's grandfather, my father-in-law to be. Essentially, he is practically my own grandfather. How could I be disrespectful to an elder? Just then, 2 more gunshots echoed from the house. I rushed towards the building. What on earth happened inside? 4:30 a.m. The Zhao family morning hall was in chaos. 4 gunshots suddenly rang out. What has happened in there? I hung up on Lei Qing and dashed to the Zhao family's house. The moment I stepped inside, I was frozen in shock. Han Shanshan was pointing a gun at the old lady, looking possessed. Han Shanshan was aiming a gun at the old lady. Han Shanshan was aiming at the old lady, who looked hauntingly strange. Han Shanshan was pointing the gun at the old lady. The old lady was holding a fire axe, aiming it at Zhao Qian, with a sinister grin on her face, completely ignoring the gunshot wound in her own belly. It was bizarre to the extreme. In the hall, the casket of Old Man Zhao had been flipped over. The old man lay nearby in his shroud, his skull completely smashed in. Among the thugs that Lei Qing brought, one of them had also been hit, and was writhing on the floor. Zhao Qian's parents were stunned. Everything happened so fast. It was over in just a minute or two. Only the father and son, the second uncle Zhao Zhou, looked as if they had known this was going to happen all along. Seeing Han Shanshan about to fire again, those around her scrambled to stop her. I roared, "Stop." I stopped her from firing again. I told Shijun to drag the evil ghost out of the old lady's body. Shijun just gave a casual pull, ripping the possessing ghost right out of her, pinning it to the ground to devour it. Witnessing this scene, a cold, sinister look flashed across Zhao Zhou's face, but Han Shanshan was still pointing the gun at everyone. Everyone thought she had been possessed by a ghost, too. Only I knew she was protected by my talismans. Unless it was an entity more powerful than Shijun, there was no way for any ghost to possess her. So I hurried over and pulled her into a hug, whispering, it is all right now. I easily took the gun from her hand. Only then did she come to her senses, and she said to me in terror, "Sha Yishan, I killed someone." I comforted her, saying, the old lady is not dead yet. No one else is dead, either, don't you worry. Then I turned and ordered people to find a doctor for emergency treatment. Before long, a group of doctors rushed over to stabilize the old lady. Just then, 2 familiar figures rushed over from the parking lot. Two familiar figures rushed over from the parking lot. Two familiar figures rushed over from the parking lot. It was Old Hai and Lin Feiyu. They were both panting heavily as they ran up. They asked me about the gunshots. Han Shanshan explained what happened. When she went to get water for Zhao Qian, she saw Old Man Zhao's corpse spring to life and try to attack Zhao Qian. She tried to strike down Old Man Zhao. Luckily, Lei Qing pulled her away in time to avoid disaster. But the old man kept attacking Zhao Qian. So Han Shanshan had no choice but to unleash her ultimate move. She never expected that old lady Zhao would show up with an axe, trying to sneak up and finish off Zhao Qian from behind. So Han Shanshan had to pull her ultimate move again. And what about that punk over there? Old Hai pointed at the injured thug. That was an accidental hit. Who told him to waltz right in front of me? I am completely speechless with Han Shanshan. Old Hai furrowed his brows, carefully processing what Han Shanshan said. Meanwhile, Dr. Lin started examining the body. As for that cruel and heartless father-son duo, who attacked Zhao Qian time and time again, I had reached my limit of patience with them. Without a second thought, I marched over and kicked Zhao Zhou, who was trying to flee, to the ground. I demanded the whereabouts of the old scoundrel, Wu Jinghua. If he did not tell me, he would not live to see another day. Zhao Zhou kept his mouth shut. Fine, I ordered Shijun to rip his son's head off. He immediately caved in, spilling that Wu Jinghua was currently guarding the back mountain, waiting for me to show up. Upon hearing the name Wu Jinghua, Old Hai was so furious he poked Zhao Zhou in the nose while cursing him out. You brat, you have no honor at all. To think you would collude with outsiders from the occult world, just to go after your own father and mother. So Wu Jinghua was also from Dalong County. In his youth, he learned some Maoshan ghost driving techniques, only to wreak havoc in the village. Nonsense, I was defeated by my aunt-in-law, Zhou Xian, later on. Nonsense, I was kicked out of Dalong County. Nonsense, I was told he later converted to Confucianism and turned over a new leaf. What a joke. Turned over a new leaf, just by him detaining Old Man Zhao's spirit tonight, and using it to possess the old lady, to harm Zhao Qian. You can tell he is a dog that can't stop eating its own filth, the same treacherous villain he always was. And Zhao Zhou's evil plan was to get all the Zhao family's assets signed over to him, kill off the heir, Zhao Qian, frame it on his mother, and finally lure me to the back mountain for Wu Jinghua to finish me off. That way, he could take over the entire Zhao family business without any obstacles. Such a wolf-hearted ambition. It is a good thing Han Shanshan brought her ultimate moves, and Old Hai and Old Lin arrived in time. Otherwise his plan might have succeeded. The Zhao family finally learned the truth. They all flocked to Zhao Zhou, demanding answers. Dr. Lin physically held them back, preventing Zhao Zhou from being beaten to death by the mob. Of course, if Zhao Zhou wants to live, he has to be obedient and show the way. Take us to find that creature, Wu Jinghua. But before we go, we must first clear out the yin ghosts and vengeful spirits in the house. It was becoming like Old Man Zhao, whose corpse was still twitching there. His soul, stuck because it has not entered the underworld in a long time, had gradually turned into a vengeful ghost, wandering aimlessly beside his physical body. Old friend, seeing you like this, my heart really hurts, Old Hai whispered with a sigh. Zhao Qian was crying, ready to rush over there. Even the normally calm Dr. Lin looked uneasy. I could not help but scold Zhao Zhou for turning his own father into such a mess. What a textbook definition of a filial son. But Zhao Zhou suddenly flew into a rage. He blamed his dad for treating him poorly, saying everything was always left to the eldest brother. He truly hated his father. Just because of this, you would stop your father from entering the underworld and force him to become a wandering ghost. Old Hai muttered a sentence. Then he pulled a paper doll out of his pocket. He wrote Old Zhao's name on it and began chanting an incantation. He then spoke to the old man's soul. Old brother, your vessel is right here. Old Zhao's soul walked over in a daze. He looked at the paper doll and then vanished right in front of Old Hai. Now, only the ferocious ghost possessing the old man's corpse remained. Uncle Hai originally wanted Old Lin to handle it, because he needed to perform a ritual to summon a ghost messenger to escort the old man's soul down to the underworld. But before Old Lin could even reach for his gear, Shijun pounced forward and tore the ferocious ghost out in one smooth motion. She began to devour it without any hesitation. To her, this was a premium supplement to boost her own power. She was not about to share this meal with anyone. Old Lin could not help but complain. Can't you let your Uncle Lin show off his moves first? I had no choice but to lay on some thick flattery. I said, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut, Uncle Lin? While we were joking around, Uncle Hai let out a sharp cough. Then his face went pale as he shook his head. The reason Old Zhao's yin soul could not return to the underworld for reincarnation was because the ghost messenger sent by the Yin Bureau to collect him had unexpectedly gone missing without a trace. Now the Yin Bureau is placing the blame on us, and they want to take the involved parties to court. This basically meant Old Zhao's entire family had offended the Yin Bureau. They were truly stuck between a rock and a hard place, with no way into the afterlife. The family members immediately burst into tears upon hearing this. Zhao Qian even collapsed onto me, sobbing uncontrollably with snot and tears everywhere. Someone asked if Old Hai had a solution, because right now, the funeral was scheduled for tomorrow. What were we supposed to do? Old Hai said the Yin Bureau was fuming right now. Unless we can find that ghost messenger for them, there might still be room for negotiation. I quickly asked Zhao Zhou if Wu Jinghua was the one who captured that ghost messenger. Zhao Zhou replied that they did not dare touch the ghost messenger, so they just let him wander around. Just a moment ago, the ghost messenger was still hiding in that corner. We followed his pointing finger and looked over. Everyone was dumbfounded. That ghost messenger had been eaten by Shijun until only half a leg remained. I was so livid that I nearly fainted. Shijun, oh Shijun, you are going to be the death of me. Then I turned and asked Old Hai, what happens if a ghost messenger dies? Old Hai pondered for a moment. In 3 days at the latest, the Yin Bureau will send someone to take your life. If you want to live, you must apologize in every way possible. Try your best to satisfy any conditions the Yin Bureau demands. Whatever you do not talk back to them. We still had 3 days. I breathed a sigh of relief. I will make full preparations within these 3 days, and just wait for the grand arrival of the Yin Bureau. I called Shijun back, but she insisted on finishing that half-eaten leg first. Only then did she reluctantly return. Once she entered the soul jar, I noticed something. The soul jar was already on the verge of shattering. It seemed Shijun's strength had significantly increased again. At this point, Old Lin suggested, since things have come to this, let us go deal with Wu Jinghua on the back mountain first. That was the only thing we could do. Old Hai took out a black box and placed the paper doll containing Old Zhao's soul inside, attached the talismans, handed them to Zhao Qian's father, Zhao Shi, told him to keep the incense burning for the old man's spirit. The funeral is set for 9 tomorrow morning. Everything is taken care of. Now we can head up the mountain to face Wu Jenga without worrying. Zhao Qian offered to guide us up the mountain. I knew why. She wants to avenge her grandfather, but I am worried about the danger she might face with us. So I suggested, let Zhao Qian and Zhao Qi lead the way together. If things get dangerous, at least we have backup. Old Hai and Old Lin agreed. Then Old Hai handed each of us a paper doll. We set off toward the back mountain. It did not take long before the rain started. Seeing this, Old Hai pulled a turtle shell from his bag. There are 3 grids in the center of the shell, representing heaven, earth, and man. The 10 grids surrounding it represent the 10 heavenly stems. The outer ring of 24 grids represents the 24 directions. The back of the turtle shell also has 12 grids, representing the 12 earthly branches. It embodies the ultimate truths of the universe. It is no ordinary object. This shell is a treasure of the Yin-Yang master clans. Even Zhang Zia and Zhuge Liang often used it for divination. Those Japanese guys picked up a few tricks of the trade and call themselves Yin-Yang masters. Old Hai shook it up and down. Then he tossed out a few copper coins. Divination. Then he tossed out the coins. Divination. And that is the hexagram. Old Hai stared at the hexagram. Old Hai stared at the hexagram. His expression turned so grim I could barely breathe. Yet he still spoke calmly. It is fine. Let us go. Old Lin immediately lost it. We all saw that look on your face. How can you say it is fine? This trip is probably extremely dangerous, right? Do you know about the Yin-Yang clans? This turtle shell is their symbol. They use the hexagrams formed by the shell and coins. They use the hexagrams formed by the shell and coins. They use the hexagrams formed by the shell and coins. They use the hexagrams formed by the shell and coins to foresee the future and judge the currents of the world. Zhang Zia and Zhuge Liang were the representatives of those clans. But at this moment, Old Hai read from the hexagram that our battle with Wu Jenga would be impossibly dangerous. He even had to summon his life-bonded divination turtle. Looks like he is ready to risk his life. Old Hai dripped some blood onto a paper doll. Then he borrowed a strand of my hair. And tied it around the doll's waist. He did not explain why. He just casually threw the paper doll on the ground and kept walking. Suddenly, sister-in-law tugged on my sleeve. I quickly looked left and right, but I saw nothing. I could only see the paper doll getting further and further away from us. I suddenly felt my heart skip a beat. I asked Old Hai what was going on, but he told me not to look, or I would be blinded. No sooner said than there was a loud boom. A bolt of lightning struck the paper doll, instantly reducing it to ashes. That is the thunder curse. Old Hai let out a sigh of relief. Old Hai sighed in relief. Did you see that? He introduced it to us. This is the Chenjen Sect's thunder summoning curse. It is that scoundrel, Wu Jenga. He is using the rain and dark clouds as a cover to strike. I set up an altar and called down the 5 thunders to blast me, and my body is packed with yin energy. If even a thread of heavenly lightning brushes me, I am dead for sure. Old Lin actually laughed. I asked if Old Hai had just divined that I was about to get hit with a calamity. So he used a life-sharing turtle and paper effigies to help me dodge the thunderstrike. If that is the case, then even if danger is coming, we can still duck it ahead of time. Old Hai answered in that creepy, half-in-the-shadows way. No, what I calculated was the fate of the two old geezers back home. Right then my soul was still trying to find its way back into my body. So this is what spell dueling looks like. It is way too damn dangerous. One wrong move and you can call lightning down on yourself. I felt a fierce yin wind blasting against my back. Looks like sister was mad enough to pop this time. The sky was still choked with dark clouds and pouring rain, just like before. The sky was still packed with black clouds and raining hard. The sky stayed heavy with dark clouds and rain, even if it did not strike on the spot. No idea how many more bolts of lightning were waiting for us up ahead as we kept walking. No idea how many more bolts of lightning were waiting for us up ahead. No idea how many more bolts of lightning were waiting for us up ahead, and what else besides. No idea how many more bolts of lightning were waiting for us up ahead. And Wu Jinghua even knew how to drive ghosts. Summoning vicious ghosts on a rainy day is not exactly easy to deal with. Seems like I really need to have a proper talk with sister. Otherwise, if I end up going solo later and dueling people with spells, I will not even know how I died. And old Lin still had the mood to crack jokes. He said, "Do not you dare underestimate us old-timers. When push comes to shove, we can whip up any life-saving trick you need." The closer we got to the mountaintop, the heavier it all felt. The closer we moved toward the summit, the more the mountain pressed in on us as we climbed. We kept closing in on the mountaintop. The further up the mountain we went, the heavier the yin energy got. Heavier and heavier. Even my body started feeling colder. By the time we crawled up to the halfway point, Old Hai started scattering paper effigies by the handful. Turns out they are called substitute dolls. They can block yin energy for us. But the yin energy was still thick. The substitute dolls did not work at all. So Old Hai figured Wu Jinghua had summoned a mountain ghost. The moment Old Lin heard the words mountain ghost, he tensed up hard. He even wanted to back out. But Old Hai insisted on fighting the mountain ghost head-on. What exactly is this mountain ghost thing anyway? Turns out a mountain ghost is a mountain deity that never got officially recognized. It is something sent down by the heavens. Old Hai did not care about any of that. He said if Wu Jinghua dares to summon it, then he dares to kill it. Then he put on an expression like he was ready to bet his life. And he pulled 5 more paper effigies out of his bag. Old Lin squatted down beside him to guard him while he worked. He spread a piece of red cloth on the ground, set the 5 paper effigies on it, then took out a brush and started drawing talismans on them. Just how messed up did the situation have to be for Old Hai to personally sit down and draw talismans to hold the line? Old Lin and I held our ritual tools and stood guard. In Dalong County, this was already a top-tier occult combat lineup. My name is Sha Yishan. I was heading to the mountaintop with 2 senior masters to find Wu Jinghua. He takes the souls of the living, drives vicious ghosts onto human bodies, and does every evil thing in the book. At that moment, Old Hai guessed. Wu Jinghua had already summoned a mountain ghost to deal with us. Even though I could feel yin energy surging around us, I looked left and right and still could not see the mountain ghost anywhere. My ears twitched, and a second later it felt like a gust was rushing in. Then a woman appeared out of nowhere in the woods. Beside her stood several spirit beasts that looked like wild animals. Old Lin saw that and immediately cut open his middle finger, then grabbed a dozen nails marked with blood hard in his hand. And those bizarre spirit wild beasts had already pounced right up in front of us. I could feel the yin energy around us boiling over. If we let them land a hit, the aftermath would be beyond ugly. Just then, Old Lin's coffin nails flew out. Their power was immense. When they struck the spirit beasts, a puff of green smoke instantly appeared. When they struck the spirit beasts, a puff of green smoke instantly appeared. The spirit beasts shrieked before finally vanishing. Then a few more coffin nails flew out. They were imbued with the essence of Old Lin, who had remained a bachelor his entire life, the purest form of a virgin's vital energy, extremely potent against filthy things. Meanwhile, Uncle Hai remained calm, sitting cross-legged and drawing talismans. He was heard muttering an incantation. Finally, with a loud shout, he commanded, 5 elements, shift. A few paper effigies suddenly stood up in unison. Then with a whoosh, they all flew out. As the paper effigies landed, those spiritual entities and fierce beasts seemed to get spooked. They turned and crashed into the woods, and disappeared without a trace. The mountain ghost, amidst a string of eerie laughter, retreated back into the forest. But they did not. A mountain ghost is actually a type of earthbound spirit. A mountain ghost is actually a type of earthbound spirit. In other words, a powerful ghost. However, it possesses sentience. It can enslave the malevolent beasts that died unjustly in the mountain's traps. It manages all the yin energy of the entire mountain. Thus, it becomes exceptionally powerful. But since they have not officially become a mountain god, they can be easily controlled by humans. Any slightly skilled Maoshan sorcerer can command a mountain ghost. The mountain ghost from just now was highly intelligent. Now this mountain The mountain ghost from just now was highly intelligent. Now that it knew a few of its ghost beasts were destroyed, it immediately fled. You see, it is even smarter than some people. The mountain ghost's escape made Wu Jinghua on the summit anxious. Judging by the dark clouds in the sky, he is about to summon lightning again. After old Lin's reminder, Uncle Hai slowly looked up at the sky. His fingers formed a strange calculation sign. Immediately, his face turned deathly pale as he looked at us. His gaze finally landed on Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian instantly panicked. You are looking for. Uncle Hai handed him a paper effigy. What is it? Uncle Hai handed him a paper effigy. He told him to hurry down the mountain with it. Zhao Qian was afraid to go on the road alone, so he refused to go back. Uncle Hai did not mince his words. If you do not go down the mountain, you will die. Remember, on your way down, do not look back for any reason. Even if someone calls your name, do not answer. Pretend you did not hear anything. Otherwise, before he could finish, Zhao Qian quickly grabbed the paper effigy. He turned and ran for his life down the mountain. After watching him run off into the distance, Uncle Hai finally revealed the truth. Turns out he had divined that Zhao Qian was carrying a curse placed by Wu Jinghua. He would have probably dragged us all down with him to die. As for that paper effigy, it was something Uncle Hai gave him out of respect for their old family ties. A protective talisman he left for him. He tossed it to him. After that, we continued towards the summit. Damn it. Uncle Hai kept chanting and tossing paper effigies without stopping. Each time it was exactly 4, no more, no less. A full bag of paper. By the end, Uncle Hai's face was pale and looked pained. He even started coughing up blood. Old Lin rushed forward to support Uncle Hai. What is wrong? Uncle Hai said faintly. What can we do? I have used too much. Against the wind is a term in Taoist arts. What can we do? Against the wind is a term in Taoist arts. That phrase means to be on the verge of suffering a backlash. It means to be on the verge of suffering a backlash. Hearing this, old Lin, in a moment of impulse, he told me and Zhao Qian to take Uncle Hai back. He would go up alone to deal with Wu Jinghua. But just at that moment, just then, I had to return the car. A thunderous roar echoed from afar. The lightning spell, still booming. Followed by screams ringing through the woods. That must be Zhao Ji, who headed down the mountain early. He got struck by the lightning spell halfway. If old Hai had not calculated it in advance and placed a curse on Zhao Ji, it would have eventually dragged us down too. So he tricked Zhao Ji into going down the mountain. Otherwise, that lightning spell would have hit us instead. Old Lin had calmed down by then. He was even more impressed by old Hai. After all, Zhao Ji is like a cousin to Zhao Qian, so Zhao Qian was worried he might get struck to pieces. Old Hai reached out to calculate it, but I quickly stopped him. Because to protect everyone, old Hai had already been drained by the paper dolls. He was already at his limit. Besides, since Zhao Ji could still scream, he definitely was not dead. There was no need to waste more of old Hai's energy on him. Zhao Qian understood immediately, and did not say anything more. We kept pressing on toward the summit without stopping, but just as we were about to see the top, old Hai held us back. He took out his trusty trigram turtle. The trigram turtle that his life depended on, and tied the paper dolls containing our hair together with the turtle. Are you going to release the turtle next? Brother, that is crawling toward another path up the mountain. Old Lin suddenly got anxious for a second, Brother Hai, that is your lifebound turtle. You have raised it together since you were a kid. Old Hai could not even manage a response. Watching the sweat pouring down his face, seeing him gasping for air, it really broke my heart. Old Lin urged him that he could not use any more techniques for now. Old Hai just kept nodding, mouth shut, deep in his own battle. Even with his eyes closed, there was a look of grim determination. Looking at his expression, it seemed he was ready to put his life on the line. When we were within a single step of the mountaintop, the rain suddenly slowed down to a drizzle. It was very strange. Old Hai did a quick finger count and let out a sigh. The rain stopped. We are too late. I helped old Hai while old Lin hurried ahead to the summit first. Old Lin ran up to the summit first. I supported old Hai as we followed behind. Zhao Qian ran off to retrieve the trigram turtle. I figured she would be fine under the circumstances, so I just let her be. Turning back, I heard old Lin shouting curses. Hey you bastard, come out if you have guts, don't run. I will drag your soul out. On the altar before us, except for the special incense for Wu Zheng's lifebound artifact, everything else was still there, including the special incense for Wu Zheng's lifebound artifact, and all the talismans and such were exactly where they were left. He even had a whole stash of blue talismans. It is insane. It is insane. Old Hai said a single blue talisman costs thousands. Old Hai said a single blue talisman costs several thousand. It is insane. This whole stack is worth over 100,000. I was absolutely stunned by the blue paper and the talismans. I was absolutely stunned. So that is why Old Hai was throwing away paper dolls earlier. So that is why Old Hai was burning through so many sheets earlier. So all along, the paper dolls that Old Hai was tossing away. It was because Old Hai was throwing away paper dolls the whole way. So along the way, the paper dolls that Old Hai was throwing, that was essentially throwing away a fortune. In the pouring rain, the 3 mysterious sticks of incense were still smoldering and burning. This incense was used by that devious Maoshan Taoist, Wu Zheng, to deal with me, Xia Yishan. Each stick must have cost thousands, all custom-made. But when we reached Wu Zheng's ritual altar, he was nowhere to be seen. Only a pile of worthless magical items lay scattered on the ground. Where did he go? What happened here? Suddenly, old Lin noticed. Zhao Qian had just gone to bring the turtle back. Hey, where is Zhao Qian, the one who just went to fetch the turtle? Ha, Zhao Qian, she went and still has not come back. That made the 3 of us tense up right away. Just as we were about to go look for her, Zhao Qian came out of the woods holding the turtle. She was smiling from ear to ear. But without even thinking, I tightened my grip on the soul jar. Mountain Ghost, out of all people to borrow a body from, you picked the worst one. You just had to take hers. Zhao Qian is my sore spot. You do not get to lay a finger on her. When the Mountain Ghost saw we had seen through her, she stopped pretending and showed her hand. Old Hai tried to talk to her, telling her to let Zhao Qian go. To let Zhao Qian go and not wipe the rest of us out. But that Mountain Ghost only pushed harder, saying she would not spare you. She said she would wipe all of us out too, so she could keep borrowing the body in peace. She flicked her hand lightly, and actually summoned more than a dozen ghost beasts, slowly closing in on us. Fine, since you are hell-bent on not listening, I will make your soul go up in smoke. I summoned Shijun, then in one breath, I called Shijun out. Borrowing her from the soul jar, she emerged with eyes pitch black. Her eyes were pitch black, staring around with a predatory glare. With Zhao Qian hanging by a thread, she was furious to the core too. When Old Hai saw what Shijun looked like, he knew that was the last bout of madness right before a soul shattered and vanished. So he hurriedly told me to cool it a little. But me, I could not. Worst case, we go down together. Old Hai tried one last time to negotiate with that Mountain Ghost, asking whether Zhao Qian's soul was still there. The Mountain Ghost said the soul was still there, but she would refine it away soon. She said she would take Zhao Qian memories too, so Zhao Qian karma would be hers to repay. But the body, she said, was absolutely not negotiable. The Mountain Ghost even seemed to think that counted as mercy. I was so furious the veins on my forehead popped out. I was about to send Shijun in to start throwing hands, when Old Hai reached out to stop me, telling the Mountain Ghost to name a condition to return the body. Yeah, right. She burst out laughing, mocking the 3 of us for being too weak, saying we were not even qualified to fight her to the death. Even Wu Jinghua, who had been doing tricks here earlier, turned out to have been scared off by her too. I stopped holding back. I bit my fingertip open, then went for it. I held out my index finger. I did not care that sister-in-law was tugging at my sleeve. I held out my index finger and ignored sister-in-law pulling at my clothes. Still, I ignored sister-in-law pulling at my sleeve. I drew a diamond-shaped mark on Shijun's forehead. At once, a powerful aura spread out. Shijun was already starting to lose her mind, and with the talisman spell on her, she struggled even harder. A beast soul lunged at her, but she caught it in her hand and tore it into pieces in an instant. Old Hai and Old Lin watched us with worry, while I kept giving Shijun orders to rip that Mountain Ghost out of Zhao Qian's body. The Mountain Ghost faced us with a calm expression, gently shaking a bell in her hand, and began to sing. Her singing and the bell chimes mixed with the sound of rain, like some kind of stimulant, driving the beast souls into a berserk rush toward us. Under the attack of that singing, Shijun looked like her soul was being yanked out, dazed and unsteady. I was completely thrown off too. I could only watch as Shijun was about to be reduced to smoke and ash, and in my chest, despair started to bloom. Despair rose up inside me. I dropped to my knees. My hands were scraping rocks and mud until they were torn up. All of a sudden, an S popped into my head. A cold, measured shout rang out through the rainy night. Bride Big Sis finally showed up again, just as we were getting hammered by that Mountain Ghost S singing. Right when Shijun was about to get wiped out for good, Bride Big Sis raised her bridal crown and veil right in front of me. She gave a light shout, "Find S," and the Mountain Ghost S singing stopped on the spot. The ghost beasts that had just surrounded us turned into dust in a blink. Their instant disappearance left Shijun stunned for a second, but when she turned and saw it was Bride Big Sis, she immediately threw herself flat on the ground. She started shaking like a leaf. Bride Big Sis did not give her an inch of mercy. She blamed Shijun for failing to protect her master. One sweep of her sleeve nearly sent Shijun's soul flying into the void. Shijun rolled on the ground a few times, then came to and terrified, kept crawling on the ground. I felt kind of bad for her. I even wanted to plead with Bride Big Sis for her, but then Bride Big Sis seemed to slowly turn her head toward me, and I panicked instantly. Last time Bride Big Sis turned to look at me, I straight up lost 30 years off my lifespan. Forget it, forget it. Better not get on the bad side of the lady of the house. Hide, you coward. Bride Big Sis yelled loudly just then. Hide, you coward. Bride Big Sis roared, and even the boldest would flinch. A runt mountain demon, and you still dare play hide and seek. You have got some nerve. A runt mountain demon, and you still dare play hide and seek. Still hiding. A runt mountain demon, and you still dare play hide and seek. Still hiding. A runt mountain demon, and you still dare play hide and seek. Still hiding. Show your true form. Show your true form. In that instant, with Bride Big Sis at the center, an invisible wave, like a burst of sound, rippled outward. That bloody mountain ghost was shaken right out of Zhao Qian's body. Its soul form swayed like a willow catkin in the wind. The look in her eyes was way beyond plain fear now. Then the mountain ghost thudded to its knees. It hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. It left Uncle Hai and Old Lin staring blankly. Even a storm dragon taking on water can still flip the table, huh? Bride Big Sis never goes soft. With a slap through the air, she dragged the mountain ghost up into midair. The mountain ghost could not break free, wailing in agony. All it could do was scream miserably. It could only wail in pain, and the next moment this mountain ghost is the local mountain god, called the Ninth Princess. Is it really fine to just casually mess her up like that? The Ninth Princess and all. So I turned around and asked Bride Big Sis about this Ninth Princess. So I spoke up and asked Bride Big Sis, and I got that familiar answer. The Ninth Princess, huh? Bad luck. Kill it. That scared me speechless. Seriously, Bride Big Sis could tell I was not begging for mercy, and she could still deal with it. Bride Big Sis could tell I was not begging for mercy. Bride Big Sis could tell I was not begging for mercy, and she could still handle it. I had another agenda, so I got straight to the point. I had another agenda. So she told me to spit it out. Talk fast, cut the crap. So she told me to spit it out. Talk fast, cut the crap, you little punk. So she told me to spit it out. Talk fast, cut the crap. So I swallowed my pride and told the truth. Ahem. Bride Big Sis, can you help me take her in? You know my strength is trash. I cannot rely on Shijun to protect me forever, right? This mountain ghost is pretty scary. How about letting her help me out first? Then after I rack up some merits, I will let her go. But Bride Big Sis said, this mountain ghost is full of tricks. One look and you can tell it is no good. Hey. I knew the missus was getting proud and prickly again. With that kind of spirit, the Ninth Princess Mountain Ghost probably caught your eye too. You think I do not know you. Truth is, she was looking out for me. Still, I answered, a hero never asks where you came from. A hustler does not get judged by age. As long as she can catch mice, she is a good cat, right? Bride Big Sis listened and did not say a word. Shanji collapsed in a panic. Still struggling, she kept begging. Sister-in-law snorted coldly and flung her back onto the ground. But she finally cracked. She told me where Shanji had buried the bones. Then I would drag her back and lock her into the soul urn. Whatever I pleased. Life or death, it was my call. Shanji dropped to the ground again and slammed her head down hard in a kowtow to me. Mumbling some Shanji gibberish I could not understand. Sister-in-law left me with one last line, basically, do that and you will thank me later. And then she ignored me completely, turning into a puff of bloody mist, and vanishing right in front of me. Sister-in-law showed up, barely stayed a moment, and then left again, dumping a 17 or 18-year-old kid on me. This kid was a Shanji. Do not let the delicate, innocent face fool you. She was acting crazy as hell just now, and almost wiped me and Shijun off the map. Good thing sister-in-law showed up in time, and put this troublemaker in its place for me. Now that the boss lady was gone, it was my turn to teach her some manners. I ordered her to take us to the place where she buried her bones. Then our group followed Shanji into the woods, where the bones were hidden. Zhao Qian had just been possessed by Shanji, and she still had not come to. For now, I carried her on my back, and I had checked out Jijun's soul urn too. There was an extra layer of red light sealing the cracks. That was sister-in-law handiwork. So the urn would not split apart on the spot. We reached a stretch of wasteland. Shanji obediently pointed out a spot. Following the spot, we quickly dug up a pile of jars. Jars everywhere. And we quickly dug up a whole pile right where she pointed. Following the spot, we soon dug up a pile of jars. The jars were covered in old, worn talismans. Shanji pointed at one of them and started crying. I told Old Lin to secure that soul jar properly. He and Old Hai held each other up, while I kept Zhao Qian on my back. And like that, we headed down the mountain. Seeing how wrecked the two old men looked, my chest felt tight too. All night, we kept getting struck by lightning, and we almost got swallowed by the vicious beast Shanji drove over. Old Hai had divined too many times, and the heavens backfired on him for it, and on top of that, Zhao Qian still could not wake up. So I swore I would settle the whole score with Wu Jinghua. We walked and stopped and walked again, and it took forever to reach the village at the foot of the mountain. By then it was broad daylight. Back at the village, I handed Zhao Qian over to the nurses. While I was at it, I had a gentle nurse bandage me up, and dab on some medicine too. I heard Lei Qing say the mountain where we fought last night got hammered by thunder the entire night. He and Han Shanshan were discussing how to write the report. I used making a phone call as an excuse and stepped outside. I saw the Zhao family bustling around, preparing to hold Zhao family funeral rites. Leading them was a ritual master I did not recognize, but given how things were now, the one in front was a ritual master I did not recognize. No idea how strong he was, but Wu Jinghua and I had beaten each other to a draw, so he probably did not have the time to stir up more trouble. Yishan Xiaoshui, who was keeping watch at Zhao Qian house, called me. Xiaoshui, who was staying at Zhao Qian house, called right then, saying the stuff in the furnace was finished burning. I asked her how many she managed to make. She said 3. Perfect. No joke. That was the first piece of good news I had heard since yesterday. Shijun new soul urn was finally done. Yuran Zhao Shijun new soul urn was finally done. As a reward for her hard work, I told Xiaoshui to get herself some white rabbit creamy candy. I rewarded Xiaoshui by telling her to buy herself some white rabbit creamy candy. After I hung up, I was about to go check on Zhao Qian, but Han Shanshan came out. She said Zhao Qian had woken up and was making a fuss about going to see Grandpa off. These past few days, Zhao Qian had really been put through the ringer. Let Xiao Ji pinch the heart, pat Wang Heng's neck, let the spirit possess Shan Ji. Everything is capable of taking a life. She ended up running into all of it. Could it be that she has run into some bad luck? Then just now she said again. Her eyes were hurting a bit. My heart tightened. I immediately went to check her eyes, only to have that gossip girl Han Shanshan call it sexual harassment. I felt quite embarrassed instantly. At this moment, Zhao Qian suddenly said, she could see the aura on my body. There was a faint blue one, and also a thin layer of gold. I did not take it seriously. Thought Zhao Qian was just waking up and talking nonsense. But I never imagined this would end up bringing me a great disaster. This girl wakes up and says she can see auras on others. Has she opened her spiritual eyes? Or is the girl just talking nonsense? My name is Sha Yishan. This girl is my soulmate, Zhao Qian. I thought she was just overly exhausted, dizzy in the eyes, but the tragedy that followed proved just how wrong I was. Let us put that aside for now. Right now, Zhao Qian is insisting on going to see her grandfather off, because her brother is still locked up at the station. If she can't go to handle the funeral, people will surely talk behind her back later. I had no choice but to support her and go. All direct descendants of the Zhao family were wearing mourning clothes. Uncle Hai and Old Lin were standing outside watching. I walked over to tell them. I also want to make sure the compass and the book are already in Wu Zheng's hands. The star compass and the book are already in Wu Zheng's hands. From now on, Wu Zheng can track our movements using the yin-yang positioning. It is simply too easy. Trying to deal with him later will be extremely dangerous. Now, the time for the funeral procession has arrived. The guide lit the firecrackers. The group slowly walked toward the outskirts of the village. Lei Qing and a dozen brothers were leading with floral wreaths. The ones carrying the coffin were people from the mystery sect, Zhang family. The turnout was quite grand for the county. The Zhao family relatives were crying loudly. I was supporting Zhao Qian from behind and felt a bit sorrowful listening to them. The burial site had already been dug. The distance was not far. It was a spot the Zhao family found after searching for a geomantic location. Surrounded by mountains and lush forests, it had an imposing atmosphere. I originally thought this funeral would have incidents. I thought this trip would have issues when we fetched old man Zhao. I truly feared this funeral would go wrong. However, everything went surprisingly smooth as we carried the Zhao elder. He was laid to rest in the grave. There were no variables during the whole process. The dead are the priority. I lit 3 sticks of incense and stuck them in front of the grave, quietly waiting for the incense to burn. At this moment, someone recited a prayer for the afterlife. At this moment, someone recited a blessing, wishing Zhao Qian and me a peaceful family life, wishing the two of us safety and peace. I turned my head to look. Instantly, I whispered that things were not good. It was actually Zhang Xiaofei. This guy was pitted by me at the Liancheng mountain tomb, almost dying inside without getting out. Zhao Qian was happy that the incense we burned was of the highest quality, but turning back, she found Zhang Xiaofei right there. She immediately covered her mouth. I hurriedly explained to Zhang Xiaofei, there was a little misunderstanding that day. I will treat you to a meal tonight. How about we talk it over in detail? Oh, Zhang Xiaofei, living near Zhao Qian, agreed enthusiastically, saying he would bring his older brother to visit tonight. Then he said he would bring his big brother over tonight to pay a visit. I glanced at Zhao Qian. She was so scared her face went pale. The Zhang family are grave robbers. If the Zhangs come knocking tonight, the fallout will be ugly. Of course she could read between the lines. But right here, right now, I had to say yes first. Because nothing can go wrong with old Master Zhao's funeral rites. So I could only wait tonight and roll out the welcome mat for them. Zhang Xiaofei left straight up. I replayed everything that had happened lately. I replayed everything lately with the Zhang clan, and those two sisters. Zhao Qian had offended the Zhang family, and those two siblings. Those two siblings had also ticked off 3 other major mystic sects, aside from their own. Those two siblings had managed to anger 3 other big mystic factions besides their own. They had basically made enemies with half the Zhang family. Could someone be deliberately stirring the pot behind the scenes? I mulled it over forever, and still could not figure out who it was. So I took Zhao Qian home first. On the way we passed a supermarket, and Zhang Xiaofei said tonight he wanted to buy the white rabbit milk candies Yu Xiaoshui had asked for, so Zhang Xiaofei said he wanted. And we also bought plenty of fresh vegetables and fruit, and Zhang Xiaofei said. Then we bought even more fresh vegetables and fruit, plus some bottled water, and even more fresh vegetables and fruit. I even prepped some booze and dishes for tonight is negotiation with Zhang Xiaofei. Maybe after a few drinks, things might actually be negotiable, right? Back home, Xiaoshui was over the moon to have candy to eat. Zhao Qian took a change of clothes and went to the bathroom to shower. I took the soul urn and went to the study. Finally, I could get Shijun a new home. Come on, pick one. Which ash box do you want to live in? My name is Sha Yishan. I had just fired a fresh batch of yin soil ash boxes, that is soul urns, for Shijun and the newly subdued mountain spirit to live in. I let them choose whichever one they liked. The mountain spirit had some real looks to her. She wore a Ming-style scholar dress, poised and graceful. When she was alive, she must have been a noble young lady. It made me really want to know her name. The mountain spirit listened, then elegantly dipped a little water from the teacup and wrote 3 words on the table, Song Wanyi. Wanyi, that is a really nice name. I could not wait to sign a pact with her and officially bring her into my crew. Song Wanyi nodded. Every move she made was calm and unhurried. I said to her, I am planning to take one segment of your finger bone and place it into this soul urn. The rest I will bury under the peach tree in the yard. What do you think? She turned and looked out the window at that peach tree and showed a faint smile. That counted as a yes. So I urged Shijun to enter the soul urn first. I needed to go to the second floor altar right away to perform the ritual and complete the offering ceremony. But Shijun refused to go in, tugging at her own collar to pull it back, then pointing at Song Wanyi clothes and babbling some gibberish. After listening, Song Wanyi covered her mouth and laughed. Seeing I did not understand, she wrote again on the table. Turns out Shijun wants a pretty new outfit. I agreed right away, nice and easy. Later, I will burn a beautiful set of clothes for Shijun. That coaxed her, all happy, back into the soul urn. After that, I took Song Wanyi upstairs. From far away, I could see that ritual room. Just as I was about to walk over, the bathroom door suddenly swung open. Zhao Qian stood inside, her body on full display, skin like white jade, a lingering, intoxicating allure. And in 1 second my blood went straight to my head. Qian, I could not keep a straight face. I turned my head and told Zhao Qian it was me. The girl shrieked on the spot. Bang, she slammed the door shut, just to help the girl feel at ease. I tried to smooth things over with her, saying the water fog was so thick I could not see a thing. Then I shuffled down the hallway like a lost soul, all the way to the end. The ritual setup was simple, but the tools were weirdly complete. Even props a clueless Feng Shui hack would carry were there. I lit 12 premium incense sticks, and started chanting under my breath. When I reached the final lines, I picked up the scalpel on the altar, and sliced open my middle finger. Using my essence blood, I copied a few curse scripts into the soul urn. Then I ordered Song Wanyi to feed on it. As long as she swallowed it, she would be under my control after that, and I could command her. Song Wanyi took a look, then reached out with both hands and clasped mine. Her red lips parted and touched the essence fluid dripping from my finger. The moment she fed on my essence blood, Song Wanyi's eyes lit up instantly. I felt the essence fluid pouring out of me non-stop, and my head started spinning. I quickly ordered her to stop. A thin trace of fresh essence blood still lingered at the corner of her mouth. She looked like she was not done yet. Then we lit the incense and knelt to worship the local earth god of the shrine. And only then was the rite complete. Song Wanyi moved into the new soul urn without a hitch, and I kept my promise, burying her old soul urn under a peach tree. Back in the study, I started swapping Shijun into a new soul urn. This was one step in leveling up a vicious ghost. The process was not hard, but it still required feeding with essence blood. I forced myself to push through the dizziness, and cut my middle finger again. I fed Shijun with essence blood, so she could settle into the new soul urn smoothly. After that, I was dead tired, and I collapsed onto the bed with a thud. When I woke up again, there were dozens of ghost officers in white robes, saying they were taking me down the road to the underworld. Picture this, you open your eyes, and a whole squad of white-robed ghost officers are demanding your soul, dragging you onto the road to the underworld, and there is no one else around to help you. So what do you do? Step 1, do not answer them. Not a word. When ordinary people walk at night, if something asks, you do not respond. Otherwise, they latch onto you and come collecting. My name is Sha Yishan. As the ghost officers were about to take me, I could only shout at the top of my lungs for Shijun and Song Wanyi, trying to summon those two vicious ghosts to save me. But when I reached into my pocket, my heart dropped halfway to hell, because right now I was in a bare soul body, not even a single hair on me, let alone a soul urn housing a vicious ghost. At that moment, the lead ghost officer, Ling Tong, had someone toss me a weird robe that was not quite a robe and not quite clothes. I had no choice if I wanted to cover myself. So I put it on, humiliated. Ling Tong seemed to be saying, "Tough luck, spare me the drama." Ling Tong kept yapping like he was announcing a sentence, going on, telling me to confess and come along. When he saw I would not answer, he lost it and drove a hard kick into my gut. My body rocked immediately. That was an injury to the soul body. So yeah, this was definitely not a dream. Ling Tong kept listing my crimes, saying I defied heaven, rewrote fate, and gathered 5 yin forces. Either one was a serious offense. I still did not say a word. Ever since I was little, Sister has never let anything truly dangerous happen to me. So I put everything I had into it, and yelled out the 2 words, sister. But that familiar phoenix-crowned glow did not show up, not even late. The only reply I got was Ling Tong's cold laugh. "You have got worms for brains. What on earth is this place? Why can I not reach anyone at all?" That was when Ling Tong told me my lifespan was already used up. So this place had to be the underworld. But how could my lifespan possibly be used up? No, that is not right. Big sister wife could not show herself. But I still had no clue whether it was because I had drained too much energy, or because I had drained too much energy and was half dead already, or because using blood as food for the living dead was because I had drained too much energy, or because feeding Shijun and Song was because I had drained too much energy. Because Shijun and Song were tied to Big Sister Wife and my own life force. Song Wanyi was tied to Big Sister Wife and my own life force. Song Wanyi because Big Sister Wife and my own life force were linked. Wanyi because Big Sister Wife and my own life force were linked. Because Big Sister Wife and my own life force were linked. We rise and fall together. I was about to drop dead. How good could Big Sister Wife be doing? She did not even have the strength to tug my sleeve to warn me. I could only think of some other way to save myself. Ling Tong kept going, nagging like an old lady, listing every single sin I had committed. Just then, more and more ghost officers and sinners appeared on the road, all heading toward the same place. I asked Ling Tong, "Are we all going to the city god temple?" After I got a definite answer, the sense of danger in my gut only got heavier, because once we reached the city god side, trying to run would be basically impossible. I tried to bargain with Ling Tong to let me go back to the living world to say goodbye to the girls. After that, they would burn the finest incense for Lord Ling every day. He did not even bother talking. He pulled out a morning whip from his sleeve and whipped it down at me like he was trying to split my skull. I finally could not take it anymore. "Damn it, Ling Tong. Do not push me too far, or I will take my time and end you, you mangy mutt." That dog thing kept the same stone cold by the book face, got worked up, and actually shook a scroll loose onto the ground. I picked up the scroll and took a look. It looked like Thai or something. I could not read a single word. Ling Tong said it was a guilt summons, personally written by the city god, stamped with the grand seal, and it could send messages straight to the living world. No matter if it was an emperor, a general, a holy priest, or a living Buddha, you could call them over the same way. I immediately locked onto the key point. This thing can really reach the living world. Then we are in business. Holding the scroll, I shouted for Shijun. "Song Wanyi, get over here and save me, now." I called for the ghost queens I had been raising, Shijun and Song Wanyi, but Ghost Officer Ling Tong just laughed at me. "This is the underworld. You cannot call in anyone whose lifespan is not finished." Then he kicked me a few more times, right in the gut. But in the distance I saw 2 reinforcements, one in red and one in white, flying in. That settled my nerves. "Heh, Ling Tong, just wait. In a minute, I will make you beg for death and still not get it." In the blink of an eye, the 2 ghost queens arrived. While I was getting beat senseless, I ordered Shijun to wipe out every ghost officer here except Ling Tong first. Shijun opened her mouth wide, and with one scream she lunged right in. Ling Tong actually knew fear. Then Shijun let out another wail, shaking all the ghost officers to the ground, twitching and unable to move. With one hand each like picking candy, she reached for them and tried to swallow the ghost officers whole. Ling Tong was so scared his face went green. Muttering under his breath, he yanked out the morning whip and prepared to fight. Song Wanyi lightly flicked her sleeve and blew his soul form off balance, sending him rolling across the ground. I casually snatched up that morning whip. Damn, my turn to let off some steam at last. "You piece of trash dared whip me like that. Now I will whip you to hell and back." Song Wanyi urged me to take it easy. The morning whip can snatch souls. Each strike sends a yin soul flying. Keep it up, and they will scatter into nothingness. Send. You can finally talk, I asked her, with curiosity. But Warner just blushed and turned away, reminding me that my current posture was not exactly decent. I looked down and realized this cloth was not covering much. I looked down. Damn, this strip of cloth can't hide my masculine charm at all. Every move I make, and I am practically putting on a show. So I threatened Ling Zi, strip off his clothes and trade with me. Ling Zi was still hesitating. I raised the whip again. He immediately took his uniform off and handed it to me with both hands. Now it was arrogant Ling Zi's turn to pull his hem down and cover himself up. Feels so damn good. I kept threatening him. Tell me right now how to return to the living. Ling Zi said it required approval from the 24 courts of the city god. Only after signing the consent forms can one cross the return path to the living world. But my current crimes of assaulting a death messenger are hard to overlook. The underworld would never agree to let me return. The underworld would never agree to it. Then he even had the audacity to suggest I stay and work as a messenger. He even had the audacity to suggest I stay and work as a messenger. He even had the audacity to suggest I stay and work as a messenger. He even had the audacity to suggest I stay and work as a messenger. I was so mad I beat him up again. If I can't return to the living, I will smash this place. If I can't return, I will tear you and your temple apart. I will tear this city god temple down. But this city god temple definitely needs a visit. I picked Ling Zi up and asked him if the city god temple had a back door, but was told that if I wanted to return to the living, I had to go through the front entrance. Then I have no choice but to fight my way through. I asked Warner again, what are the odds of escaping the city god temple? She replied, if Milady is here, extinguishing the entire city god's domain would be effortless. Isn't she currently absent, sister? Stop talking nonsense. Then Song Warner replied confidently, my sister is a deity of the mountain. In terms of strength, she definitely would not lose to any big or small spirits. You are a piece of work. You act like you have got it all figured out. Fine, I have a plan. Let us go in first. If it does not work, we will force our way. As soon as we reached the entrance, we were intercepted by General Chen Dehung, the Silver Lock. Do you know the first place where a soul enters the underworld? It is the city god temple. I am standing right at the gates of the city god temple now, but not for reincarnation trials. I am here to borrow a path back to the living, to return to the mortal realm. If the city god refuses to lend me the path, then I will just have to dismantle this temple. At the entrance, the city god's general Chen Dehung was sitting there, blocking my way, and Ling Zi, the death messenger I caught, actually knows this Chen Dehung. He started howling for help. When Chen Dehung heard someone dared to capture a messenger, he was outraged, calling for his troops. Dozens of underworld soldiers came rushing out of the temple. At this moment, Shijun started screeching at Chen Dehung. Could Shijun be wanting to eat him? What are you waiting for? Go get him. With Song Warner here to cover us. No big deal. No need for any fancy, showy moves. Just wave your hand. The yin soldiers vanished in patches, like mowing down grass. Honestly, it got me kinda pumped. I grabbed my morning rod and picked off a straggler. Then I went to town on him, cracking his skull like a drum. I beat that yin soldier until he rolled on the ground, howling bloody murder. In the blink of an eye, Song Wanyi wiped out every last yin soldier. She looked like she was just watching the drama unfold, just sitting there watching Shijun fight the chain general. That general was not your average yin soldier. He swung that chain like it was as easy as twirling a hula hoop. Seriously. That chain is a brutal weapon made for beating ghosts in the underworld. Any ghost that cannot break free once it is locked by it will end up turning into a vicious ghost. Any ghost locked by it will end up turning into a vicious ghost. Any ghost that cannot break free once it is locked will end up turning into a vicious ghost. Even a good soul would get wrecked, slammed face down into the ground. Slammed face down into the ground, brutal as hell. But Shijun is small and quick on her feet. She could dodge the chain with ease. She recovered right away and even kept finding openings to take a couple bites out of Chen Dehung, like she was grabbing snacks between rounds. Recovering that fast, she clearly had the hit and run game figured out. She recovered immediately, basically mastering hit and run tactics. Chen Dehung was getting bitten more and more. Before long, even his soul body started turning transparent. His soul body was starting to turn transparent. Suddenly, a rapid string of warning bells rang out from the city. A huge wave of yin soldiers started rallying and charging straight at us. Drums thundered like the sky was about to crack. The formation looked like they were about to storm the city. I realized they were trying to shut the gates, but Shijun still had not fully digested the chain general yet. So I had to tell her to stop. We would deal with those two ghost freaks brakes first. Getting into the city came first, as the main gate creaked and groaned to life. We half-dragged, half-hauled each other along. A full 100-meter sprint. We finally slipped through the gate right before it slammed shut with a boom. But I honestly did not know if I had just been trapped inside like a dog behind a closed door, or if I had run in here to beat the dogs myself. Either way, yin soldiers were everywhere you looked. Song Wanyi, what do we do about this many yin soldiers? I decided to be polite first, and get tough second. First I would ask if they were willing to let me pass, and return to the living. But if they dared to block me, they would end up just like that chain general. The lead ghost general was the chain general's big brother in rank. He was worried his little brother would get killed. So he agreed to summon the city god to come out and negotiate. To keep him from stalling for time, I cracked the chain with my whip every few seconds as a little friendly reminder. At this rate, I would whip him to death in no time. The ghost general panicked on the spot. He ordered his men to hurry and invite the city god. Not long after, the city god arrived beating gongs and drums. The city god of some tiny county town actually brought a whole army of ghost soldiers and ghost generals to back him up. I was so stunned my brain blanked out. Right then, Song Wanyi suddenly stopped me. She said that city god was not right. His aura shot to the sky, nasty and overwhelming, and the two escorts at his side, one in black and one in white, were no ordinary pair either. Could even this thing be a fake? If a woman told you she wanted to have a kid with you, on the condition you ditch the daughter you have right now, what would you do? Come on, you have to be kidding. How could I, Sha Yishan, ever abandon Shijun? Song Wanyi, if you say that again, I will whip you with the morning rod. But our situation right now is seriously bad. Yin soldiers were swarming around us from every direction, and there was a seriously creepy city god blocking the front. So where the hell are we supposed to run? Song Wanyi said the road back to the living is the place with the strongest living energy. Of course we run for the road back to the living. So I called Shijun back to me. Get ready to run for it. But that city lord grandpa started walking straight toward us. His eyes were cold as frost as he stared at the few of us. Without opening his mouth he asked, "So you are Sha Yishan?" I did not bother answering him. Instead, I ordered Shijun to take a bite out of that lock-headed big general. Give him a little reality check. Shijun was ridiculously obedient. She tore the lock's head clean off, and chomped it down in one go. Afterward, she even pulled a ghost face at the city lord grandpa. I had him so mad he could not even get a word out. It took him a while to calm down. Then the city lord grandpa kept talking without moving his lips. He asked if we had met before in Yinfeng Town. This voice sounds familiar. All of a sudden, I realized it too. This voice sounds familiar. His voice was really familiar. This voice is really. Plus he was wearing some kind of human skin disguise. This voice is really. Could it be a woman's? Right when I was racking my brain over who he really was, Song Wanyi grabbed my hand and just flew off. Shijun had no idea what was going on, but she followed right after us. The Yin soldiers saw we were trying to escape, and came howling as they swarmed in to surround us. Wanyi went with the flow and chopped out several wind blades, cutting open a path. Then the three of us bolted at full speed, sprinting forward like our lives depended on it. A massive wall of bone suddenly rose up from the ground, blocking our way. The bone wall sealed off the road ahead like it was bricking us in. Wanyi unleashed a cone-shaped surge of yin energy, and blasted a huge opening in the bone wall. Shijun was not about to be outdone, and charged through the hole Wanyi made, opened her mouth and wailed once, and a beam of light shot out. She blew open another big hole, too. One look and you could tell her strength had leveled up hard. The city lord grandpa stared and exclaimed, "Phenomenal. That ghost you raised has actually reached the entry stage of manifested form." I did not know what entry stage even meant, but I could not help feeling pretty smug. Just then, black and white impermanence chased up with that gold-armored big general. I could already sense the existence of the road back to the living. It was right behind that huge gate, but there were still plenty of ghost generals guarding it. I was instantly stuck between a rock and a hard place. On top of that, black impermanence started shaking his soul-snatching bell. My head went blank in seconds. That set Shijun off. She opened her mouth and let out a gale-like howl, and a streak of blue light shot at Black Impermanence. Black Impermanence got scared out of his skin and jumped back. Black Impermanence got startled so badly he yelped and leapt away. He hurried to dodge, but Shijun shook her head and swept her gaze, locking onto him again. White Impermanence immediately raised his morning baton to block, but with one blast it got knocked far away, and even the morning baton was burned pitch black. The next moment Shijun flew right up in front of him, mouth open, ready to bite. Black Impermanence shouted in alarm. and the morning baton slipped from his hand, stopping Shijun from eating the ghost general. What a terrifying, god-devouring ghost general. If she were fully formed, I honestly would not know how to deal with her. The two of them panted as they spoke, and right then Black Impermanence grimaced and fumbled a token out of his robe, holding it up and giving it a shake. Several streams of black smoke quickly flew out from all over his body, twisting toward Shijun, but Shijun only let out a single howl, and blew that whole pile of black smoke away. She even fought both black and white impermanence at the same time, and did not give an inch. With this girl backing me up, I, Sha Yishan, should not have much trouble getting back from the underworld to the living. But the other fierce ghost I raised, Wanyi, still had not blasted open the main gate to the road back to the living. That was just painful to watch. The gate still was not broken. Lord Cheng Sui, though, propped himself up on a 10,000 people umbrella and drifted over at his own sweet pace. He told me, why not chat a bit before leaving? His voice was downright freaky, drilling straight into my skull. It gave me that bone-deep creeped-out feeling, but I honestly could not remember when exactly I had met him in Yinfeng town. Lord Cheng Sui looked like he could read minds. He instantly caught the fact I did not know him, and he shot back, asking why I was dodging him and what I was up to. Right then, Song Wanyi gathered all her strength and slammed that huge door again. Lord Cheng Sui actually wore a mocking smile, saying we had taken the wrong road, and that the path back to the living world could not possibly be in such an obvious spot. I told him I did not care whether it was the road back to the living world or not. As long as you let us leave, everything is fine. Otherwise, I will go all in, and I will make sure you do not have an easy time either. But Lord Cheng Sui kept pressing. You really do not know anything. I was completely baffled. Know what, exactly? Then I saw it. He made that disgustingly smug face again, and coldly spit out a line. Not even one mistake gets a pass. The black and white reapers heard the order, and immediately rushed in with their men. Looks like this Lord Cheng Sui was going for a full wipeout. He must have been plotting something seriously nasty. No way he was letting us off. Just as despair hit me, right when I was at my lowest, the door was smashed open by Song Wanyi, and the whole massive door got blasted apart by Song Wanyi. She ran up, grabbed me and dragged me to bolt outside. Shijun opened wide and fired a huge breath blast, buying us time to retreat, but Lord Cheng Sui obviously was not about to let us slip away that easily right under his nose. He reached out his left hand, and at once, a huge transparent hand appeared in the air and grabbed for me. Song Wanyi fired off 3 wind blades in a row. They were like hitting solid rock. They could not stop that giant hand at all. I was about to be pinned down. At the very last second, an old gravelly voice called out, wait, and along with it came 3 blue talismans. They shot down like arrows, piercing straight through the air like arrows, forming 3 walls of flame that stopped the gigantic hand. I whipped my head around and nearly jumped for joy. It was Elder Hai, standing at the entrance to the road back to the living world. There was another figure beside him, a peachwood sword on his back, talismans in hand. When the white fog cleared, I finally saw that person's face clearly, and I was scared out of my mind. Zhang Yiden. How was that even possible? No way. Zhang Yiden was already dead. Even if his body somehow grew wings, there was no way he could still be alive. Then who is that? Elder Hai thought I was talking nonsense. He shoved a talisman straight into my hand, and barked that there was no time to explain. Hold this and go back to the living world. The strangest coincidence in the world was running into my dead bro on the road back to the living world. Could it be that it is not just me, Sha Yishan, who can return to the living world? Could an ordinary guy like Zhang Yidun, with no spiritual power at all, also break through this Cheng Sui temple guarded by layers of Yin soldiers, and come back to the human world to keep living out his years? But I did not have the luxury to think about it now. I had to move fast. I grabbed the talisman Elder Hai gave me, and rushed for the road back to the living world. The moment I took the talisman, a warm current surged into my body. I shuddered hard, and everything went blank. When I came to again, I found myself lying in bed, unable to move. My whole body felt sore and limp. It took forever just to pry my eyes open, and somehow there was a layer of white cloth over my head. Outside the door was a noisy racket, like a street market. I struggled a few times. Only then did the fluids in my body start circulating again. I yanked the white cloth off in one pull, but I was still weak as hell. I took one step and immediately crashed to the floor. 2 soul jars rolling off to the side suddenly reminded me that Shijun and Song Wanyi still seemed to be in the city god temple of the underworld. I opened my mouth, but my tongue felt so swollen I could not even say their names right. I called out several times in a row, and still did not see either of them. No choice then. I bit down hard and split my fingertip open, then painfully drew 2 talisman marks on the floor. After that I forced out every last bit of strength and yelled, Shijun, Wanyi, no, come back. The moment I finished, my vision blurred in a wave. I could feel my energy draining out so fast, it was terrifying. Even worse, there was not the slightest sign of sister-in-law. Just as I was panicking and second-guessing everything, Shijun and Wanyi finally appeared in front of me. They did not look like they had any serious problems. The second Shijun saw me, she rushed over and caught me. Song Wanyi knelt off to the side, using her sleeve to wipe the cold sweat pouring off me. That made me suddenly unsure again. Was the desperate scramble back to the living world just a dream? Not until I saw a clear red ring in Shijun's eyes did I confirm we really got yanked into the underworld by those patrol ghosts. Maybe I really did mistake that expert with the peachwood sword on his back for Zhang Yidun. How long was I out? I let out a long breath. Then I started worrying the city god might call me back down to the underworld again. So I lit a soul-stabilizing talisman, dissolved it in tea, and chugged it in one go, if only for some peace of mind. Right then, loud arguing came from the doorway. With that kind of shouting at the door, I will pay, going on about how the dead are the biggest deal. How the dead are the biggest deal and all that. Pay for what? Going on about how the dead are the biggest deal. Please stop harassing Brother Tien. If you have to come at someone, come at me. Please do not harass Brother Tien anymore. Please do not harass Brother Tien anymore. If there is something you want, say it. I glanced at the white cloth that had been covering my face, and my heart damn near jumped out of my chest. Did Zhao Qian think I was dead? I looked at the desk again. A neatly cut red paper funeral robe was tossed there. Shijun noticed the delicate little outfit too, and happily ran over to touch it. At the same time, at the villa entrance, two girls were crying while facing a whole crowd of men. The fat guy leading them, Zhang Xiaofei, was threatening Zhao Qian. If she did not hand over Xia Yishan, he would smash the villa. After saying that, he suddenly kicked the door open. Xiao Shui immediately stepped up and told him to stop. But what they saw after coming in was this. Me slumped on the couch like some exhausted day laborer, gnawing on a drumstick like my life depended on it. I mean, I had just gotten back from the underworld, and my body was weak, but I could still take down a whole fat pig without breaking a sweat. That scared the color right out of the two girls. A scam. A total scam. Xiao Shui rolled her eyes and fainted on the spot. I opened my mouth and asked Zhao Qian, "What scam are you talking about?" The moment Zhao Qian heard me, her eyes went unfocused, and she just collapsed to the floor too. "Officer, this fat guy scared two girls into passing out." "Yes, right here in Longyuan residence. Please hurry and send an ambulance. Please hurry and send an ambulance." "Hello dispatch." That one call from me made Zhang Xiaofei spit out a mouthful of old blood. "Yeah, I reported a fake well. Who is this fat guy who will not let me eat in peace?" I never said some fat guy would not let me eat in peace. And he swore I screwed up him and his brother when I raided that tomb. He said I screwed up him and his brother when I raided that tomb. I did not even make that call, and he still said I screwed up him and his brother when I raided that tomb. That call messed him up bad, and now the problem is huge. I did not even make that call, but it still messed him up bad, and now the problem is huge. Zhao Qian and Yu Xiaoshui happened to see me still among the living. They thought I got scammed to death and got scared unconscious. So I borrowed that little moment to prank the fat guy one more time. The fat guy had never seen someone so shamelessly ruthless. He cried and confessed in panic. "Bro, you eat. Just eat, okay? There, problem solved." I made another call and told the officer it was all a misunderstanding. Only then did the fat guy finally breathe again. When I was basically done eating, I went over to check on the two girls. Yu Xiaoshui was truly passed out. Zhao Qian was just a bit anemic. I patted her philtrum and she woke right up. The moment she opened her eyes, her hand went to my cheek. I softened up and tried to comfort her. "Relax. Your brother Tien is still alive." Overjoyed, Zhao Qian rushed up and hugged me, refusing to let go. I almost felt like I was getting a lucky break. Then a cold yin wind rose behind me. At that instant, I smiled for real, because the sister-in-law was still here. She could show herself to me again. Near midnight, I carried Yu Xiaoshui back onto the bed. When I came out, I saw Zhang Xiaofei eating like nothing in the world mattered. "Eat my ass, quit eating. Spit it out. What the hell happened to your brother?" My brother is outside right now. You have to fix this for me." The fat guy said it with his mouth stuffed full of meat pie. I glanced outside. A man with a drawn, miserable face was standing at the doorway. Behind him was a whole crowd of Zhang family relatives. I only let his brother come in. We sat down and talked it out properly, to solve it. Then the fat guy, in a tone like it cost him his teeth to say it, told me his brother looked like he was pregnant. A man can get pregnant now. Turns out, that day at the tomb raid, I broke the thunder talisman array they had set up, which let something inside freak Zhang Defei out of his mind. After he came back, the elders at home checked his pulse, and it felt like beads rolling. A classic sign of carrying a child. They went to the hospital for a CT scan. and it even showed a fetus in his belly. You tell me, what the hell is this supposed to be? Zhang Xiaofei crossed his arms like he was going to stick to me no matter what. Can you fix it or not? Or do I have to marry your brother? Pop the kid out and raise it too. The moment Zhao Qian heard that, she turned her head and nearly laughed herself sick. It pissed Zhang Xiaofei off so much his face turned into a full-on meme. Alright, back to business. I called Song Wanyi out to have her see what was really going on, whether it could be handled with a cesarean. When the Zhang brothers saw Wanyi, they blurted out in shock that she was some fierce ghost. Wanyi did not like the word fierce ghost. Her face changed instantly. The Zhang brothers clamped their mouths shut right away. Then she wrote a few big words on the table. Mouth birth. Disaster comes from the mouth. Huh, so you mean when this ghost baby is born, it crawls out through the mouth, right? That is my guess. But the second Song Wanyi flashed that bright smile. I knew that explanation had to be bogus. Probably Zhang Defei ran his mouth and said something he should not have. Back when we raided that grave, he must have talked trash. So that big shot in Liancheng Mountain decided to toy with their whole family. When the Zhang brothers heard a ghost was going to crawl out of their mouths, they insisted I had to be the one to clean up their mess. So I had to ask Wanyi again how we were supposed to deal with this kid. She wrote one huge word again. Two linked together, one big one small. Make one wrong move and you are dead. When grave robbing, you absolutely cannot insult the dead. Not even by turning back to curse them. That grave raider Zhang Defei, while digging, greeted the owner's ancestors for 18 generations with pure profanity. So after he came back from the burial ground, they said he had a pregnancy pulse. And a hospital CT scan made it crystal clear there was a fetus. Was this grown man really about to give birth or what? The Zhang brothers came to me for help. I had Wanyi check what was really going on, and she concluded it was a ghost using his belly as a borrowed womb. Also, it was two linked together, big and small, and one slip meant death. A C-section was absolutely not an option. So the only way was to let it be born. Then what do I need you for? I was really disappointed in Wanyi, but the 8 big words she wrote next handed me the solution. First, remove the big ghost. Then deal with the small ghost. First, take out the cemetery owner in Liancheng Mountain who got cursed out. Then the little ghost in the belly would become a rootless orphan. After that, it would be easy to handle. But in a bit, I had to go to Zhao Qian home for something. Tonight the Zhang family would bring their master along, and I would follow them to slay demons and purge evil. The Zhang brothers were thrilled and agreed right away. Problem solved, nice and neat, except I was actually holding onto a nasty little grudge. While I was down in the underworld, the Zhang family bullied Zhao Qian and Yu Xiaoshui. So tonight, I was going to put them through it. I even told them to call in more Zhang people on purpose. And Song Wanyi secretly told me, this was not that simple. You guys rob graves while cursing ghosts at the same time. So if the ghosts do not come after your whole family, that would be the real miracle. After the Zhang family left, Zhao Qian and I went back to the villa. Ever since the little ghost Shijun saw that paper funeral dress, she kept pestering us to burn it to her right away. So I took Zhao Qian and Shijun to the altar and watched Zhao Qian perform the rite. As the flames rose, the clothes on Shijun started to change. The new outfit fit perfectly, sitting on her all neat and pretty. She looked unbelievably beautiful. She was basically an adorable little sweetheart. Every glance and every smile, she looked like an innocent little princess. It almost made me not want to send her into a fight. After all that, I told Zhao Qian to get some sleep first. I was heading to the Zhao family manor to find Uncle Hai, to ask about that Taoist who was walking the road between yin and yang, whether it was Zhang Yiden. Zhao Qian walked me to the door. On the way, I called Uncle Hai, but it kept failing to connect. Could it be they still had not come back from that path dividing yin and yang? So I sped up to 140. I got to Zhao Manor in no time. My father-in-law came out to greet me. He told me Uncle Hai was not here, and had gone into the mountains with a strange young man. A young man? What did this young man look like? My breathing tightened in an instant, just as Uncle Zhao was describing his appearance. Speak of the devil, and he shows up. Uncle Hai came rushing back in through the door, drenched in sweat. When he saw me, his face looked like a huge weight finally dropped off his chest. Looks like he had been worried sick about whether I made it back to the living world. Uncle Hai was already worn down from that fight with Wu Jinghua. His energy had taken a serious hit, and then last night he still ran to the yin-yang path to save me. No wonder the man was dead on his feet. Now he was back, and the first thing he did was check on me. That is what real masters are like. The kind of mentor you cannot help but respect. We said goodbye to Uncle Zhao, then headed to Uncle Hai's guest room together. I quickly poured him some hot tea, and asked Uncle Hai about that mysterious Taoist priest, whether it was Zhang Yidun or not. Have you ever heard of borrowing a body to return a soul? It is when a ghost soul that has lost its flesh takes over the corpse of someone who just died. Then it lives again, under a new identity. But no one is going to hand over their body for free. So this borrowing a body to return a soul usually comes with one spirit crushing another. I suspect my buddy Zhang Yidun's corpse was used for exactly that. So I laid out my whole theory to Uncle Hai. If what happened on the yin-yang path was not a dream, then the person I saw had to be Zhang Yiden. It could not be that Taoist priest Uncle Hai mentioned, that Taoist Master Li. Uncle Hai said that after I came back to the living world, he specifically asked Taoist Master Li whether he knew Zhang Yiden. Taoist Master Li looked completely baffled at the time, but there was a trace of heaviness in his eyes. So Uncle Hai thought this Li Paxio might be another identity of Yiden, like he had something he could not say, so he kept it buried deep. What? Li Paxio? The moment I heard those 3 words, I blew up. Yes, he said he was Li Paxio, successor of the Chenkin Dao. He demanded I take him to the yin-yang path immediately to handle something huge. He said it was a major matter, not some everyday business, and it concerned life and death. He even brought a token from the Li family. I owed the Li family a favor, so I agreed. Uncle Hai explained it to me in detail, and it sounded like this was anything but simple. I stopped holding anything back with Uncle Hai. Zhang Yidun was tied up, and scissors pinned with soul-sealing talismans were driven clean through his chest. Xiao Shui and I had an accident back then, and we did not die on the spot. By the time we returned to the place where it happened, his corpse was already gone. In its place, someone had put up a burial mound and funeral arrangements, and the name on the tombstone was Li Paxio. Uncle Hai immediately caught on. I was saying Zhang Yiden had been used for borrowing a body to return a soul, and Li Paxio even left words on the tombstone. Stuff like live without attachments, die without leaving a name. That meant he already knew what had happened to Zhang Yidan's spirit. It had been scattered by my aunt's soul-sealing talisman. So if it really was Li Paxio borrowing a body to return a soul, I would risk my life to take Zhang Yidan's body back. I gritted my teeth and said it viciously, but Uncle Hai did not seem to care. Instead, he asked me, how much do you actually know about soul-sealing talismans? Since it is called soul-sealing, it means the spirit is temporarily sealed into the talisman paper, not directly shattered like in Yin Soul. If you run into a real expert, they can force the talisman open on the spot. Besides, my grandma Jozan specializes in ghost-raising arts, the masking nurture method, and ghost summoning. Soul-sealing talismans are not her strongest suit. Against a true master, a talisman spell is easy to break. So, have you considered this? It hit me like a thunderbolt on a clear day. Uncle Hai was saying Zhang Yidan's soul probably had not disappeared. Then Li Paxiao was even more suspicious. He must have hidden Zhang Yidan's spirit away. Because of our lineage rules, my grandma could not draw many talisman papers herself. She could only get them from others to use. That was what gave Li Paxiao an opening. For example, families like Uncle Hai's yin-yang masters serve an ancient deity known as the Eastern Sovereign Tai. If you have not gone through the proper orthodox appointment, then you cannot borrow the Eastern Sovereign's power. Truth is, the Zhou family's real lineage was never on me. It was on Grandma and Zhou Zan. All I could do was lean on a few cheap tricks to chase ghosts off. Lucky for me, a fluke twist of fate happened back then. Grandma got me a wife, that older sister. That was the only reason powerless me could bring Shijun and Song Wanyi under my command. So when Hai Lao said I never inherited the lineage but still dared to ride tigers and command wolves, he wasn't wrong. My living years should have ended early, yet I came back to life against the odds. Awkward does not even begin to cover my situation. No wonder Li Paxiao said. He wanted to do it before you brought disaster down on yourself. And clip your wings first. What? Li Paxiao wants to use Shijun and Song Wanyi to wipe me out. His intent to remove me is written all over his face. He is really pushing his luck, like he has got a spare life in his pocket. But right now, I am way too weak, and my lifespan is already used up. Who knows when I might just drop dead. My biggest backer, Grandma, was even locked away in a cloudy coffin. So I was desperate to level up my strength. I tried asking Hai Lao if he would take me as his disciple and teach me the arts of the yin-yang practitioners. Hai Lao was clearly surprised. He did not expect me to actually want to be his apprentice. He rejected me on the spot, clean and simple. First, he felt his own skill wasn't up to it. Second, he was wary of that older sister behind me. Her identity is anything but ordinary. Hai Lao did not dare take advantage of that. Still, even if his strength is not great, he is stronger than me. I respectfully offered him tea and asked again. I can't do it, Brother Shah. The one behind you is not someone to mess with. Am I not already scared enough of dying early? Hai Lao waved both hands, trying to push it away. If you insist on bowing into a school, then call me your senior brother. You and I can address each other as senior and junior brothers, all right. And I will only be responsible for guiding you into the yin-yang lineage. But I will not teach you spells. You will study and comprehend the books our master left behind on your own. Hearing him loosen up, how could I say no? That is the yin-yang lineage, after all. I had been itching for it for a long time. So I immediately clasped my fists with solemn respect and called out, Senior Brother Hai. Hai Lao beamed and returned the salute, calling me junior brother. Since we are senior and junior brothers now, we should head back to the altar right away and kowtow to our master. But just as I got up, Zhang Xiaofei called, He said they were already ready over there, and asked when I was coming. I gave him a quick brush off, then told senior brother about the Zhang family's situation. The moment senior brother heard the Zhang family wanted to dig up that old grave at the shooting range, and that they had even gotten hit with ghost raising, his face went full no way. That grave sits in land shaped like a dragon, playing with a pearl. Old tales say it is the cruelest of the cruel. One tomb seals down another. Those two Zhang brats really think they are immortals. That grave is said to have buried two vicious ghost things. They are basically speedrunning their own funeral. Senior brother decided on the spot to call the Zhang family's elder. Even if we were only going to watch the show, out of old ties, we still had to give them a heads up. Sure enough, the Zhang elder on the other end exploded like thunder after hearing it. Looks like Zhang Xiaofei and the others never came clean at home. That place is the nastiest of the nasty. They probably did not even tell the real reason they ended up tangled with ghost raising. Now things had blown up. Even the Zhang family's old matriarch was heading over. This was starting to get interesting. After that, I got in the car, but after I started it, I realized senior brother had not gotten in. He was staring up at the sky, muttering that something felt off. I followed his gaze and looked up. There was a moon. Seeing that, I also looked up, even though there was a moon. But heavy dark clouds were packed tight, and not a single star was in sight. The sky was thick with dark clouds, not a single star in sight. It felt chilly, like a storm was brewing. Senior brother would not even talk to me. He reached down and touched the ground. Then he suddenly stood up, looking troubled. He pulled out the turtle shell and started shaking it with a clatter. Then he quickly began divining with his right hand. After finishing it all, he told me that Li Paxiao failed to hold his ground in the underworld. The underworld is about to turn upside down. I panicked instantly. What exactly did Li Paxiao go down there to do? Senior brother, did not you say there was a way to extend my lifespan? Li Paxiao is my Sha Yishan's nemesis. He destroyed my brother's physical body and tried to wipe out my ghost generals, Shizhen and Shanyan. But I have to thank him for being able to return from the underworld. He saw I was about to be crushed by the city god, so he saved me first, choosing to stand his ground against the city god himself. As for my senior brother, once he saw I had returned, he used a secret technique to escape back to the world of the living, leaving Li Paxiao alone in the underworld to face the city god. It was mostly because that city god was truly freakish, actually wearing a human skin. If senior brother and I had bumped into her, we would have had no choice but to run for our lives. Senior brother just used the turtle shell to divine Li Poxiao's fortune, and found out he could not beat the city god either, so he had no choice but to flee back to the living world. The folks in the underworld are currently furious and chasing after him. As for my own fate, senior brother used his fingers to calculate it too. It is a life hanging by a thread, with the outcome unknown. I got anxious immediately. Senior brother, are you reliable or what? How did you end up calculating that I am about to kick the bucket? Just as we were talking, the lady ghost suddenly tugged on my hem. She was telling me it was time to run. I screamed in terror, asking senior brother to save me. To save me, senior brother quickly took out his mastercraft. He pricked the four legs of the fate tethering turtle, letting it run across the paper. The turtle felt the pain, and ran like it had gone mad, yet it could not run off the paper at all. At that moment my hem was still being pulled tightly by the lady ghost. Senior brother urged me to bite my finger, and follow the turtle's claw prints. I grit my teeth and bit into my middle finger, hurriedly following the claw prints on that large sheet of paper. The moment I made my move, senior brother immediately formed a hand seal, and began chanting spells frantically. Then he took a handful of ritual salt, and tossed it directly onto the paper. This handful must have cost a fortune. The fate tethering turtle moved wildly on the paper ghost style. My hand followed the traces quickly. Just like that, after a while, the entire sheet of paper was covered in ghost sigils. I do not know what that meant, but the danger had already been resolved. The lady ghost finally calmed down. Relieved, I complained to senior brother while crying. Could you not scare me like that next time? This kind of sudden danger is just too much to handle. Just as we were rejoicing over clearing the danger, it started pouring rain outside. It was raining even harder than that day when Yiping went to ask for money from her dad. I hurried to drive senior brother away from the Zhao estate. However, at the intersection, a Taoist stood there like an iron statue, blocking our path. That person was none other than Li Paxiao. Senior brother sensed something was wrong, wanting me to drive around him and just pretend we did not see him, but he was staring right at us. I slammed on the brakes, determined to get out and face this man who was both my nemesis and my savior. I grabbed his collar and shouted, "Yidun," as if trying to wake Yidun's soul up. He pushed me away without hesitation, saying I had mistaken him for someone else. He is Li Paxiao, the successor of the Chunkin Dao. This time he came to make me hand over the 2 vicious ghosts I have been raising. Do you really think that is possible? Not to mention I will not give you the ghosts I raised. You stole my brother's body. There is no way I am letting you off. I yelled at the top of my lungs. Li Poxiao's gaze turned razor sharp. So that means there is nothing left to talk about. Then sister-in-law yanked hard on the corner of my clothes again. Looks like Li Poxiao was about to tear off the mask and come straight for me. Ever since Shijun and Wang Yi followed me, this was the first time they had been beaten down this badly. Yet somehow I was fine. I was furious, and my heart ached at the same time. My poor little Shijun, my precious baby. This all starts with the moment we ran into Li Poxiao. Li Poxiao, who had taken over Zhang Yidan's body, actually stopped us halfway. He demanded I hand over the 2 fierce ghosts I was raising. Of course I refused. So Li Poxiao made his move, trying to physically wipe out me and my 2 vicious ghosts. Shijun struck first. Li Poxiao stayed calm, pulled out a blue talisman and began chanting. Chankin reversal, divine myriad powers, extinguish. The blue talisman spun in his hand and shot straight at Shijun. The impact was so brutal that Shijun could not even fight back. He was blasted back dozens of meters before he finally stopped. He looked seriously hurt. My heart ached and my anger spiked. I shouted Li Poxiao's name. My right hand was already clenched into a fist. Wang Yi reacted in a flash and blocked my way. With a finger like a sword, she pointed. The downpour split apart as if it had been cleaved. Something razor-sharp slashed toward Li Poxiao. Li Poxiao still held that blue talisman and pushed it forward. The rain in front of him actually twisted and warped, and the wind blade vanished into thin air. Seeing her attack get dissolved that easily, Wang Yi was totally caught off guard. Next, she launched even fiercer attacks, but Li Poxiao took them all head-on, one after another. Senior brother Hai saw things going south, so he ran between both sides to mediate. Stop fighting already. Li Poxiao was unhappy that senior brother Hai barged in, but senior brother Hai told him that I, Sha Yishan, had officially entered the mystic sect and become Elder Hai's junior brother, inheriting the orthodoxy of the yin-yang lineage, and asked him to honor the agreement among the mystic sect and stop coming after me. At the same time, the 2 ghosts I am raising will also follow the rules of the mystic sect and will not bring trouble to ordinary people. But Li Poxiao did not buy that mystic sect rulebook at all. He still wanted to come at me, so senior brother Hai told me to get in the car, while he tried one last round of negotiation with Li Poxiao. I listened to senior brother Hai and got in. With the rain pouring down, I could not make out what they were saying. I only saw both of them wearing ugly expressions. In the end, after Li Poxiao shot me a vicious glare, he turned around with his sword on his back and left. Senior brother Hai waited until he was completely gone, then got into the car and explained it to me. He brought up my grandmother's name, Zhou Huang. Li Poxiao gave my grandmother some face, and only then left unwillingly. To me right now, Li Poxiao's strength is extremely dangerous. He has cultivated to the point where he can borrow a corpse to return a soul, a realm of executing Changkin Dao techniques. And he even charged into the city alone and walked out in one piece. Someone on his level. In this county, aside from the Li family, you will not find a second household that can produce one. I was shocked. So Li Poxiao is actually from the Li family of the mystic sect in this county. Senior brother Hai was afraid I would take another loss to the mystic sect next time. Let me break down the 4 big mystic clans in our county for you. The Wang family used to be local bandits. Later they went legit and made their fortunes selling coffins. The Zhao family ancestors made their living reading fortunes. Relying on a star positioning compass, they scavenged from the antiques market. In the end, they became Feng Shui masters. The Zhang family ancestors were burglars. These days, they are tomb raiders, and they moonlight as grave diggers too. As for the Li family, senior brother gave a bitter smile and paused. They have always been a true mystic lineage. When the Li family keeps their arts hidden, fine. But once they make a move, it is always a big deal. They are the kind of power that makes the world hold its breath. A 1,000-year-old mystic clan, no question. Unless you are like my grandma, a once in 500 years ghost-raising master. Only then do you stand a chance in a fight with them. Li Poxiao comes from that kind of 1,000-year family. If I want to take back Zhang Yidan body that he has taken over, I would need to cultivate for a few hundred more years to even have a shot. After senior brother Hai drove Li Poxiao away, he told me to drive to his ritual hall in the county. On the way, I casually glanced at the rearview mirror and saw Shijun curled up in the back seat. Her face looked pitiful, like a kicked puppy. My heart clenched right up. Did my little cutie get hurt? When Shijun heard me, she opened her collar. There was a long wound across her chest. My heart ached so much I slammed the brakes. Li Poxiao, I am not done with you, but urgent business came first. I had to get Shijun back on her feet. The fastest way was for her to feed on my essence. I pulled her into my arms and held out my middle finger. Suddenly Wan Yi in the backseat muttered something. After Shijun heard that, she immediately stopped feeding. I thought Wan Yi was blaming Shijun for getting hurt and dragging everyone down, so I snapped and scolded her a few lines. But the moment Song Wan Yi heard me, warm tears started streaming down her face. She turned away to look out the window. Senior brother Hai saw it and said I did not understand anything, that I could not see what was right in front of me. But what he did not know was, Song Wan Yi once, in front of the city god temple, declared she would abandon Shijun and sit back to watch the fight. Watching her own companions battle the enemy, that woman has a history, you know. Still angry, I lifted my head and checked the rearview mirror again, and I saw a wound on Wan Yi's hand too, cutting from the web between her thumb and index finger all the way to her palm. So she had been hurt too. Guilt hit me like a truck. I stopped the car and went up to Wan Yi and apologized for panicking earlier and blaming her by mistake. I held her injured hand, saying that even if I could not protect them right now, even if my energy ran dry, I still would not hesitate to give them a single drop of my essence. When Wan Yi heard what I said, she actually started crying. I put my hand to her lips and let her feed, so she fed while crying. I felt a little lightheaded, but I held on and let her finish. Half an hour later, we arrived at Senior Brother Hai Ritual Hall. This place had a perfect balance of yin and yang. The Feng Shui was top tier, so Senior Brother Hai snapped up the land early and built this 3-story house. He wasted no time, dragged me to the altar, and made me kowtow to take him as my master. I heard Senior Brother Hai chant to the spirit tablets. I have found you a disciple with pure talent, a true heart and solid character. He will surely inherit the mantle of the yin-yang lineage and carry its teachings forward. When he finished, I quickly followed up and introduced myself to Master. My name is Sha Yishan. I bow before you. Bless me with the mastery of spiritual arts. My senior brother then pulled me up, leading me in front of another statue. I took a look and did not quite get it. Why does this figurine look just like an anime figure? He is not pulling my leg, is he? Senior brother did not answer. He just solemnly told me to recite after him. I recited a string of incomprehensible incantations. Once finished, the altar started shaking violently with a bang. The back of the anime-style puppet suddenly glowed with divine light. Then, a beam of blue light shot directly into my forehead. My senior brother shouted out, "The divine light has entered the body. The great god Tai has manifested. Great god Tai is the grandmaster of us, Sha Yishan. No joke, it is real. Great god Tai is the founding ancestor of the yin-yang lineage." When senior brother had me bow as my master, great god Tai revealed himself, shooting that divine light into my forehead. From then on, I became one of the spokespersons for the great god Tai in the mortal realm. So all those who seek help should come and pay their respects. I guarantee you will definitely win. This divine light entering the body is truly miraculous. I immediately felt my body become much warmer. In the flicker of an eye, I even felt my lifespan had slightly increased. Perhaps the great god Tai could not bear to see his disciple die young, and begged for extra lifespan from the underworld on my behalf. But senior brother told me to enter the lineage of the yin-yang master. Not having yin-yang eyes is a huge issue. Because I am naturally filled with yin energy, I can see spirits, which means my yin eyes are already opened. But that is only half of it. You can only catch petty ghosts like that. If you want to duel with someone, you must have the yang eyes. So-called yang eyes allow you to see the divine power of the deity you worship, bestowing upon you their divine light. Just like the light great god Tai gave me earlier. It is the source of all magical power. If I had opened my yang eyes earlier, I would have been able to see clearly how Li Poshao's magical techniques were actually being cast, and I would have understood how Shijun and Wan Yi were injured. I curiously asked my senior brother, "Since I have opened my yin-yang eyes, can I see the spirit bride behind me now?" Senior brother said no, because even yin-yang eyes have different levels of mastery. The spirit bride is a high-level ghost spirit. Only by mastering advanced yin-yang eyes can you see her. However, seeing how anxious I was about my wife, he agreed to help me craft a spirit-connecting talisman. Keeping it under my pillow while sleeping, I can communicate with ghosts and my spirit bride. And because we are of the yin-yang lineage, our specialty is communication between the two realms. The spirit-connecting talismans he makes are super effective. Senior brother only took a few seconds to draw a complex talisman. After drawing it, he bit his tongue and sprayed his blood onto it. Only then is the spirit-connecting talisman complete. Tongue blood is the purest essence of the human body. The fact that he would bite his tongue for me means he is willing to risk his life for me. My senior brother is truly like a father figure. I took this precious spirit connecting talisman, firmly etching his kindness in my heart. This time I remembered how senior brother drew the talisman. Next time, I should be able to do it myself. But senior brother warned me, biting the tongue is a huge drain on vitality. If your body is too weak, you might just get dragged down by the city god himself. So when I do that, I must exercise caution. As soon as senior brother finished speaking, I suddenly felt a chill behind me. Hey spirit bride, do not get the wrong idea. The caution he is talking about is just for making the talismans. After all this was done, I saw senior brother start to break into a cold sweat. So I bid him farewell. Let him get some proper rest and recover. Before leaving, senior brother brought me a stack of ancient books. He said they were the scriptures of our yin-yang lineage. He wanted me to take them back to Zhao Qian's house and study them thoroughly, so I could cultivate the yin-yang eyes as soon as possible. As I took them from senior brother's hands, I felt a weight on my shoulders. The heavy responsibility of carrying on the yin-yang legacy. I definitely won't let the sect down. On the way back, senior brother called me again. Right now, he is kneeling before a spirit tablet. That tablet belongs to our master, Gon Daozi, Chu Kunji. I have gone and upset my ghost wife again. All because senior brother Hai said one thing. Young man, you should practice moderation in those activities. Now my ghost wife is blowing a yin wine down my neck from behind. Give me a break. The activity senior brother meant was making talismans and stuff. My ghost wife's mind is totally in the gutter. Anyway, carrying the yin-yang sect scriptures senior brother gave me, I drove home alone. It did not take long to reach Zhao Qian's villa. I pushed the door open and walked in. What greeted my eyes were the barely covered figures of Zhao Qian and Xiao Shui. They probably thought I was not coming back tonight, so they were letting it all hang out. They did not expect me to walk right in on them. The two of them immediately bolted upstairs, making some excuse about needing to sleep, leaving me standing there all confused and flustered. Sigh if I see a few more spicy scenes like that. My poor kidneys won't be able to take the strain. Back in my room after a shower, I placed the spirit communication talisman from senior brother by the bedside. Then I summoned Shijun and Wan. I asked them to stand guard for me tonight, to protect me while I use the talisman to communicate with my ghost wife. I do not want the city god to drag my soul down to the underworld. As I was talking, a figure appeared by my window. It was a man in ancient armor with hollow eyeless sockets. Don't tell me he is a ghost messenger sent by the city god to reap my soul. Does this ever end? If you want to fight or my life, come back tomorrow. Can't a guy get a peaceful night's sleep? I was pretty annoyed. I ordered Shijun and Wanyi to go and take him out. But before they could move, the ghost's knees buckled, and he knelt down before me. What is going on? Why is a ghost general bowing to me? He could not be trying to join my side, could he? Thinking of this, I immediately turned and asked Wanyi to be my translator, to find out what this ghost general actually wants. Then the two of them chattered away in ghost speak for a few minutes. Afterward, Wanyi brought over some paper. She wrote down the whole story. Turns out this ghost general is one of the masters of the tomb within a tomb at Liancheng Mountain, named Zhang Han. Turns out, this ghost general is one of the masters of that mountain tomb. Turns out, this ghost general was a commander responsible for. Turns out, this ghost general is one of the masters of the mountain tomb, a man named Zhang. His name is Zhang Han, a general who once guarded a town. In life, he was a general tasked with defending a small town. Because the gates were breached, the young and old in the city were all slaughtered by the enemy. Seeing the tragic scene, he was so consumed by rage that he drowned himself in the river. After death, his heavy resentment turned him into a vengeful, fierce ghost. As for the so-called tomb within a tomb, it is simply one tomb, built directly on top of another. On top of Zhang Han's tomb, a woman from a later generation named Lu Fenji was buried. She was supposed to enter the prince's palace as a concubine. Peeved, but on the way, she was kidnapped by bandits and suffered horrible abuse. She even had the misfortune of carrying a bandit's child during the ordeal. When her family found out, they beat her to death with clubs. She was buried hastily on Liancheng Mountain. By some strange twist of fate, Zhang Han and Lu Fenji met within the tomb. They actually fell in love as ghosts, and have been companions ever since. Then later, when Zhang Defei and Zhang Xiaofei went grave robbing, their constant swearing and filth enraged Lu Fenji. In her fury, she attached her ghost child to Zhang Defei. She is hell-bent on killing everyone in the Zhang family. She is determined to slaughter the entire Zhang clan. But tonight, the old lady of the Zhang family stepped in. They seized Lu Fenji, demanding insisting she hand over the child, or else they would torture her spirit to death. Zhang Han wanted to save her, but the Zhang family has too many people. It is hard to fight so many with just 2 hands. He had no choice but to flee, searching everywhere for help, which is how he found me. Even though the story of Zhang Han and Lu Fengji is touching, I still refused Zhang Han, because I only wanted my yin-yang eyes and treasures. These are things Zhang Han could not provide. When Zhang Han heard my refusal, he got so worked up he started writing on the ground himself. He actually promised that he could get me the yin-yang eyes. Is that for real? Do you even know what yin-yang eyes are? Yin eyes allow you to see ghosts and spirits. Yang eyes allow you to see deities and their divine light. Once you have yin-yang eyes, the people, ghosts, and gods of the 3 realms are all clearly revealed to your sight. Cultivation becomes smooth sailing with no obstacles. This powerful ghost, Zhang Han, in order to beg me to save his wife, Lu Fengji, actually promised he could help me open my yin-yang eyes, and even give me a chest of his gold and jewels. I was a bit skeptical whether he was telling the truth, so I asked Wang Yi for verification. Wang Yi nodded. Turns out someone as powerful as Wang Yi or Zhang Han can force the opening of yin-yang eyes for others at the cost of their own power. Of course, the price to pay is that their own strength will drop a level. Looking at it this way, this deal is actually not bad at all. Thinking of this, I suddenly remembered Zhao Qian mentioned something about me having a golden glow after we took down Wang Yi. So I asked Wang Yi for verification again. Did she help Zhao Qian open her yin-yang eyes? Wang Yi nodded again. I thought to myself, no wonder Wang Yi's strength suddenly dropped to the same level as Xizhen's. But Zhang Han can't get this done tonight. I plan to use a spirit calling talisman to communicate with my wife tonight, so I told him to go back first and come back tomorrow night. Zhang Han looked a bit disappointed. Wang Yi stepped forward, whispered something to him, and then he happily bowed to me. Before drifting out the window, I let out a sigh of relief. Finally got rid of him. Meeting my wife is more important. I immediately jumped into bed and lay down, placing the spirit calling talisman on my chest, instructing Xizhen and Wang Yi. I am going to meet your mistress. Both of you keep a sharp eye out, and do not you dare wake me up, no matter what happens. Then I started reciting the incantation silently. The chant grew slower and slower, eventually becoming like counting sheep. Before drifting off, I saw Song Wang Yi gently stroking my hair, while Xizhen stared at me with curiosity. Then I fell completely unconscious. In a haze, I felt like I was in a void, unable to see anything or know where I was. Suddenly, I saw a faint silhouette, followed by 2 cold sentences. You do not live a peaceful life, always stirring up trouble. Since you have made it all the way here, let us see what else you can stir up. Is that you, wife? I tried calling out, wife. Immediately, a whirlwind rose up in front of me, shrouding a graceful figure. As the wind and mist cleared, it was indeed the woman in the phoenix crown and robes. The first thing she said to me was, "Call me Nine Princess." Ha ha ha, there it is. That familiar scent. I quickly responded, "As you wish, Princess Nine." I stared at her skin, white and smooth as fine jade, her crimson phoenix crown, her rosy clouds of silk, and her elegant stride. She remained as domineering, unpredictable, and regally intimidating as ever. Compared to her, standing there in nothing but a pair of boxers, I looked incredibly sketchy. My dear wife noticed my lack of attire too. With a flick of her finger, she draped a cloud-like robe over me. It crackled with flashes of lightning. I reached out to touch my body, and instantly drew out a spark of lightning. Then her ladyship spoke again. "Out with it. Why were you looking for me?" I explained that she had not appeared for days. She had not pulled my sleeve to warn me of danger. I was terrified that something had happened to her. "So, are you blaming me for failing to protect you?" My dear wife gave a cold snort. "If you had not constantly ignored my warnings, how could you have ended up in such a mess today?" Seeing that she had misunderstood me, I hurriedly explained, No. It is my own lack of strength. I could not provide enough power for you. Otherwise, you could have stayed by my side the whole time. We could have discussed everything and faced it together." Hey, you actually think your own power could keep me manifested? Quite the bold claim. She mocked me without a shred of mercy. Being weak now does not mean I will be weak forever. I have set my mind on getting stronger, and I will make it happen. I can't just wait until I am old and gray, while you are still stuck in that soul-urn space, unable to move freely, unable to truly be my wife. Wouldn't that be a tragedy? She fell silent for a moment after hearing that. She said she would rarely seen anyone as thick-skinned as me. Then she asked me what I actually wanted. Without hesitation, I answered that I would walk through fire for her. I want to be with you. I want to be with you, no matter how hard the journey. Forever, even if the road is treacherous. Even if I have to climb mountains of blades and walk through seas of fire, I would not hesitate for a second. Through hell and high water, I will pay any price. For you, I am willing to do anything. But she just said I was acting on blind impulse. Then what is the right thing for me to do? I asked her for guidance. I promise I will be obedient this time. She did not answer me directly. She remained silent. Instead, she spoke about the soul within the urn. In truth, I have been her soul urn since I was a child. I am the vessel. She is the soul. The stronger I am, the more I can contain her power. She is the spirit residing within this vessel. She is the core of my very being. When I am strong, I can harbor her presence. When I am weak, she will vanish like smoke. Yet I acted recklessly, repeatedly putting her in mortal danger without even knowing it. I had completely eroded her trust in me. She might as well wait for me to die of old age. Then she could simply return to the heavens. But I believe, since she chose me as her soul urn, there must be a deeper meaning to it. She must have some expectations for me. So I mustered up the courage to step forward and take her hand. She clearly did not expect me to be so bold, but she reacted instantly. She pulled her hand back and swung her arm. In an instant, she knocked me flat on the ground. She said coldly, "I only chose you as my soul urn because I felt pity for you. On a whim. Impossible. I won't accept this." But then, I suddenly calmed down. I realized my direction was wrong from the very beginning. I did not come here asking for favors from my wife. I just missed her, so I came to see her. I said to her, solemnly, "I want to become stronger, so you can be free, no longer trapped within my soul jar." Perhaps this is just a beautiful dream, but how would I know without trying? Among so many living souls in this world, there must be a path for me to grow stronger. You always say I am stubborn and reckless, but is not this exactly the determination I need to change? If I only rely on your protection everywhere, when will I ever grow up? When will I be able to let you out of this soul jar? As I spoke, my body started floating uncontrollably, my toes lifting off the ground. From the moment I returned to Shaoyi village, there was no turning back for me. I shouted loudly to my wife, "I am working hard to prove to you that I, Sha Yishan, will definitely become stronger. I will give everything for this." But just until the channeling talisman was about to lose its effect, just before I was about to be dragged out of the soul jar space, I caught a rare glimpse of approval on my wife's face. In that final second before disappearing, she tugged at the corner of my clothes. I was immediately moved to tears. "My dear wife, thank you for being willing to trust me." Then her figure slowly faded away, and I woke up in bed, with tears still lingering at the corners of my eyes. I asked Wan Yi standing by the bed how long I had been asleep. She signaled for me to look at my phone. I picked it up and checked. It had already been 2 days. I checked the call logs, even master's calls. There were a bunch of missed calls inside. Missed calls from Zhang Xiaofei, from Han Shanshan and Zhang Xiaofei again, and a few unknown numbers and Zhang again. I called them back one by one, and then I learned how much had happened in those 2 days. First, Yu Xiaoshui, bored staying in the villa. She went to my mother's place to help out. Then Zhao He and Zhao Qian's mother spent a great deal of effort and pulled many strings to get her son released from the police station. After the Wang Heng family, who were beaten up by Zhao He, got the news, they immediately called in a lot of outside support, vowing to deal with Zhao He. Lastly, there was my senior brother. He said he was at the Shaoxuan tea house, told me to rush over as there was something big to discuss. I hung up, then saw Zhang Han waiting bitterly nearby, but I did not pay him any immediate attention. Instead, I held out my finger, intending to feed Shijun first. At that moment, I felt a scorching heat all over my body, probably because my internal energy had recovered. Shijun bit my finger, her eyes immediately lighting up with a blissful expression. Next was Wanyi's turn. She supported my finger with both hands and squeezed gently. A purple-red bead formed. What the heck? Could I be poisoned? But Wanyi looked pleasantly surprised. After she licked it, her eyes became just as bright as Shijun's. Is there something extra in my blood? Seeing my confusion, Wanyi wrote a few lines on the table. Congratulations, Master. Inheriting the Taoist lineage. The blood of the lineage. The very essence of energy. What does that mean? Did I inherit the ghost-raising lineage? Perhaps it happened after I entered the soul jar space. My wife's sister quietly passed down the Taoist arts to me. Oh, my wife, you are quite the Tsunere, are not you? No matter what I wanted, you always gave it to me without a word, almost unintentionally. When I was small, you gave me a sense of security. When I grew up, you extended my lifespan, treating me like both a wife and a sister. You silently did everything for me, yet you never spoke a word of it. That is why I will definitely find a way to free my wife's sister from the soul void, letting her wait no longer. Once all this was done, I finally had time to ask Zhang Han what happened between him and the Zhang family. Zhang Han, using some pre-prepared tea, quickly wrote on the floor, Lu Fengji was snatched by the Zhang family matriarch, and sufferings of soul extraction. It turns out that after Lu Fengji was taken by the Zhang family matriarch, she endured the agony of soul extraction. But even though she was tormented by the Zhang family in every way, she did not intend to let the ghost child escape from Zhang Defei's stomach, because that was the only bargaining chip she had with the Zhang family. So the situation remained at a stalemate. Zhang Han tried several times to save Lu Fengji, but was always defeated by the outside help they hired. He was not willing to wait any longer. Today, he is going to help me open my yin-yang eyes. In exchange for me helping him rescue Lu Fengji, my strength is about to undergo a qualitative leap. My name, Sha Yishan, will soon make waves in the underworld circles. So when I saw Zhang Han's transparent spirit drifting over, my heart was racing. Zhang Han is going to possess me, to help me remold my body and open my yin-yang eyes. After he entered, my vision went pitch black instantly. About 2 or 3 minutes later, my sight recovered. Suddenly, the world felt much more vibrant and colorful. I could see many things that were previously invisible. For instance, Shizhen's body was surrounded by a red, fire elemental energy, as beautiful as a burning flame, and Song Wanyi was a blue water elemental, even thicker and more substantial than Shizhen's. Looking at the possessed Zhang Han, outside his body was a layer of green wood elemental aura. However, because he just opened my yin-yang eyes, he was already exhausted. I looked inward at myself, seeing a layer of black and blue energy. Could it be because I inherited both the ghost raising and yin-yang family traditions? Later, I have to ask senior brother Hai. Hopefully having 2 paths won't cause me to go Qigong deviation, lose control. And that gold light Zhao Qian mentioned that belongs to my wife's sister is now so faint it is barely visible. It seems she has entered a state of dormancy again. But having yin-yang eyes is not enough. I must also understand Taoist arts. Only by learning the techniques for breaking spells can I truly fight back against enemies. The first step is to focus on studying the yin-yang family manuscripts. I packed a few books and took Zhang Han with me to find senior brother Hai. Maybe with senior brother's reputation, I could resolve the grudge between Zhang Han and the Zhang family peacefully. When I pulled up to the Shaoxuan tea house, senior brother Hai was already waiting for me at the door. He led me inside. There were 2 parties sitting there. One table had 4 men and 1 woman, mostly in their 50s or 60s. They all looked like quite extraordinary people. The other table only had 2 people. They were both people I recognized. Lin Feiyu, Elder Lin, and Wang Zheng, the father of Wang Heng, who was killed by Zhao He. Senior brother Hai introduced me to everyone in the room, clearly stating I was his junior brother, Sha Yishan. I bowed respectfully to all the elders. From then on, I made a name for myself in the town's occult circles. Following that, senior brother introduced me to each big shot. Li Ruizong of the Li family, the elder from the family of my nemesis, Li Poxiao. He mentioned how Zhang Yufeng had snatched Zhang Han, which is the grandmother of Zhang Defei and Zhang Xiaofei, a death mage background who snatched Zhang Han. The night before, she had also snatched Lu Fengji from Zhang Han's hands. Today, I mainly need to sort her out. Kong De. After old man Zhao passed away, his family seized the chance and squeezed the Zhao family out of the 4 great mystic families. They pushed the Kong family up to take their spot instead. Lu Fengyuan, a good friend of my martial elder brother. He hails from the 4 little immortal temples outside the city. Yao Long, the owner of the little Xuanxuan tea house. Next up is the unstoppable Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng started by threatening me, saying if I insist on protecting the Zhao siblings, he would deal with me this is truly cursed, what a stroke of bad luck. Just got through the door, and I am already hitting old grudges. Just got through the door and I am hitting old grudges again. Is this? Brother Hai expressed his stance first. He won't be involving himself in my personal vendettas. He said everyone should fight their own battles, and he would not intervene. He only brought me here today to discuss that major issue. That is, ever since the Shaoyi village incident, the whereabouts of my grandmother, Zhou Xian, remain a mystery. Although the upper-level departments have taken over the case, there is another matter that concerns every sect in the mystic world. As Li Ruizong was explaining it, Wang Heng across from us suddenly took out his phone to check it. Then he shot me a cold, mocking smirk. Suddenly, he slammed the table and stood up, claiming he has already captured the Zhao siblings, and dared me to duel him. If I win, he releases one. If I lose, both of them are finished. Damn it, Wang Cheng, you really are a total prick. So what if I am a bit of a thug? What are you gonna do about it? The tension at the table spiked instantly. Brother Hai asked calmly, Wang Cheng, are you really trying to start a fight? Wang Cheng reached behind his back and tightened his grip on his family heirloom whip. He said he was dead set on it. Fine, don't come crying to me later if you regret it. My martial brother took his backpack and held it to his chest, pulling out a few items. Wang Cheng saw this and immediately moved to stop him from intervening, wanting me to go one-on-one with him, saying he would let me know what happens to busybodies like me. I truly could not stop stomach it anymore. I retrieved the spirit box and summoned Shijun. Shijun was surrounded by rolling yin energy, staring at Wang Cheng with intense bloodlust. Everyone else gasped in shock at the sight of her. Wang Cheng had anticipated this move of mine. He swung the whip, tainted with black dog blood, fiercely at Shijun. However, Shijun was as fast as lightning, simply vanishing into thin air. A split second later, she appeared right in front of Wang Cheng, clawing directly at him. Wang Cheng stumbled backward, just barely dodging the strike. He immediately sprinkled a handful of white ash, the whip furiously dancing in defense of his body. Unfortunately, Shijun was not the least bit afraid of the whip or the ashes. She kept pressing the attack, and in a blink, she was already stomping on Wang Cheng, opening her mouth wide to bite his head off. Suddenly someone yelled, "Stop!" It was Li Ruizong, with a paper talisman tucked between his fingers, loudly chanting a spell. The talisman ignited in a flash of light, turning into a blue beam striking toward Shijun. Shijun let go of Wang Cheng and darted away at top speed, returning to my side the next moment. I glared at Li Ruizong, gritting my teeth. He almost hit Shijun just now. Brother Hai was furious too. We agreed that everyone would fight their own battles, so why are you butting in? Have you no shame? Li Ruizong actually had the nerve to act pompous, pointing at Wang Cheng on the floor and asking if brother did not see what just happened. Brother did not give him any face at all, saying he only saw that my junior brother had won. And yet you had to make a move on his spirit creature. What, Li Ruizong, felt like you lost face? What, you want to attack me and my martial brother again? Meanwhile, Wang Cheng managed to crawl back up, admitting he had lost the duel. He made a phone call to order his people to release Zhao Qian. But Zhao he must die. Wang Ruo, if Zhao he dies, you will have to pay with your life too. I would not budge an inch. My fists were already clenched tight. Just then my phone rang. It was Lei Cheng, that little punk I subdued while keeping vigil at the Zhao residence. He told me Huo Dong had taken the police to the Wang residence. They threw a bunch of people into the squad car. Zhao He and Zhao Qian must have been taken away too. I let out a sigh of relief. I told my senior brother that the Zhao siblings were rescued, but then my phone vibrated again. It was my father-in-law, Zhao Shi. He told me Zhao He died. His head was smashed in, that bastard Wang Ruo, the moment he snatched them up. He had his men beat Zhao He to death with clubs. My heart felt hollow all of a sudden, like I would lost my soul. Am I really a jinx? My good brother is dead, and his body used to borrow a ghost to return. My nephew is gone too. His skull was smashed in by someone while he was alive. They were all so close to me when they died, yet I could not save a single one of them. I could almost hear them calling out to me. The voices were echoing from hell. At this moment, I could no longer suppress the raging fire in my chest. Pointing at Wang Ruo, I told Shijun to go and seize his soul so I could avenge my nephew. Shijun lunged forward immediately. Beside him, Li Ruizong pulled out a few more talismans. He shouted at Shijun, "You ghostly creature, how dare you!" The talismans flew from his hands, turning into 3 streaks of light. One bolted toward me. I focused my gaze and immediately stepped back, dodging it just in time. The other 2 flew toward Shijun. It was as if Shijun had eyes in the back of her head. With a quick dash, she lunged forward. The light grazed past her. She simultaneously moved with lightning speed, snatching Wang Ruo's soul out. Wang Ruo did not even have a chance to react. His yin soul was tightly gripped by Shijun. He kept struggling under the dim lights. Li Ruizong's expression turned ugly at the sight. He gritted his teeth and spat. A yin spirit general of all things. Senior brother Hai and old Lin were also taken aback. They never expected Shijun to have grown to this level. Li Ruizong would not let it go. He said, "I won't be allowed to keep someone else's soul." We were locked in a tense standoff. Let us see who dares to stop me. With that, I released Wanyi. Song Wanyi flicked her fingers. Several wind blades flew from her hands toward Li Ruizong. Li Ruizong dared not take them head on. He threw a talisman to intercept the wind blades. Then, with my yin-yang eyes, I saw a powerful wave of energy appearing on him. He is definitely brewing something big. Damn it, you old geezer. I am going to go hard against you. I bit my finger to summon Wanyi back, and rapidly drew a talisman charm on her forehead. Song Wanyi's eyes were glowing with a clear red light. Her calm brow began to furrow with intensity. Then, a burst of eerie, heavy in energy radiated outward. She fired several turquoise light swords at Li Ruizong. Li Ruizong made a mudra with his fingers. The paper talisman suddenly burst into flames, actually consuming all the light swords. The energy then surged toward me. So this old bastard wants to kill me, huh? Watching the beam of light fly at me, I had no time to dodge. Senior brother Hai stepped right in front of me and pulled out a paper puppet. Then he pushed his palms forward. He actually deflected Li Ruizong's light beam. Once the light vanished, Li Ruizong questioned my senior brother. "Why are you disciples teaming up against me?" My senior brother retorted with a face full of rage. "It was Wang Zheng who broke the rules first, hunting down Zhao Qian. My junior brother is settling a score for a friend. So what if he snatched his yin soul? It is not not like he finished him off. Instead, you are the one bullying the weak, backing a crooked old-timer like him. So, as his senior brother, can I even help my own junior? Li Ruizong dodged the subject, and instead pointed the finger at Senior Hai, saying that snatching human yin souls is just business as usual for you yin-yang practitioners. To put it bluntly, who do you think you are, old man? Hai. Those words finally set my senior brother off. Who do you think you are? Hey, since we have all stopped pretending, then we do this the old-fashioned way. We will return the yin soul to you for now, but within 3 days. Your prominent mystic clan must give us an answer. Otherwise, do not blame us two wandering yin-yang masters for playing dirty in the shadows. No matter how powerful you are, when facing these 1,000-year-old Titan clans, you have no choice but to bow your head, because a slight move by one, and the whole clan rallies. What follows is an endless barrage of revenge. My grandmother offended the Yang family of the Taoist line, and brought upon herself a siege by hundreds of their allies. Even reclusive experts from the Maoshan sect were forced out. Someone as strong as my grandmother was locked away in the cloud coffin. Am I supposed to learn how to keep my tail between my legs too? At that moment, voices kept echoing in my ears, urging me to surrender and release Wang Zheng's yin soul, but I just can't bring myself to do it. Grandmother is gone. The power gap leaves me unable to seek revenge. Zhang Yidun died. Zhang Yidun is dead. Zhang Yidun died, and I do not even know. I do not even know who killed him. I do not even know. I do not even know who killed him. I truly do not know. Now Zhao Qian is dead. The enemy is right here in my hands. Should I take revenge or not? Finally, I made a decision. I will let Shijun eat half of Wang Zheng's yin soul, and keep the other half. Let us see who dares to object. Shijun obeyed and immediately began to gnaw away. After the remaining half of the soul returned to Wang Zheng's body, he became completely vacant and brainless, drooling, with his eyes spinning aimlessly. Li Ruizong did not expect me to be so ruthless. He was quite flustered. I told him, I have released the soul. Your clan can come for revenge anytime you want. I, Sha Yishan, will be here. But whether you can walk away after coming here is another matter. My temper is not any better than my grandmother's. My words infuriated him. He just repeated fine 3 times. See you in 3 days. Let us see how I handle the Wang family's wrath. The Wang clan is a powerful mystic family, mind your words. Their influence is deeper than you could ever imagine. Young man, watch your tongue, watch your words. He continued to threaten me, telling me to watch my words. Just then, a strange voice came from behind. It was Yao Long, the owner of Shaoxuan Tea House. He said he admired my boldness. That he could. He said he admired my boldness, that he could handle this. He said I should call him Uncle Yao, that he has got my back, asking me to acknowledge him as Uncle Yao. He guaranteed that I would walk out of the tea house safely. He guaranteed I would leave the tea house safely, so have no fear. But 3 days from now, I will have to look after myself. After a cold departure, who knows? Li Ruizong's authority had been challenged again. He roared at Uncle Yao. You dare? Hey, this is Uncle Yao's turf. Naturally, he is the one in charge. Uncle Yao stepped forward and pressed a switch. The door to the tea house swung open. I thanked him and quickly slipped out with my senior brother. But even after stepping out of the door, there was no way I could leave either, because a whole crowd was waiting outside the door. Some were from the Wang family, and there were people from the Li family and the Zhang family too. The one standing at the very front was a Taoist in a white robe with a sword bag on his back. Yep, it was Li Paxiao. He accused me of ghost raising bringing disaster, and today, he was going to take me in. He stretched out his right hand and fired off a talisman spell. His voice was so flat it was practically water. But sister-in-law yanked hard on my sleeve. I hurriedly sidestepped to dodge. Never thought it would end up hurting Uncle Yao behind me. Uncle Yao got smashed by that beam and sent flying. He slammed straight into the bar counter. Even the pillar caved in. His whole head was hanging there. He was more out than in. Damn it, Li Paxiao, you just took another life. That is one hell of a sin on your head. Shijun saw what happened, and shot forward before I could even give an order. He opened his mouth and let out a wail. A beam of light blasted toward Li Paxiao. Li Paxiao had just hit the wrong person, and for a split second, he lost focus. He almost got swept by the aurora. He twisted his body and barely dodged it, but Shijun's aurora did not disappear. It turned and kept chasing Li Paxiao. A talisman slipped from his hand, and instantly formed a transparent 8-trigram shield that blocked the aurora. Even so, the heavy impact still forced Li Paxiao back several steps. Before he could steady himself, Song Wanyi's 7 or 8 wind blades that could slice through air were already right in his face. Li Paxiao could not dodge in time and got carved up with several gashes. That chain of attacks from Wanyi and Shijun finally pushed Li Paxiao over the edge. He slowly drew the peachwood sword from his back. He was about to show the real skills of the Chenkin path. I only heard him recite each word clearly. Chenkin borrowed power. Break now. Senior Hai heard that and immediately pulled me behind him. He said this was the Chenkin path's ultimate art, Chenkin borrowed power. I was not even close to being his match. Then he channeled his energy and set his paper effigies in motion. Using the Yin-Yang Master's ultimate art as well, Yin-Yang borrowed power. Both of them attacked at the same time. Their strikes collided in midair with a thunderous boom, but in the next instant, Senior High flew backward like an arrow. He crashed into the door pillar of the tea house. I rushed up to check his injuries. That was already the strongest spell Senior High had, and it still could not stop Li Paxiao. What the hell do we do now? Right then, Li Paxiao kept closing in on us step by step. He tossed out a talisman, and two divine generals appeared behind him. One held a blade, the other wielded a sword. Then he lit another talisman, and the two divine generals flashed right in front of Shijun and Wanyi. They raised their weapons and chopped down. Shijun and Wanyi had no time to react at all. They got hit hard, one slash and one stab, and were blown backward. One fell to the ground, the red-black darkness in his eyes fading a lot. The other could barely stay sitting up, with a sword wound across the back nearly 10 feet long. Without those two ghost-raised guardians protecting me, like before, Li Paxiao pointed his sword straight at me and came in. In my yin-yang eyes, countless dark lights exploded into view. The pain was unreal. Even my mind went into chaos. So this is the real power of an orthodox heir of the Chenkin path. After getting hit by the spell, I could only drop to my knees. My energy and blood churned violently, like something was about to burst out of me. Just then, sister-in-law tugged at my sleeve again. I snapped back instantly. Li Paxiao is trying to seize my living soul. That bastard. Do you think ghost raising is just like keeping cats or dogs? I am going to risk my life fighting you. Shijun, Wanyi, come back. I frantically drew some talismans on the ground. With the final stroke, the ghost raising path was tapped into. Successfully borrowed power from the ghost raising lineage. Momentarily, a sea of blood seemed to surge from within the spirit liquid. Gusts of ghostly wind drifted from the talismans on the ground. Gusts of ghostly wind drifted from the talismans on the ground, swirling with an eerie energy. Gusts of ghostly wind drifted from the talismans on the ground. Gusts of ghostly wind drifted from the talismans on the ground, swirling with an eerie energy. A layer of eerie energy draped over me. The energy of Shijun and Song Wanyi was restored instantly. Their injuries were healed as well. Seeing this, Li Paxiao laughed. So you have finally decided to use the ghost-raising path to fight me, but your Taoist cultivation is still lacking. In this world, I can already crush 99% of people, because I have inherited both the ghost-raising and the yin-yang master lineages. But today, fighting Li Paxiao, I still feel utterly powerless. Even with the borrowed spiritual power, I have momentarily recovered to a high ghost energy state, and even formed a protective spiritual armor. But in Li Paxiao's eyes, I am still nothing but a pushover, not worth a single blow. He used his sharp peachwood sword to slash his fingertip, tracing a trail of blood straight down the blade's groove. A blinding sword glare pierced towards me. I took the hit head-on. My vision blurred instantly, and I almost collapsed. My protective armor had dimmed significantly. Who exactly is this Li Paxiao? Why does she pull on my sleeve every time he appears, telling me he is extreme danger? Just when I felt hopeless, I was stabilized. A large hand held me steady as I was about to fall. A large hand held me steady. Why is it Uncle Yao? Wasn't he killed by Li Paxiao? At this moment, Uncle Yao looked imposing. He had no fear of Li Paxiao from the Chenkin path. He shielded me behind him and said, I said I would protect you for 3 days. And I keep my word. Then he formed a strange seal with both hands. He chanted the Buddhist 6 true words mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, with the final hum echoing out. He pushed both palms forward. A loud boom sent Li Paxiao flying backward. I never thought Uncle Yao was a Buddhist practitioner. He used the profound great hand seal. Its power was truly overwhelming. Li Paxiao was unwilling to be defeated. He stood up and brought out a few more talismans, throwing them directly at Uncle Yao. Uncle Yao took a defensive stance, colliding with Li Paxiao's attack. He was forced to step back twice. His expression looked quite grim, but Li Paxiao was in an even worse state, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Just then, someone outside told Li Paxiao to hold back. It was that old geezer, Li Ruizong. He urged Li Paxiao to wait 3 days before settling scores with us. Why make things difficult for us now? Besides, Yao Long is a Buddhist. No need to make unnecessary enemies. Hey, Li Ruizong, what are you playing at? Uncle Yao's sharp voice rang out. Li Paxiao, you should be his ancestor. Why are you lecturing him like a grandson? I find it strange. How can a little ghost raiser use so many powerful Chenkin techniques? And pulls out a blue talisman first thing. He must have dumped millions into this already. Look at young brother Sha. He nearly died the moment he used a ghost raising technique. He has no magical tools, no blue talismans. He is dirt poor. Are you addicted to soul snatching games? Do you believe I will report this to the authorities and have you all in trouble." Upon hearing the words, the authorities, the members of the Li family reacted. I panicked instantly. After Uncle Yao's explanation, I finally got the gist of it. Li Paxiao must have borrowed Zhang Yidan's body to host that old monster working with my grandmother. They are hiding within the Li family. They are throwing around million-dollar talismans like paper scraps. If I try to challenge him, would not that just be asking for death? So I regained some confidence. I am just a newbie cultivator. It is perfectly normal that I can't beat an old monster like him. At this moment, brother also recovered. Whispering, I said that Li Paxiao was not acting right. He is literally borrowing the yin-yang path. If it were not for Uncle Yao being here, we would not even be able to get out of this place. You aristocratic families, you are so ruthless. Are you plotting to wipe out all us rogue cultivators in one go? I finally realized why Zhang Yidan's body was stolen. It was those mystical aristocratic families, like the Li family, to wipe out all the rogue cultivators in the county. They stole Zhang Yidan's body, and let an old monster borrow it for a resurrection. That person being Li Paxiao. With that old monster added to the mix, the aristocratic family's power could easily suppress the rogue cultivators. But Uncle Yao's sudden outburst today made those families realize there are masters hiding among the rogue cultivators too. Li Paxiao lost the magic duel, and in his sheer frustration, he called Uncle Yao a ghost Buddha. He truly has no shame left. He threatened Uncle Yao, daring to meddle in the affairs of the mystical world as a monk. Just as you wished. The grudge is set in stone now. But Uncle Yao did not even bat an eye at him. He turned around and left with a dark look on his face. Li Ruzong followed behind, not even daring to make a peep. After they left, Uncle Yao analyzed the situation with me. It seems Li Paxiao came specifically for me. Could I have something on me that he is interested in? I thought about it, but there is nothing I have that would catch his eye. I am only raising 2 yin souls, and he keeps saying he wants to banish them. Although he says that, Uncle Yao still warned me to be careful. That is an old monster who borrowed a body to come back. His strength is even greater than Uncle Yao's. If it were not for the fact that he got injured fighting with the city god in the underworld, and the city god chased him all the way to the human world, draining him of his energy, he would have definitely won today's duel. Uncle Yao was very curious about what Li Paxiao did to provoke the city god for no reason. I have no idea either. The city god commands elite yin soldiers, and has formidable generals like Black and White Impermanence under his command. That is a lot of power he is dealing with. But these things are not what I should be worrying about right now. I have killed Wang Cheng. How would the Wang family retaliate against me? So I suggested to brother, let us go to the Zhao family first to check the situation and discuss how to deal with the Wang family together. Brother agreed. Before we left, he told Uncle Yao specifically that the matter regarding Li Paxiao must be reported to the authorities. An old monster like that borrowing a body to return, it is far too dangerous to ignore. His underlying intentions must be massive. Then he discussed it with old Lu from the Four Immortals Taoist Temple. We decided to move into the temple for a while. Their defensive formations are pretty decent, perfect for protecting against sneak attacks. At this point, I thought of something. I asked old Lu if I could bring someone along to stay. Old Lu agreed. Actually, here's what I was thinking. Zhao Qian is safe. Yu Xiaoshui went to stay with my mother again. The only person in the county I am worried about now is Zhao Qian. So I need to keep her by my side to ensure she is safe. I took out my phone to notify Zhao Qian, only to find dozens of missed calls, including some from Lei Qing. Zhao Qian's. Even Zhang Xiaofei called me. I called Zhao Qian first. She told me to rush to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Her brother is in emergency. In emergency. Isn't Zhao He dead? Wasn't his head smashed in? I hung up and rushed with Brother Hai to the hospital in our car. On the way, I filled him in on the situation with the yin soul of Zhang Han. Brother Hai thought the same as I did. We have already burned bridges with the prominent families. There is no turning back. So I gave Zhang Xiaofei a call. I found out Lu Fengji had been tormented for days. She gritted her teeth and held on to stop the ghost infant from returning. Right now, the ghost is clutching Zhang Daming's heart. If they cut it open, both of them will die. That is why they dare not operate. Zhang Daming happens to be in the same hospital as Zhao He, so I arranged to meet Zhang Xiaofei there. We arrived shortly after. The hospital entrance was packed with the Zhao family's relatives. I felt a bit relieved. With so many people around, the Wang family would not dare pull anything. Lei Qing spotted me and walked over. The doctors have confirmed Zhao He is a vegetable, and he is still in the danger zone. Just then, Brother Hai seemed to sense something. He snapped his head up. A thick mass of yin energy had appeared above the hospital's inpatient department. He dragged me into the hospital immediately. He said something was coming from down below. Brother, Do you mean the ghost envoy? Exactly. We ran while we talked. We entered the hospital hallway. We ran straight into Zhao Qian. As soon as she saw me, she burst into tears and threw herself into my arms. The doctor said even if they save my brother, he will be a vegetable. I comforted her. Qian, your brother will be just fine. Though I was comforting Zhao Qian, I had a massive headache. I had let Shijun consume half of Wang Zheng's living soul. They will definitely pin this grudge on the Zhao family. After a while, I turned to see my brother already starting to clear the area. I knew he was about to set up an altar for a ritual, because the ghost envoy had already come to claim Zhao He's soul. If he did not do something, there would be no saving him. Brother brought out some paper dolls and an incense burner, along with a handful of rice grains. He set up the altar and started burning incense. After chasing the Zhao family members away, the yang energy had been driven off mostly. The yin energy had become very heavy. My yin-yang eyes were active now. I could see the ghost envoy clearly. In the hazy void, a young man appeared from the underworld. Brother started negotiating with the ghost envoy, asking him to wait a while, not to take Zhao He's soul for a moment, to give him some time to consult with the underworld officials, to see if they could show some leniency and add more years to his life. But soon, he showed a troubled expression. He must have failed to reach an agreement with the underworld. He was already wondering how to reply to the ghost envoy. At that moment, my phone rang. It was Zhang Xiaofei. I asked him if he had brought Lu Fengyi's soul out. Zhang Xiaofei said he got the soul, but her uncle insisted on coming along. Fine, just bring him along then. I hung up, only to be scolded by Zhao He's mother. She complained that brother was performing some kind of witchcraft. I had not even set my phone to vibrate. How truly rude of her. Honestly, I have had it with this woman. If she had not pulled strings to get Zhao He out of jail, would that backwater thug Wang Zheng have been able to beat him up like this? What a foolish woman. You are just going to get him killed. She still wanted to start an argument with me, but it was interrupted by a sharp slap. Zhao Shi charged over and gave her a slap across the face. Hey, I scared her so bad she nearly pissed herself. Now, do you know who he is? Do you still want your son to live or not? Right now, the Zhao family is in the eye of the storm. It is a matter of life and death. If you dare to talk back to me again, I will flatten you. Believe me. Zhao Qian also apologized to me on behalf of her mother. Sai, now the Zhao family, senior brother Hai and I, are all in the same boat. We sink or swim together. The priority right now is to see if senior brother Hai can strike a deal with that ghost envoy. We need to buy some more lifespan for Zhao He. Did you know, a person's lifespan can actually be altered? As long as you have the right connections to communicate with the underworld, you can find a way to get them to pull some strings. They can grant you an extension on your life. But today, senior brother Hai's attempt to add more years to Zhao He's life was rejected by the underworld officials. He ended up in a standoff with the ghost envoy, who came to claim the soul. He refused to let the ghost envoy take the soul away. I stepped forward to break the deadlock. I told the ghost envoy, don't even think about taking Zhao He's soul. If you keep making a scene, I will make sure you stay here too. I, Sha Yishan, have nothing left to lose anyway. What is one more crime on my record? If you push me, I will even kill a ghost envoy. If one comes, I will kill one. If they send another, I will kill another. The ghost envoy was stunned when he heard that. He had never seen a human being so arrogant and overbearing. Seeing that he still refused to leave, I ordered Shijun to go up and devour him. The ghost envoy saw that Shijun was a fragrant spirit ghost general. He was so terrified, he started shaking like a leaf. He vanished instantly and fled back to the underworld. He went poof so fast I did not even have time to react. My senior brother just watched and shook his head. The poor fear the bold fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who do not care about their lives. Junior brother, only you would dare to handle things this way. I felt a bit embarrassed hearing that. Anyway, I was born at a yin hour on a yin day with a yin destiny. I have already committed the grave sin of defying heaven to change fate. One more crime is not going to hurt. I just feel bad for dragging senior brother into this. Senior brother was quite helpless too. But what can he do? I am his junior brother after all. He took me to check on Zhao He's condition. His 3 souls and 7 po were almost completely shattered. His soul was so weak it looked like it could vanish at any second. If it were not for his stubborn will to live, he would have been a goner a long time ago. Zhao Shi hurriedly asked senior brother if there was any other way. Senior brother answered softly, we will have to slowly call his soul back. I have 2 plans right now. First, Zhao He is already in a vegetative state. Even with a soul-calling ritual, we might not get all the pieces back. The chances of him waking up are slim to none. It might be better to let the ghost envoy take him, so he can just move on to his next life. No, Zhao Qian was the first to object. The Zhao couple would not agree to it either. If he reincarnates, he won't be their son anymore. I also felt that this plan was not right. Then there is only the second option, and that is to nourish and stabilize Zhao He's soul. Once the core of the soul is strong enough, the other scattered fragments should naturally gravitate back together. But the biggest problem is that the underworld will definitely send more people. We must protect his soul and make sure nothing goes wrong. So senior brother suggested we extract Zhao He's soul first. We will take it to the temple to nourish it slowly. That way, even if we run into ghost envoys, we will have a fighting chance. As for the body, we will just have to use high-tech medical equipment to keep it going. I propose that I keep the soul with me for the first 7 days. These are the 7 most critical days. I am not afraid of any ghost envoys coming for him. We can just trick them and say Zhao He died a wrongful death and turned into a vengeful ghost. So senior brother Hai bowed to the altar and performed the ritual to extract Zhao He's soul. He placed it in a small soul urn and handed it to me for safekeeping. Now, we just wait for the underworld's ghost envoys to come knocking. With Zhao He's situation settled for now. I still need to head over to the 3rd floor, dealing with Zhang Xiaofei's situation. I called Zhang Han over. I saw Zhang Xiaofei already waiting there, clutching a bone ash box. Is Lu Fengji in there? I told him to hand the box over to me, but his uncle blocked us. He said we had to save his wife in the maternity ward first. Otherwise, do not even dream of taking it. The maternity ward. I looked up and realized indeed, it was the maternity ward. This Zhang family sure has some unique talents. This man was sent to the maternity ward with a huge baby bump. Apparently, while he was at that tomb, he mouthed off and offended the tomb owner's ancestors 18 generations back. So the tomb owner stuffed their unborn ghost fetus right into his belly. Now, the ghost fetus is pinching his heart, ready to kill him at any moment. That is why his family does not dare to perform a C-section, fearing it might end both their lives. His younger brother, Zhang Xiaofei, found me, looking to trade the tomb owner's soul with me, to get me to help him remove the ghost fetus. I took the porcelain box containing Lu Fengyi's soul, only to find it covered in various spirit-suppressing talismans. I was just about to start peeling them off one by one, when my spirit wife tugged sharply on my sleeve. Is there something fishy inside? So I handed the box back to Zhang Xiaofei to let him open it, or maybe let his uncle do it. Zhang Xiaofei caught on too. The box is dangerous. He made excuses about not knowing how to remove the talismans, and told his uncle to do it, to ensure we were safe. I summoned both Jiajun and Wanyi out. His uncle immediately started panicking, sweating bullets. He even started doubting if he would grab the wrong urn. Suddenly, a thick, heavy yin aura pervaded the hallway. Something feels wrong. A mere female vicious spirit should not carry this much presence. Could it be a ghost general from the underworld, here for soul reaping? His uncle suddenly pointed into the empty air, stuttering up, above. We all looked in that direction. I almost scared myself onto my backside. Over a dozen ghastly half-bodied vicious spirits were carrying a red coffin, slowly drifting our way from the ceiling. Each one was bleeding from their 7 orifices. If they were not missing half their heads, they were missing their eyeballs, dropping pieces all along the way. I quickly turned to ask Zhang Xiaofei, "Did you summon these?" But seeing him scared to tears, I knew it could not have been him. His uncle wondered if they were not here for us after all. These spirits did not even glance our way. I thought that was very likely. So we hid in a patient room with Zhang Xiaofei's group. Maybe this funeral procession will pass by quickly. We huddled in the back of the room, shivering, as we observed the situation. Sure enough, the spirits passed by the door with the coffin, without stopping, but that clicking, rattling sound still made our hair stand on end. Just then, the spirit at the tail of the group suddenly turned its head to look at us. "Oh, mother. Jiajun, Wanyi, help. And you too. Zhang Han, hurry up and protect us. Damn it, I am still clutching your woman's bone ash box. Why are not you stepping up to protect me?" I roared at Zhang Han, scared to the point of tears. Zhang Han looked back at the ash box in my hand, then silently stepped in front of me, his gaze turning sharp. I felt a little more confident. So I started asking those spirits back. Which one of you bunch are the coffin bearers coming to drag away? Was it Zhang Xiaofei or that guy next to his 3rd uncle? If they are here to catch me, I am definitely not hanging around to see who it is. Zhang Xiaofei had tears in his nose and eyes as he clung to my leg for dear life. He reviewed his life, said he would only dig graves 3 times total, and had no other vendettas meant for him. His 3rd uncle even shrugged off all responsibility for the tomb robbing, claiming he was only in charge of picking the spot and surveying the Feng Shui for the grave sites. He had not entered the grave himself, said he just cleared the weeds. As we were speaking, the fierce ghosts carried the coffins into the room. It turns out they really were coming for us. The ringleader pulled out a document and read aloud. Sha Yishan, born during an incredibly inauspicious time in the lunar calendar, guilty of 6 major offenses: defying the heavens to alter fate, unauthorized detention of netherworld officials and ghost generals, openly offending the city god, escaping capture and evading arrest, harboring yin souls. Your crimes are unforgivable. When Zhang Xiaofei heard they were not here for him, he immediately wept with joy. But then it dawned on him instantly, if I get hauled away by these fierce ghosts, no one will be able to get the child out of his brother's belly. So he started yelling at me to run for it. I would love to run too, but they are blocking the door. I had no choice but to let Shijun go and devour them. At the same time, I ordered Zhang Han to find a way to help me break free. A beam of light shot out from Shijun's mouth toward the little ghosts, knocking them and the coffin over in an instant. Meanwhile, Zhang Han grabbed me directly, and we sprinted away along the path cleared by Shijun. Song Wanyi stayed to cover the rear, slashing wind blades at the little ghosts one after another. The wind blades sliced through the fierce ghosts, but they regenerated their forms almost immediately. It seems as long as these ghost-bearing coffins remain intact, the fierce ghosts won't fade away. Zhang Han carried me as we reached the hallway. I adjusted my line of sight to keep monitoring the ghosts' movements behind us, directing Zhang Han on which way to escape. But this tactic soon became useless, because Impermanence Hai Bai Wucheng had arrived and blocked our path. They enthusiastically invited me to go down to the underworld, to drink and dine with the city god. I am afraid that is just a final death row meal. Now that we were completely surrounded, there was no way out. I took a quick look around, and decisively decided to tell Zhang Han to jump through the window. We were on the 3rd floor, but with Zhang Han cushioning the landing, it should be fine. Zhang Han did not hesitate. He smashed through the window and jumped down with me while holding me. While flying through the air, I really missed my senior brother. He excels at all kinds of Taoist arts. If he were here, he would surely have a way to fix this. But when I looked down at the ground, good grief, 8 fierce ghosts were holding the coffins, waiting there specifically for me to jump down. They even had the coffin lids already opened. They started reading my charges again. At the same time, wisps of black smoke wafted out of the coffins, wrapping and cocooning me. I felt as if I were being summoned. I was truly about to be invited into the coffin by the city god. With a loud bang, I was dragged into the red coffin, and the lid slammed shut immediately, sealing me in tight. That was when my senior brother finally arrived, but it was already way too late to save me. He could only watch helplessly as the fierce ghosts carried me away. Inside the coffin, I was tossed around violently, constantly slamming into the sides, in so much pain that cold sweat was pouring down. I bit the tip of my tongue to recite some incantations, trying to summon Shijun and Wanyi, but it was like shouting into the void. It seems this coffin is a completely sealed barrier, blocking off all magical arts. I could only lie here, completely helpless. Zhang Xiaofei had even sealed my urn inside with me, and the older sister was nowhere to be found. Zhang Xiaofei even had my urn sealed in here too, but I absolutely could not open it. The ghost-raising bride did not give me any warning earlier, but she definitely warned me about this box before. There is definitely something inside that I can't handle. Where did Shijun and Wanyi go? I wonder if senior brother will bring people to rescue me. Uncle Yao said he would keep me safe for 3 days. I have already been dragged down by the city god to be his side dish. Why has not he shown up yet? My mind was racing with all sorts of random thoughts. I actually managed to fall straight asleep. I do not know how much time had passed. The coffin finally hit the ground again. The massive impact sent a shiver of dread through my heart. Clutching the urn, I sat up and looked around. I nearly turned green with fright. There were at least 100 ghosts surrounding me. They were all dressed in armor or official scholar robes, and the city god himself sat right in the center on a throne. He opened his mouth to interrogate me for my crimes. Seeing the situation, I immediately stepped out of the coffin. I summoned Shijun and Wanyi to the underworld. With a flash of white light, Shijun and Wanyi appeared by my sides. With the two of them here, I should be able to hold my own against the city god for a few rounds. Feeling a bit more confident, I started to talk back to the city god. Sure, defying heaven to change my fate is a big crime, but the city god has been building an army and gathering ghost generals. He killed the real city god and stole his identity. If this crime reaches King Yama's ears, it will be way more serious than my sins as a mere mortal. So I am not afraid to throw hands with the city god. Worst comes to worst, I will just make an even bigger scene. Turning the whole underworld upside down sounds like a plan. Hearing me say I wanted to fight, the city god wore a look of pure disdain. He had over 100 ghost generals, and I only had 2. Plus, I was in the underworld in my physical body. Stay too long, and the yin energy would turn me into a yin soul permanently. So, he thought there was no way I could defeat him. However, he was worried that even a cornered rabbit would bite. He did not want me messing up his grand scheme for the underworld. Thus, he offered me 3 conditions. If I agreed to 2 of them, he would let me go. First, leave Shijun behind. He wanted her constitution as a fragrant ghost divine general. Second, I stay behind, to work for him in the underworld. Third, help him bring Li Paxiao down to the underworld. Out of these 3 conditions, except for the third third one. The first and second are hard pills to swallow. Then Song Wanyi chimed in. She said the first condition was reasonable. Trading one ghost for 2 lives is a bargain. Shijun was so angry her face turned red. She told me, brother, let us just leave this mountain ghost here instead. Great, I can't have my own team fighting amongst themselves now. I came up with a plan. I pulled out the urn I had brought with me. I promised the city god that there was something even more explosive than a ghost-devouring general inside. As for the third condition, I agreed to capture Li Poshao's living soul. The city god glanced at the urn in my hand. The seal on it was indeed used for sealing powerful ghosts, and it looked quite ancient, so he reached out his hand. He used his power to snatch the urn from a distance. While peeling off the seal, he agreed to send ghost generals to assist me in capturing Li Poshao. Just as he was about to open the box, I quickly shouted for him to stop. I made an excuse that I did not know the way back to the living world. I asked him to send someone to escort me back. In truth, I was afraid that even the city god could not handle what was in that box. If I stayed there, would not I just be waiting to die? So, the city god ordered the black and white impermanents to take me back. He also informed me that some of my friends were currently attacking the city gates outside. After speaking, he threw a small coffin at me. Wasn't this the coffin that dragged me to the underworld in the first place? The city god said this was called the easy commute. When the time comes, I just need to put Li Poshao's birth details into the coffin. Then, after beating Li Poshao half to death, I can use these ghost pallbearers to detain him.